for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Our home and native land, to bake good love in all our sons command. Tanto blase porte la idea, il se porte la croix, con solare tu l'epopée, des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
The doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' lack of a coherent energy strategy is hurting Canada. We Eastern Canadians are captive to expensive, insecure imported oil. We pay a lot for gasoline and home heating oil, especially in northwestern Ontario. Incredibly, there's more than enough oil produced in Western Canada to meet all our needs, but it's exported for much less than Eastern Canada pays for foreign oil. That price difference is costing our economy $19 billion a year. The Governor of the Bank of Canada says it's a major drag on our growth. We must build a new pipeline to bring Western petroleum to the east. But instead, the government wants to bulldoze the route through BC to ship raw bitumen to communist China as fast as possible. It's time, Mr. Speaker, for an energy strategy that takes care of our own energy security, creates value-added jobs here in Canada, and minds the long-term interests of Canada for a change, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
To build on the wonderful community spirit in Mississauga, Brampton South, I'm hosting my annual Fall Fair and Corn Roast. This free event will take place on Sunday, October the 14th at Sandford Farm Park from 1 to 3 p.m. I invite all of my neighbors to visit my website to sign up for the pie baking and the pie eating contest. There's going to be a Chubby Bunny marshmallow contest for younger children, face painting, bouncy castles, and performances by our local Croatian and South Asian dancers. We'll also get some great visits from our new hockey team members, the Steelheads. Of course, our dedicated police officers, firefighters, and paramedics will let children crawl through their wonderful vehicles. So as we celebrate Thanksgiving, I'd invite all of my neighbors to come join me, and hopefully this weekend to join us at the food bank, where I'll be volunteering with my son. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Honourable Member for Hockley Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In November, Via Rail service between Halifax and Montreal will go from 6 to 3 times a week. As if that weren't enough, CN is threatening to put an end to the 225-kilometre section between Moncton and Bathurst in less than 2 years. Such a decision by CN would have direct consequences on our industries and on Via Rail service. The railway is essential to economic development, and the government is responsible to ensure public interest and economic development. Governments are talking about economic recovery and development assistance. But what is the purpose of such rhetoric if there is no infrastructure to encourage companies to come and set up in our regions? If the government abandons infrastructure, we can forget about economic development. The federal government cannot sit idly by. It privatized CN. The government must act now.
For Prince George, Peace River.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians benefit from the development of our natural resources, and I urge all Canadians to take a step back and examine this issue from a rational point of view. In today's society, all Canadians use natural resources, whether it's the gas or electricity in our cars, the sticky notes on the fridge, or the Tupperware filled with Thanksgiving leftovers. It all comes from natural resource products. Practically speaking, then, in order to function in today's modern society and utilize these resources, we need to develop them. Whether you work in a small-town coffee shop or in an office building in downtown Vancouver, natural resources are a part of our daily lives. That is why our government has introduced our plan for responsible resource development. To be clear, Only the projects that have been determined to be safe and responsible will proceed. Our rational plan will ensure that we remain good stewards of the environment and our natural resources. Thank you.
And the honourable member for Lac St. Louis.
I had the honor and pleasure of attending the 50th anniversary luncheon of the Lakeshore General Hospital Auxiliary. Le groupe des auxiliaires.
The auxiliary has been a central supporting pillar of the Lakeshore General since before construction began.
In addition to organizing fundraising activities for hospital improvements and for scholarships for nurses, the women and men in blue coats are a welcome and comforting presence to patients and their families dealing with the stress of tests or treatment. In a very real sense, auxiliary members are also ambassadors, carrying with or without words a heartening message to patients. You are not alone. You are part of a caring community that offers you its support in a time of need and personal challenge. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Auxiliary President Barbara Armbruster, past President Sally Brown, Terry Aiken, and all the other past and present auxiliary members who have helped the Lakeshore fulfill its vocation in our community for a half-century.
The honourable member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the honour of attending the Union of British Columbia Municipalities 2012 convention in Victoria, where I hosted a reception to celebrate sister city agreements between municipalities in Canada and China. I shared with delegates our government's vision for deeper trade and cultural relationships for the benefit of Canadians, especially in British Columbia, Canada's gateway to the Asia-Pacific. I also spoke about the positive investments our government is making in cities both big and small across Canada. These messages were well received, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate the organizers on this successful event and encourage all communities to be at the forefront of Canada's future and to forge relationships with Asia-Pacific counterparts as we move into the Pacific century. I look forward to working with all of my municipal colleagues as together we continue to create jobs, make sure our communities remain strong, and secure Canada's long-term economic prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives congratulate themselves on their supposed economic policy and job creation, nothing could be further from the truth. Self-regulation and big tax cuts to big business are not providing the results that were anticipated. The latest figures from Statistics Canada highlight a loss of 2,277 manufacturing companies in Montreal. This is a loss of over 61,700 jobs since the Conservatives have been in government. They can add this to their record. It's a real policy of economic recovery that is essential for Montreal. I think in referring to my colleague's statement from yesterday, that, but I think Zola is too advanced for them. Let's start, for example, with economic renewal for dummies.
The honourable member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, last week our region paid its final respects to a longtime potato farmer, community and family man, Gary Foster of Moose Mountain, New Brunswick. Gary was a contract grower for McCain Foods for 40 years. He also served on various committees, including Negotiating Committee and the National Safety Net Committee. He was also a very recent inductee into the New Brunswick Potato World Hall of Recognition. Ever the person to lobby on behalf of growers, Gary was always well informed on the issues and impossible to trip up on the numbers. Gary took great pride in getting things done, and behind the scenes in his very unassuming manner worked hard for the community. Gary lived by the Winston Churchill saying, "You make a living by what you get, but you make a life by what you give." The stories at the Hall of Recognition ceremony and his funeral recounted his strong work ethic, and when someone was not quite performing or up to date in their files, well, sometimes they just needed a GSU, a general sharpening up. But that was always for their betterment and the people around them. Gary will certainly be missed by his family, the community, and the industry in general. Our thoughts and prayers go out to his wife, Dorothy, his children, Al and Kelly, and the entire Foster family.
The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Mr. Speaker, about 1 year ago I introduced Private Members Bill C-309. The Concealment of Identity Act fills a loophole in our country's laws and provides police with a tool to protect public safety. However, I recently learned the member for Saanich Gulf Islands has taken to Twitter to mislead Canadians about this bill. On September 19th, she wrote, "If a peaceful event gets out of hand, and it's winter, and you have a scarf on, 20 years in jail? Mr. Speaker, the member knows full well that this bill is not aimed in any way at lawful protesters. Yet, here she is, accusing me of trying to throw Frosty the Snowman in the big house. Mr. Speaker, it's time for this lone Green Party member to depart from her fairy tale land, because police chiefs across this country, including Victoria's own Jamie Graham, are supporting this bill. When it comes up for third reading, I encourage her to rise from this chamber's 309th seat and vote in favour of Bill C-309.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great sadness that I rise today to inform the House of the death of Charles Roach. As my colleague from Scarborough Rouge River pointed out yesterday, Charles was a great community leader in Toronto who fought for human rights, social justice, and founded the Caravana Festival. Charles passed away last night after a long battle with cancer, and though he's no longer with us, his work for a more just and equal Canada will live on well past today. Over his 57 years in Canada, Charles proved himself to be an exemplary Canadian citizen in every way but name. Charles wanted very much to become a Canadian citizen, but he never received that honour because he wanted to swear his citizenship oath of allegiance to Canada directly rather than to the British Crown. So I ask today that the Government of Canada honour this great man and grant Charles Roach's last wish by awarding him posthumous Canadian citizenship. His commitment and contribution to our great country speaks for itself. This will be our way to say thank you to him.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, across our great nation today, Canadians are celebrating the first Army Reserve Recognition Day.
Hear, hear.
We're paying tribute to the nearly 25,000 men and women who serve Canada's Reserve Force. Our reservists have made outstanding contributions to both international and domestic operations. Canada's Army Reservists were an integral part of our missions in Afghanistan and the humanitarian relief we brought to Haiti following that disastrous earthquake. They have served Canadians at home, assisting with the ravages of fires and floods. On a personal note, Mr. Speaker, I watched our reservists in action in Afghanistan, and you could not tell the difference between the regular force and the reservists. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, the Taliban couldn't tell the difference either. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank our Canadian Army Reservists in communities across Canada for their sacrifices in service of this great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks from today, the first hour of debate on my bill, C-400, on a national housing strategy will take place. This bill does not specifically talk about gender equality. However, all reports note that women are the hardest hit by the housing crisis that is being experienced across the country. First of all, because there are more women than men that rent, to a ratio of 50% of women compared to 32% of men, but more generally due to the fact that they live in greater poverty. The average income of male renters is $33,303 a year compared to $25,800 for women. In Ottawa, the average rent is $941 a month. With $25,000 a year, you can't pay a lot else. Often these women are subject to discrimination due to the fact that they have more precarious employment, and because they're single parents, they're denied apartments or forced to pay even higher rent. I would invite you all to vote in favor of Bill C-400 in order to improve the lives of women in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Moncton Riverview DF.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the NDP is still refusing to answer a simple question. Does he support a carbon tax or not? The facts clearly demonstrate yes. During the election campaign, he said that there would have it. It's in their policy document. It's even written out in black and white in the NDP platform. Income of $21 billion.
He has had trouble with numbers in the past. Is it possible that he's confused? To simplify, will the leader of the NDP clearly tell us whether or not he will impose a carbon tax that will rise the price on everything? Can he explain what he means by the $21 billion in revenue he expects to generate from carbon?
Wow. Come on, tell us.
Honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, His Holiness Pope Benedict has bestowed papal honours upon two prominent Canadian pioneers of interfaith dialogue who will be honoured by the Canadian Centre for Ecumenicism this Thursday evening. La Sainte Croix.
The Holy Cross Pro Ecclesial Pontifice, also known as the Cross of Honor, will be awarded to Father Irénée Baudouin for his exceptional contributions both to the Church and the papacy.
The papal honor of the Pontifical Equestrian Order of St. Sylvester Pope and Martyr, one of only 5 orders of knighthood awarded directly by the Pope.
This award recognizes the exceptional dedication and services rendered to promote dialogue and understanding between Christians and Jews.
Part of a small but distinguished group of Canadians to receive such a papal honor. Mr. Speaker, I know that colleagues will want to join me in congratulating these 2 outstanding individuals and their most deserving awards reflecting their exceptional contributions to faith and society, as we salute the Canadian Centre for Ecumenicism for its continued excellence in expanding dialogue and understanding.
The Honourable Member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is leading the way in jobs and economic growth. In fact, since July 2009, Canada has created over 770,000 net new jobs. Of course, the NDP doesn't like to hear this good news because they think Canada is a disease. That disease, the hundreds and thousands of jobs at Canada's resource industries. But not to worry, the NDP leader has a prescription: higher taxes. That's right. The NDP leader has a plan to impose a new $21 billion job-killing carbon tax that will raise the price of everything. Mr. Speaker, Canadians already pay enough taxes and do not want to pay more taxes simply because the NDP leader wants them to. Let me tell you, our government will fight the NDP leader's plan to impose this dangerous job-killing carbon tax on...
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to express my pity for my colleagues opposite. Sincerely, I'm looking at them, and it mustn't be easy to be them. Every day before question period, it's the same listing of sad stories to scare everyone. Their obsession with imaginary taxes stands in stark contrast with the reality of drivers who pay every day for this Conservative government's inaction. Every day, my Conservative friends robotically recite pathetic lines written by Prime Minister's office employees who are counting down the days until they can finally become lobbyists or get appointed to the Senate. There is, however, another solution. I invite my Conservative friends, and above all the member who will speak after me, to take their eyes off the Prime Minister's office memo and to tell us what's really happening in their ridings. We are talking seriously about the concerns of their constituents who are being hit by service cuts. They have the choice: continue to be puppets for the Prime Minister's office or be what they are, representatives who are there to represent the interests of their constituents. The ball is in their courts.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, our government has a low-tax plan to help create jobs and economic growth across the country. What does the opposition have? A plan to raise taxes on everything, kill jobs and economic growth. Shameful. The NDP's carbon tax will hurt Canadian families by raising the price of gas, groceries, and even their electricity. If they had it their way, the people in my riding in Simcoe Grey would have to pay more for their Thanksgiving turkey and potatoes by having increased tax on them. This tax will kill jobs by increasing overhead costs on key Canadian industries like manufacturing, forestry, and tourism.
$21 billion.
Why won't they admit to this plan? Why won't they come clean and admit they want to tax everything from gas to groceries? The proof is already out there. Just pick up a copy of the NDP platform. You can read it for yourself. The NDP carbon tax in black and white. Page 4.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Il y a 4 ans,
4 years ago, 22 Canadians died during the listeriosis scandal. The Minister of Agriculture has not learned from his mistakes. 30 days ago, we detected the E. coli bacteria in the products from XL Foods, but the Conservatives can still not guarantee that there is no contaminated meat in circulation. How can the Prime Minister say that they have improved food inspection when his Minister of Agriculture is presiding over the biggest recall of contaminated meat in the history of Canada?
The
Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker,
As of the 4th of September, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency has acted according to the information that was available. They began by containing the contaminated products, and they acted until the closure of the plant. So the position of the agency is clear. It is not going to reopen that plant until we can declare it to be safe. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, it's not just one plant Canadians are worried about, it's all of them. There aren't even clear standards for when meat should be discarded if the risk of contamination is too high. No standards. The CFIA's Director of Meat Inspection said yesterday, and I quote him, "We essentially asked people to keep an eye on it and look at it, but there wasn't a lot of structure about how people went at that." Is this the kind of self-regulation that the Conservatives think will actually protect Canadians, or are we just waiting for the next disaster?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said repeatedly, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency is responsible for these matters. It is a highly regarded agency internationally. From the 4th of September, when it first had information on problems, it responded by containing a certain contaminated product, and it's been acting on information ever since, up to and including closing the plant. Yesterday, the NDP members were complaining about the fact the plant is closed. The position of CFIA is that the plant will remain closed until such time as its operations can be assured to be safe.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
More fairy tales about NDP positions. Today, 2 small grocery store chains in BC.
Order. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has the floor. Order.
Today, 2 small grocery store chains in BC publicly acknowledged that they had stocked recalled beef. These were good, honest business owners who wanted to protect their customers. The problem? The Minister of Agriculture still hasn't put those same retailers on the list of stores that carried tainted beef from XL Foods. The store owners are coming forward with information, but the Minister can't even get that information out to Canadians. So why is the Minister of Agriculture busy doing photo ops instead of answering questions and being accountable?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is not politicians who undertake these particular activities. It's the Canadian Food Inspection Agency that operates according to the authorities vested it in the law and according to the information at its disposal. When it's had that information, it has acted. The government has identified some time ago that the agency could use additional powers in these circumstances. Those additional powers are contained in legislation presently before Parliament. We urge the opposition parties to support them.
Honourable Member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, we haven't heard the Minister answer a single question in the House this week, but he was a guest speaker at a luncheon in Battleford, Saskatchewan, and the Minister said, quote, "We had some great Canadian beef for lunch. I don't know where it came from, and I don't care." Mr. Speaker, is the Minister not aware that CFIA is warning Canadian consumers to ask grocers if their beef came from XL Foods? When will this Minister stop making jokes, stop contradicting food safety officials, and take his job seriously?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know that the health and safety of Canadians is a top priority for this government. And in fact, Canada has a superior food safety system. In fact, I'll read a quote from a report on OECD countries regarding food safety, Mr. Speaker. Quote, "Canada is one of the best performing countries in the 2010 Food Safety Performance World Ranking Study. Its overall grade was superior, earning it a place among the top-tier countries." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Welland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Agriculture Minister wasn't done. When he was asked about E. coli tainted beef recall, he said, quote, "We've identified some anomalies in the XL plant." Anomalies? Really? Update to the Minister. The plant is closed. Why is this Minister refusing to take responsibility? And he's minimizing the largest beef recall in Canadian history. Why is he speaking to luncheons and not answering to Canadians in the House of Commons?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I will reiterate that the health and safety of Canadians is a top priority for this government. It is important to note that the CFIA acted to contain contaminated products beginning on September 4th, and they have been acting ever since. And as the Prime Minister stated, the XL plant is closed. CFIA closed the plant, and it will not be allowed to reopen until the CFIA has certified that it is safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the head of the inspection agency, which the Prime Minister is now using as his defence with respect to what's taking place, was talking about the question of what the standards for Canada are going to be with respect to E. coli content. And he said, and I quote, "I'm fairly confident we're going to have that as well. I just don't know what that number is going to be." Well, Mr. Speaker, if the agency doesn't know what the number is going to be, how can Canadians have confidence that, in fact, Canada is going to have the highest standards in the world with respect to E. coli?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency determines these things. They determine them based on the best scientific information they have, and also information they gather from inspections and from documentation submitted by the various operations that they do inspect. And, Mr. Speaker, we have confidence in that agency, and as the Parliamentary Secretary just indicated, in international studies, they've been judged to be one of the best performing agencies in the world. But obviously, we've been working through the Weatherall report and other recommendations to strengthen any deficiencies that we do find.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
The latest public health data that I've seen says that Canada's rates for E. coli outbreak are 30% more than the United States and 40% more than Europe. Now, given that fact, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the Prime Minister can tell us why it is that regulations under legislation with respect to the content of E. coli are not clearly set out in regulation, are not clearly set out in the law, and are not clearly enforceable and, in fact, enforced by the agency which is responsible for protecting the health of Canadians.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, as I've said, these things are not determined by politicians. They are determined by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and the appropriate authorities acting under the law. And, Mr. Speaker, obviously, notwithstanding that there are problems to which the agency must respond from time to time, Canada's food safety record is among the best in the entire world.
Deputy Toronto Centre.
Member for Toronto Centre. In the guide for cabinet ministers that the Prime Minister circulated among his ministers, it clearly states on page 2 that the minister must be present in Parliament to answer questions on their area of responsibility. So we can see, in fact, Mr. Speaker, that indeed it's not only the agency that is responsibility, the minister shares that responsibility with him. So it's the Prime Minister who's also responsible to provide information to consumers. Why are consumers always the last to hear about the problems? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. That's not true, Mr. Speaker. From the 4th of September, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency reacted according to the information that they had in order to ensure the continuity and dealing with certain contaminated products. And this continued to be the case until the closure of the plant. So we are not going to reopen that plant, as I've said, until the product is declared to be safe. Mr. Speaker, last year the Parliamentary Budget Officer published a report on the Canadian government financial transparency, and the Treasury Board Secretary said at the time that next year we'll be able to compare. Well, the time has come to compare. In the report table today, we have learned that less than 1/3 of the departments provided details on the repercussions of the Strategic Operating Review. In a nutshell, these departments half of them have failed the test. How does the Minister explain that? The Honourable Minister for Treasury Board.
We continue to report to Parliament using the normal and usual methods. That includes the estimates, the quarterly financial reports, the public accounts, the reports on plans and priorities, all of these are delivered to members opposite and to Parliament and to the Canadian public. I would say to the honourable member that we are taking a principled approach to balance the budget. Our public debt is down. Our services to Canadians, such as OAS and health transfers, are up, which is much more useful to balance the budget as counterposed to the opposite members who want to have a $21 billion carbon tax. That's not responsible.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, let's be clear here. The minister promised Parliament better disclosure, but he failed to deliver.
Hear, hear.
The PBO said that less than 1/3 of organizations have presented details on the impact of this year's budget, and the results of this year's budget cuts won't be presented to Canadians until the fall of 2014. Why are Conservatives afraid to tell Canadians the truth? Are they hiding the information? Or do they really just not know? So which is it, deception or mismanagement?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Neither, Mr. Speaker. In fact, as I indicated, and as the honourable member well knows, we have a reporting procedure in this Parliament. It involves quarterly reports. It involves the public accounts. It involves the estimates, Mr. Speaker. And as those reports are published, they provide the details that the honourable member is so keen about. I would give some advice to the budget officer, Mr. Speaker, which is he should spend his time worrying more about his mandate, which is about how we spend money, not the money that we do not spend, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, the problem of the Conservatives is that they have no idea what is going on in the various departments. That's what we see with the issue of the tainted meat scandal. The minister has gone missing for several days, whereas Canadians are looking for answers. Every day, the recall is expanding. Mr. Speaker, why do the Conservatives refuse to assume their responsibilities in this crisis? Why are they waiting so long to tell the truth? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The safety of food and the health of Canadians is the priority of our government. We have strengthened our system as a government without any assistance from the opposition. And as I explained yesterday, we increased the number of inspectors by 700, but the opposition voted against that. So if the opposition feels that the powers of the CFIA are insufficient, they should support the bill that our government is tabling to ensure that the CFIA have increased powers.
They're going to vote against this legislation when it comes.
Honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. There are limits to not assuming responsibilities for what happens within one's own department, Mr. Speaker. The United States discovered the contamination on the 3rd of September, and yet the plant in question stayed open for 3 weeks after that, until the 27th of September. Thousands of Canadians were exposed to E. coli because of this unacceptable delay in reaction. Why, having waited 24 days to close a plant where such a problem was detected? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And explaining, the CFIA acted to contain contaminated products beginning on September 4th, and it has been acting ever since. Our government has taken the responsibility to increase resources for the CFIA so that it can better do its job. Every time we do that, the opposition votes against it. Mr. Speaker, in 2007, we made available $223 million for the Food Safety and Consumer Action Plan. Opposition voted against. $13 million over 2 years, Mr. Speaker, to hire more inspectors in Budget 2010. The opposition voted against. $100 million over 5 years for inspection modernization, Mr. Speaker. The opposition voted against.
Honourable member for Laval-Les-Îles. The Conservatives' gall knows no limits, Mr. Speaker. The minister claimed that no tainted meat was on grocery shelves, and now we know that that was completely false. The minister said that his priority was to deliver meat to the Americans, even while the contamination was reaching its peak. Why have the Conservatives chosen rhetoric rather than public safety? Why did they not act earlier? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the CFIA has taken steps, starting on the 4th of September, to deal with the tainted meat. They continued to work relentlessly on this issue since.
safety system has been rated as a superior food safety system. We now have legislation in the Senate to take a strong system and make it better. I have a quote from the Ontario Federation of Agriculture. Bill S11 will better equip Canada to maintain its reputation as a world leader in food safety and traceability protocols. But, Mr. Speaker, the NDP have taken the ill-informed and desperate situation and said no to this legislation before.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, when BSE was confirmed in 2003, Alberta steer prices dropped from $1.05 to 35 cents a pound, resulting in a severe blow to the Alberta economy. Yet this government has failed to take the necessary precautionary measures to avoid these situations. Measures recommended by government consultants as early as 2009. It's Alberta ranchers who continue to pay the price of failed action. When will the minister finally listen to the calls for action and initiate preventative measures?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I will say it again. It's the health and safety of Canadians that is the top priority for this government. The XL plant was closed by CFIA, and it will not reopen until CFIA determines that it is safe. Mr. Speaker, we have been taking measures to improve food safety, and we have enacted, for example, the 57 recommendations within the Weatherall report. We put aside $75 million to do so. The opposition voted against that, Mr. Speaker. They must account to Canadians for this failure on their part.
Honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. The health of the population and the health of the military are not things that we toy around with. I was a nurse in the Canadian Forces and know how important the health care is. I provided it myself. When it comes to the health of the forces, the Surgeon General is the ultimate authority. But information gotten through and access to information request has revealed that he was so concerned about cuts to health care made by the Conservatives that he was sounding the alarm. Why do they not listen to the Surgeon General? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Honourable member for her question and for her service to the Canadian Forces. This is one of the issues that I am most proud of. In fact, our government has seen an increase of over $100 million to the Canadian Forces health budget, bringing it to over $450 million annually. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we've made specific investments of $11.4 million to the issues surrounding mental health. So, Mr. Speaker, there is always more we can do. We will always strive to put the interests and the health and well-being for our ill and injured, for our men and women in uniform, first when it comes to the Canadian Forces.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. If there were no negative consequences for mental health services, the Surgeon General would not have sounded the alarm. We are not going to attack this person who turned to his supervisors to ask for them to reconsider their decision.
And forces, I know the importance of quality mental care for the troops. Why did the Conservatives go down this road of reckless cut? Have they no shame? Why go after the delivery of health care to Canadian soldiers?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, au contraire, I've just told the member in the House that we've actually increased health funding during the last 6 years. We actually are now at an all-time high when it comes to the health services provided to members of the Canadian Forces, particularly the issue of mental health. Mr. Speaker, there's been a concerted effort of late, led by the Chief of Defence Staff, led by the entire leadership of the Canadian Forces, to see that the $11.4 million goes directly to frontline mental health providers. We have tremendous people in the field dealing with the issue of operational stress. We're proud of that effort. There's always more, and we will do more, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the chopping block were mental health research jobs, long-term military health planning, accreditation program, training for military doctors, and much more. It's no wonder the Surgeon General pressed the panic button. It's his professional duty and obligation to offer the best health services to soldiers. He felt it was urgent to intervene because the Conservatives' restless cuts had what he called a profound impact and threatened the very services he had to deliver. Does this government now acknowledge that their irresponsible cuts threaten the health and safety of Canadian Forces members?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, again, what I would acknowledge is that among NATO countries, Canada has been deemed the best when it comes to the provision of health and mental health vis-a-vis our soldiers. The ratio of mental health providers to soldiers has been ranked the best amongst NATO. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with the mental health associations across the country. I met with them as recently as this week. We will continue to make investments, including increasing investments for those mental health providers. Mr. Speaker, I would elicit the support of the member opposite rather than these reckless criticisms.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, with E. coli trouble worsening, including a spike in cases in Saskatchewan and now a restaurant closed in Regina, the Prime Minister says Bill S-11 is all that he needs. But the Conservative senator sponsoring the bill says S-11 has nothing to do with the current E. coli issues. Will the government amend S-11 to require a detailed audit of all food safety resources and procedures right now, not 5 years from now? And will that audit be done not by an impugned minister, but by the Auditor General of Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I just want to address a gross inaccuracy in that question. The House will be aware that today the President of the Food Inspection Agency specifically expressed concerns about the promptness with which the company had provided certain information to inspectors. In fact, under Bill S-11, the inspectors, the CFIA, gets increased power to get that kind of paperwork for the company. That's precisely why it's needed. And of course, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General has powers to look at a whole range of government agencies, but we do not direct the work of the Auditor General.
The honourable member for Random, Burien, St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, at a disastrous news conference today, the Agriculture Minister smugly stated that the government is, quote, the chief defender of consumer health.
Wow.
If this is the case, then Canadians are in real trouble. Yeah. The Minister of Health has remained shockingly silent on the issue. The government has provided misleading and confusing answers to this crisis every day. Why has the Minister of Health and the Director of Public Health Agency of Canada not stepped in to make sure Canadians are getting the right information?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Order. 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 The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, Canadians know that the health and safety of Canadians is a top priority for our government. We've taken a number of measures to improve food safety, which the opposition have not supported. They must account to Canadians for that. Mr. Speaker, I would ask this member to check with her colleague, the member from Malpeque, who said, quote, I personally believe that our food is safe in Canada.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I'm starting to understand why the minister is avoiding questions.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Guelph now has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm starting to understand why the minister is avoiding questions, but showing up at a Calgary lab and then XL Foods today is like visiting an accident scene after he removed the stoplights. They cut $56.1 million from CFIA, yet claim to have all the inspectors they need. If they exist, can they table today their names, job descriptions, and locations? Can they answer why, when Sheila Weatherall requested this information and a third-party audit specific to all CFIA resources, including staffing, the government failed to do one?
Frankie! The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The real question is, why is it that the opposition consistently...
Order. The order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the real question is, why does the opposition consistently work against increasing the resources and the authorities for the CFIA? Mr. Speaker, I went through some previous examples, but this member mentioned the Weatherall report. The Weatherall report contained 57 recommendations, which we have implemented. We put aside $75 million to implement those 57 recommendations. This member voted.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Nord. Mr. Speaker, with fewer than 10 days remaining before the Conservatives blindly approve the Nexon buyout, we don't have much time left for serious public consultations. Many Canadians are concerned about the possible impact of this transaction on jobs, national safety, the environment. They're concerned to see Canada losing control over its own natural resources. The Act allows for public consultations. There's no reason to be afraid. Will the government do the right thing and hold public consultations? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, my colleague must know that Section 36, it states that all information from an investor must be privileged and confidential. She can express her view, and that's the way the Act works, Mr. Speaker. We will carefully scrutinize the transaction, and all transactions must be assessed to determine if there's a net benefit for Canada. We will always work in the best interest of Canadians. We will not, however, put in place a process like the NDP is calling for us to do, which would put us 40 years back in terms of the investments. The Honourable Member for La Salle-Limar. Mr. Speaker, it seems, in fact, listening to Canadians' concerns takes us into the future, doesn't send us into the past. We are listening to what the people of Canada are saying and what the Conservatives are refusing to do. Even the Conservative Minister for Small Business said that the government had no role to play in that decision. Why is the government trying to avoid accountability? He knows full well that the Act or the law allows for the organizing of public consultations. Why this lack of transparency? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague clearly is unfamiliar with Section 36. What the NDP is attempting to do is put in place a process that would politicize everything. Mr. Speaker, all forms of investment in this country would no longer exist. That's what they want to do. They want to take us 30 or 40 years into the past. Mr. Speaker, Canada is open to investments, and each transaction will be assessed on its merits. We will look at net benefit for Canada, and the decisions will be made in the best interest of Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Well, let's take us 2 years back, Mr. Speaker, when every single Conservative MP in the House voted to make public hearings a mandatory part of the Foreign Investment Review, November 16, 2010. This government has simply stopped listening to Canadians. And the Minister for Small Business said yesterday the government has no role, quote, interfering in a private decision like the Nexon takeover bid. Does the minister agree with his colleague? Does he agree that government has no role interfering in a Nexon decision that has implications throughout Canada?
And the Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, where I don't agree with my colleague here across the floor is when we put improvement, Mr. Speaker. Back in 2007, we put guidelines for state-owned enterprises. Back in 2009, we put provision to make sure that the security interests could be taken into account. Back in 2009, we put, again, tools to be able to communicate more with the public. We did this also back in 2012, this year earlier, and the NDP always voted against. Mr. Speaker, this transaction will be scrutinized very closely, and each single decision made here by this government is made in the greatest interest of the country.
And the Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
It's not scrutinized unless they're consulting with Canadians.
Hear, hear.
Now, the Small Business Minister also said yesterday, and I quote from Hansard, the real individuals are those who pay corporate income tax. Ooh. What arrogance. We have one of the most significant takeovers in decades, and this government is telling all Canadians it's none of their business. Will the minister do the right thing, stop hiding from Canadians, and vote tonight to consult the public on this takeover?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, here I will quote the Professor Ian Lee from Carleton University, quote, "It will politicize the process enormously," end of quote. And then he follows, "They're trying to transform these approval processes into kangaroo courts," end of quote. And further he follows, quote, "The whole purpose is to find enough foreign capital," end of quote. Mr. Speaker, they try to install a process to make sure that we are going back 30, 40 years behind, because they are against trade, they are against investment, they are against the development of this country. And Mr. Speaker, each single decision we will make here will be for the best interests of this country.
The Honourable Member for Barrie.
Mr. Speaker, rare diseases affect the lives of thousands of Canadians. They can be life-threatening, debilitating, or a serious chronic condition. Unfortunately, they can be very difficult to study and treat. Although thousands of Canadians suffer from these, Current Canadian drug regulations do not provide these patients with the best opportunities to access the therapies they need. Could the Minister of Health please update this House on what our Conservative government is doing to help Canadians suffering with these diseases?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for that great question. Our government cares about families who are dealing with rare diseases and disorders. Canadians dealing with rare diseases often have difficulties in accessing the information and medication they need. That's why today I was pleased to announce that our government will introduce a new approach that will improve the development and authorization of drugs for rare diseases. These changes will benefit patients and their families by making it easier to access treatments for these diseases. Our government will continue to show leadership and take action on issues that are important to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, let me get a bit ahead of myself here and say that I know that the board of the Montreal Port appoints the chairman, but that didn't prevent some of the Prime Minister's advisors from making some calls and twisting some arms to get the Conservatives man in place. And who was this ideal candidate? Robert Abdallah, who's facing serious allegations at a commission that's currently underway. The question is the following then. Why did PMO's office want Mr. Robert Abdallah to be at the head of the port in Montreal? Mr. Speaker, it's the board, not the Government of Canada, that appoints that person. So why is he putting questions regarding nominations or appointments when we don't make them?
Mr. Speaker, is why is it that over 9 years he gave money to the hardest line separatist party in Quebec and its predecessor party, a party that says in its Declaration of Principles Quebec Solidaire opts for sovereignty, and now refuses to renounce those donations and stand up for Canada? Answer that.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
À l'ordre.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, I understand now why the member for Nepean-Carleton is asking all these questions. He's preparing for his role in opposition in 2015. And it's up to him to provide answers here today. Mr. Speaker, the facts remain. 20 millions of tons of goods transit through the Montreal port on a yearly basis. The choice by the Prime Minister's office to supervise all of that by somebody who's involved in a lot of shady dealings. Their Conservatives have left their fingerprints all over this file, so I'll ask once again, what were their... The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, before becoming government, we answered a very simple question. Do we believe in Canada? Yes. On this side, we believe in Canada.
That is a question you have to answer before you form government. If you want to sit in the cabinet of Canada, you have to believe in Canada. Stand up and answer that question, please.
Order. I'll remind all honourable members to address their comments to the chair and not directly at one another. The honourable member for Timmins.
So there you go, Mr. Speaker. You ask a very straightforward question about the relationship between the Prime Minister's office and Robert Abdallah, who's been named in a corruption scandal in Montreal, and instead of answering, the government hides behind the member for the riding of dodging, ducking, and making things up. Is this the accountability that they promised Canadians in 2006? So we'll go back to simple facts here. In 2006, key Conservative insiders promoted Robert Abdallah as their choice for the Port of Montreal. Fortunately, the board pushed back. So what was the connection between the Prime Minister's office and Mr. Abdullah, and why did they want him to get this prime patronage position?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, only for the NDP would it be a scandal when somebody doesn't get appointed. Only they would ask us about appointments that we don't have the power to make. But speaking of ducking and dodging, they didn't answer the question about their own illegal union donations, $340,000 of which were accepted and then covered up. Mr. Speaker, why won't they stand now to redeem themselves and state that they will support the Conservative bill before the House of Commons now to bring transparency to the way unions spend their workers' money?
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, there they go again. You know, they promised Canadians accountability. Instead, they're hiding in the fantasy fiction world of the member opposite with his 50 shades of lame excuses. So let's go back to a little non-fiction here. The preferred candidate from the Prime Minister's office was Robert Abdullah. Tony Accurso wanted Abdullah at the port. Whoa. Mr. Abdullah is named in a corruption scandal in Montreal, and thank God the board said that they were not going to accept pressure from the Prime Minister. What were these Conservatives insiders trying to do by giving Mr. Abdullah this post? Simple question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if you heard, but the gentleman in question did not get the post, and we did not have the power to offer it to him. But it's no wonder that they would try to distract from the issues before the House. One of them gives money to a separatist party and refuses to stand up and support Canada. The other tries to hide the fact that his party accepted $340,000 in illegal money, and all of them refuse to support a bill that would bring transparency so that workers can see how their money is being spent.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' changes to working while on claim is a carrot and stick approach. A little bit of carrot and a whole lot of stick. For some, the more you make, the more you keep. So that's your little bit of carrot. But for the majority, the less you make, the more they keep. The more they keep. That's a whole lot of stick. That's putting a stick to low-income earners in this country. That's honest people looking for honest work to feed their families. Mr. Speaker, I'll ask the Minister, when is she going to reinstate the allowable earnings provision and quit putting the stick to low-income Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we have a tremendous number of employers who are looking for workers, and they're having a problem hiring those people because the EI program, as it has stood for many years, the way the Liberals designed it, discouraged people from working. The goal of our Working While on Claim pilot project is to encourage and help Canadians pursue and accept jobs in the area that will make them better off. We're going to continue working towards that goal, Mr. Speaker, because we want to make sure that when people work, they're better off, so are their families and their communities.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
This week, the Assembly of First Nations is holding an extraordinary meeting on education. Instead of committing to education of children on reserve, the minister provided a press release with facts that were wrong. Only 1 out of every 3 First Nations students goes on to finish high school, and this government is making the situation worse. When will the government tell us the truth and give equal opportunities to these children? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what we are intending on achieving. We want the same outcomes for First Nation students as we have for other students. Every year we invest $1.7 billion in education for over 117,000 First Nation students on reserve. Yesterday I announced $275 million that will further education outcomes for First Nation students. And I can add, Mr. Speaker, since 2006 we've completed 263 school projects, including 33 new schools. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Sadly,
last Friday, the Ontario Northland passenger train made its final voyage through Northern Ontario. It was the Ontario Liberal government that killed the train, but all across Canada, this Conservative government is walking away from crucial railway infrastructure. This is limiting access to important economic corridors. Contrary to the Minister of Industry's comments a few questions ago, it's evident that it's the Conservatives who are against development in Canada. Mr. Speaker, why are the Conservatives imitating the McGuinty Liberals? Where is their plan for passenger rail in northern and rural Canada?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, Monsieur le Président, jamais dans l'histoire du pays.
Mr. Speaker, never in the history of the country has the government invested as much in infrastructure. All infrastructure is analyzed and in partnership with groups that using them in order to ensure that they continue. In order to operate, they need clients. These companies need clients and need to provide service. We are going to continue to promote the development of infrastructure in this country. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. It's deplorable, Mr. Speaker. Recently, CN announced that it planned to cut the segment that links Moncton to Bathurst, even though the company was making profits, $2.6 billion. So what does that mean? That freight and passenger trains are a thing of the past? The entire economy of northeastern New Brunswick is going to be devastated. What about economic development of the regions? Mr. Speaker, I don't know if there are any wolves in this House. Politicians in the region aren't happy, nor are the people. Will the Minister of Transport take some action to protect the economy of northeastern New Brunswick? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, since 2008, the use of those lines has decreased. It's not the government, it's business. It's the offer of products, etc. That was a business decision made by CN. We are discussing issues with CN, but the government can't replace each corporation that operates on those lines. So we're doing our job, Mr. Speaker.
West. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to be a member of the Standing Committee for International Trade, and today we celebrate the 25th anniversary of one of the world's most important partnerships. Thanks to a visionary Conservative government, Londoners and all Canadians today enjoy the vast benefits of the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement. This agreement has evolved into the most successful economic relationship the world's ever seen. Thanks to this ambition, Mr. Speaker, Canada and the U.S. now trade $1.3 million in goods and services every minute. Would the Parliamentary Secretary please share with the House how our government is building on this success?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Trade.
Mr. Speaker, great question from the member from London West, and I would like to thank him for his hard work on the Trade Committee, Mr. Speaker. 1 in 7 Canadian jobs now depend on trade with the United States. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, if the NDP had their way, this would all disappear. Canadians know they oppose NAFTA, our greatest free trade success story. They've consistently opposed opening new trade markets for our exporters ever since. They even opposed trade with Norway. Mr. Speaker, try as they might, the NDP can't hide from their anti-trade record.
Honourable member for Halifax West.
Speaker, the government's put thousands of jobs and critical foreign investment at risk by failing to strengthen our net benefit rules. They promised 2 years ago to make the process more open and transparent, but decisions are still being made on the Prime Minister's whim. Instead of shrouding the Sihanouk-Nexon decision in secrecy, why not listen to Canadians, lay the details on the table, and let everyone judge whether it's a good deal for Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Act in the best interest of Canada, and we improved the Act in the last years. 2007, guidelines for state-owned enterprises. 2009, more provisions for national security interests. And then 2009, more transparency for the ability to communicate. Same thing in 2012. And, Mr. Speaker, this transaction will be scrutinized very closely. But I must remind the House here that under the previous Liberal government, not any single deal was turned down, Mr. Speaker.
That's right. The member for Davenport.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, we're all excited to have the Pan Am Games in Toronto in 2015, but what I'd like to know is who on the other side of the House has a vision for the city after the two-week sporting event. Now, it's great that Scarborough's getting an aquatic centre, but what's the point if no one can get to it? Scarborough, like most of the GTA, is stuck in traffic. So, as the government invests in the Pan Am Games, will it also finally commit to giving Toronto the transit investment that it needs?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
That's a big difference between our government and this party, Mr. Speaker. They want to decide on behalf of the province and cities. We will never do it. We support transit all across this Canada with the gas tax fund. We transferred a lot of money to the municipalities through provinces to support that. We're building a new infrastructure plan. They all know we're delivering it very, very soon. At least the details of where we are going to. For the money, we have to weigh the budget. Everybody knows that. But be sure we will support transit across this country through the infrastructure.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Muscatata Valley.
Mr. Speaker, during the 2011 election campaign, the NDP campaigned on a $21 billion carbon tax. A carbon tax that would raise the price of gas, raise the price of groceries, and raise the price of electricity. This was despite the fact that Canadians rejected a carbon tax in the 2008 campaign. And a carbon tax would be really punishing in a vast northern country like Canada. Can the Minister of Natural Resources please inform this House how we're going to stand up and make sure our carbon tax is not implemented on the people of Canada?
And the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester, Muscatata Valley. Our government will continue to stand up against the NDP job-killing carbon tax that will increase the cost of gasoline, groceries, and electricity. Our government has been clear. We will never put a tax on carbon. Exactly. Canadians can continue to count on our government to act in their interests and defend them against the high-tax, high-spend NDP and their anti-job, anti-growth ideological obsession.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-Ville. Mr. Speaker, it's important to recognize the damage cluster munitions cause on civilian populations during armed conflicts and many years later. This afternoon, the Minister of Foreign Affairs will appear before the Senate committee. We know that Bill S-10, which is designed to ratify the convention, contains a number of flaws. Will the minister point these flaws out at committee, and will he make a commitment today to correct them? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, our legislation fully implements Canada's commitments to the Convention and is in line with key allies, including Australia and the United Kingdom. The Canadian Forces will make it a policy to prohibit their members from using cluster munitions, including our members serving on exchange with allied armed forces. This legislation preserves Canada's ability to work alongside our allies.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the free trade agreement with the European Union might well be signed shortly, despite the scope of the potential impact of this deal on Quebec's economy, Quebec culture, supply management, and public procurement. The government is refusing to disclose concessions it's preparing to make. The Quebec government is so worried, rightly so, with this lack of transparency surrounding the negotiations and is calling for accurate information on remaining grey areas. Will the Minister of International Trade commit to showing transparency by providing all information required by Quebec to defend its interests? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement with the European Union are the most open and transparent negotiations in the history of this country. And the honourable member needs to speak to his colleagues in Quebec. They've been supportive of this agreement from the very beginning. There are ongoing negotiations, both with the provinces and the municipalities. They continue to be supportive of this agreement.
That concludes question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of His Excellency Uwana Meng Win, Minister of Foreign Relations of Burma. I understand the honourable member for Skinnabokley Valley has a point of order.
Mr. Speaker,
I rise on a point of order arising out of question period today. At the end of my point, I'll be seeking unanimous consent to table a critical document. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture numerous times repeatedly stated a lack of support for a bill from the official opposition, New Democrats, that is in fact in the Senate and is in fact a bill that we support to committee and wish to strengthen. It is critical that we use question period for what it's intended to. And the government has chosen consistently to back itself into a corner in a scandal of its own making, and then out of that corner repeat mistruths in this House time and time again. So I ask unanimous consent of the House to present in both official languages the Senate Progress of Legislation document that clearly outlines that S11 is in the Senate, not before this House, and in fact is supported by the official opposition, which we seek to strengthen for the protection of Canadian consumers.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to table this document? No, there's no consent. Is this a point of order? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Just to respond to that point of order, I simply stated what this member's agriculture critic has stated publicly.
I'll move on to tabling of documents. Dépôt des documents. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition signed by many people in the Acadie Bathurst region asking the Parliament, in fact, to oppose C-38, which has already been adopted, concerning the power to define reasonable searches for employment, suitable employment. This will impoverish the economic sector throughout our country and penalize seasonal workers and workers living in the regions. These measures are not improving access to employment insurance, nor ensure that there is a good relationship between the workers' skills and the jobs.
Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Random, Buren, St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I stand today to present a petition on behalf of the constituents of Random, Buren, St. George's. We're calling on the government to reverse their decision to raise the age of eligibility for OAS from 65 to 67. We are talking about the most vulnerable in our society, Mr. Speaker. In 2009, in fact, 4.6 million Canadians received OAS and 1.6 million received the GIS. That number is not going to get any less as we have an aging population. And again, when you're talking about our seniors, they're trying right now to make ends meet. It'll be no different a year from now, 10 years from now, 50 years from now. So we're calling on the government to reverse this decision and do the right thing and have the age of OAS, the eligibility age, remain at 65.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Signed by hundreds of people all over British Columbia and the lower mainland of Vancouver area who petitioned this House to save the Coast Guard station at Kitsilano. They note that this is one of the busiest search and rescue stations in the country, where highly trained crews of the Canadian Coast Guard conduct an average of 300 professional rescues each year, saving hundreds of lives. In addition, these crews prevent many more emergencies through such activities as boater education, pollution response, aid to navigation maintenance, and escorting large ships through congested port waters. I would also point out, Mr. Speaker, that recently at the UBCM, city councils all across British Columbia expressed their concern about this and passed a resolution calling on this House to save the Kitsilano Coast Guard Station.
Hear, hear. I understand that when I gave the floor to the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton, the microphones weren't working, so I'll give the floor back to the Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to present a petition signed by many members of my community and my riding requesting Parliament not to pass Bill C-377. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions, the Honourable Member for Cardigan.
I'm pleased to present a petition.
Your mic was on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, I'm pleased to present a petition from a large number of Prince Edward Islanders who state, we, the undersigned residents of Canada, call upon the House of Commons in Parliament assembled to confirm that every human being is recognized by Canadian law as human by amending Section 223 of our Criminal Code in such a way to reflect 21st century medical evidence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to present a petition on behalf of 34 Canadians, including many from my home riding of Ajax Pickering, calling on the government to celebrate Canada Day on July 1st every year to ensure that it's not a floating holiday, and regardless of whether July 1st falls on a Sunday or not. It's an important issue for those who are otherwise sometimes obliged to work on Canada Day, a great central national holiday where all Canadians should have the opportunity to celebrate with their families and to down their tools. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to present a petition from my constituents to the House of Commons in Parliament assembled. We, the undersigned residents of Canada, draw the attention of the House to the following. Fresh water is essential for life and vital to the social, spiritual, and economic well-being of Canadians. Canada's experimental lakes area is a unique, world-renowned facility for freshwater research and education. Since 1968, ELA has been a global leader in conducting whole ecosystem experiments, which have been critical in shaping environmental policy and understanding human impacts on lakes and fishes. Therefore, your petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to recognize the importance of the ELA to the Government of Canada's mandate to study, preserve, and protect aquatic ecosystems, reverse the decision to close the ELA research station, and continue to staff and provide financial
Order. I'll just use this opportunity to remind members that it's not the practice to read the petition, but just to provide a brief summary. We'll go to the Law Abba Deputy.
The Honourable Member for HoC. I'm pleased to table a petition asking for financial support for development and peace organization. This petition also reminds the fact that Canada must commit to 0.07% of its GDP in development assistance and to give a priority for funding to NGOs that have lost their funding under CEDAW.
Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce two petitions, and I will do my best to summarize both in terms of being brief, as he just mentioned earlier. I rise to introduce the petition on behalf of numerous constituents from my riding and right across the country, asking for justice for Paul Temelini. This individual has been asked and had an ongoing legal dispute with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police that has caused his family undue hardship, burden, and financial distress. And they're asking for this government to look into this matter and resolve it in a timely manner. And second petition, Mr. Speaker, very quickly, I have hundreds of signatures from my constituents asking for some type of protection from gas price gouging that's happening in Northern Ontario. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition on behalf of Canadians, most of whom are from the beautiful city of Saskatoon, calling upon the government to support Bill C-398.
That's like I started here. So, the Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief as well. I have the privilege of tabling two important petitions on behalf of my constituents and other citizens of Canada. The first petition is one signed by many of my constituents calling on the government to restore full funding to the Canadian Catholic Organization for Development and Peace. Petitioners note that the government committed to increasing foreign aid but cut development assistance by a further 10% in budget 2012, making us among the lower donor countries. Ces coupures ont forcé l'organisation telle que développement.
Organizations like Development and Peace will be able to do a lot with these funds. The petitioners ask the government to reaffirm their commitment to humanitarian aid.
Speakers from Canadians in Southern Ontario who have expressed great concern regarding the government's decision to close the experimental lake research station near Kenora, Ontario, where the ELA is a one-of-a-kind global leader in environmental research, has played a key role in shaping national and international environmental policy, and as petitioners note.
Order. Once again, I'm just going to remind order. I'll just use this opportunity again to remind members to provide a brief summary, not to read the entire petition, well, if it could be briefer then, if he's not reading it. I'll give the floor back to him so he can wrap. Okay, well,
third station.
Looks like he's finished. The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions today. The first is on behalf of, or from the residents of Kenora, Ontario. We're very concerned about the government's announced closure of the ELA, the Experimental Lakes area. It's a unique area studying lakes, rivers, and fish, and they join over 24,000 other Canadians in this petition. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is on behalf of people from across Canada, including Alberta, Ontario, and PEI, in support of my Cell Phone Freedom Act, Bill C-560, which they feel takes an important step to providing more consumer choice and promotes competition in the domestic wireless market by unchaining owners from anti-competitive network locks and not allowing them to switch carriers, get full value when selling their phones or using local SIM cards when traveling abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure I bring forward a petition in regards to Canada's leading freshwater research station. Since 1968, ELA has been a global leader in conducting whole ecosystem experiments which have been critical in shaping environmental policy and understanding human impacts on lakes and fishes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if a revised response to question Q745, originally tabled on September 17, 2012, could be made in order for return, this return would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that question Q745 be made an order for return and that it be tabled immediately? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
And is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore has a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I beg indulgence of the House to introduce the private members' bill. Unfortunately, I was on the phone when the private members' bill aspect came up, and unfortunately, I missed my opportunity to introduce the private members' bill. I seek consent of the House, of unanimous consent, to introduce the private members' bill.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to revert to introduction of private members' bills? Agreed? Agreed. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Stauffer, seconded by Mr. Sandhu, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Repeal and Replacement of the Veterans Review and Appeal Board Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleagues on both sides of the House for unanimous consent to introduce the legislation. Basically, Mr. Speaker, it's a one-page bill that is quite simply our veterans, military and RCMP veterans in this country, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of all members, to want to make sure that they get the benefits that they require in a quick and expedient manner in order to ensure that they can get on with their lives after their service to the country. And basically, the bill basically says that the Government of Canada must, in consultation with Canadian veterans and organizations, develop new legislation to repeal and replace the Veterans Review and Appeal Board Act in order to establish a new and simplified regime that incorporates a medical evidence-based peer-reviewed process for decision-making regarding veterans' entitlements under relevant federal statutes, and may introduce that legislation in the House of Commons within 3 days after the House of which this Act comes into force. And I thank once again, Mr. Speaker, all members of the House for the opportunity to introduce this legislation. Thank you.
Mr. Stauffer, appuyé par Monsieur Sandhu.
Seconded by Mr. Sandy. Ask that this bill now be read a first time. This motion is now deemed adopted. First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. The Chair has notice of a request for emergency debate from two members. I received the first notice from the Honourable Member for Guelph, so I'll hear him now.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today pursuant to Standing Order 52 to request an emergency debate on a matter of vital importance to all members of the House and to Canadians across the country. The largest recall of meat in Canadian history, following on the heels of an E. coli contamination at XL Foods facilities in Brooks, Alberta. Across the country, 1,500 different meat products from XL Foods in Alberta are being pulled off store shelves, and the number of sick Canadians, now at 23, is rising. Yet just a week ago, the Minister of Agriculture rose in this place to trivialize our concerns and state wrongly that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency had the situation under control and that none of the meat from the plant had made it to store shelves. As you are aware, Standing Order 52 provides that the House can adjourn to hear an emergency debate on a subject that falls within the scope of the government's administrative responsibilities that relates to a matter of genuine emergency and will not be brought before the House in a reasonable time by other means. It is clear from the timeline of action, 2 weeks to act on a threat, and then 2 more weeks to finally acknowledge there was one, that neither reasonable nor timely are watchwords for either the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food or the Minister of Health on protecting Canadian consumers from the E. coli 0157, the same pathogen that killed 7 and made thousands others ill in Walkerton, Ontario. As an agency of the Government of Canada, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, its protocols, actions and inactions are clearly within the scope of the government's administrative responsibilities and our scrutiny as legislators. More importantly, public safety and order is among our most sacred and important trusts. In her 2009 report on the listeriosis crisis that claimed 23 lives on this minister's watch, Sheila Wetherill wrote, "As much as there is a legal obligation to uphold the laws and regulations governing food safety in this country, there is a moral duty of care to consumers, especially the most vulnerable. Safeguarding Canadians must be at the centre of the consciousness and collective actions of all those involved in food safety." End quote. Unfortunately, despite repeated requests for actions and answers from the Prime Minister, the Minister and his Parliamentary Secretary, we are hardly further ahead now than we were back in 2008 when the agency and the government similarly lacked urgency, preparation and the ability to communicate vital information to the Canadian public, and we here in the House as their representatives. Seemingly more concerned with damage control on the public relations front than health and safety of Canadians, the government has not made available its minister for questioning this week. Instead, we are left with the cold comfort of talking points about sufficient resources, made irrelevant by the fact that we are presently in a food safety crisis. That they refuse to table the names, locations and roles of inspectors is an affront to this House, and second only to the clear conclusion that regardless of the number of inspectors, this government is not dedicating sufficient resources to our food safety. As more and more Canadians fall ill and the recall expands to every province, territory, and now 41 states across the U.S., as more meat is being removed daily from shelves in store areas across the continent, it is vitally urgent that you grant this request for the House to adjourn in order to give us this urgent matter the full consideration it deserves.
The honourable member for Welland raised the same topic, so I'll give him the floor very briefly before I make a decision.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And yes, indeed, I did send a letter in to suggest that we have an emergency debate today on this particular topic. And let me just go back to what the criteria is. And O'Brien, O'Bosh, and I know, Mr. Speaker, you know that, but for my colleagues, so that you do, it has to be a genuine emergency. I believe what we've seen in the biggest meat recall in this country is a genuine emergency. And it doesn't have an opportunity, either through an opposition day or take note debate, to have that possibility happen. That's no longer available to us as far as an opposition day is concerned, or take note. That's why it's so absolutely essential that we have an emergency debate, because next week is a riding week. We will not be in this place, and that would mean it would be the week after before we'd have another opportunity, and further down the road for opportunities for that. So that's why we're doing that. And what we saw today was when the president of CFA actually decided to try to tell Canadians something, he was herded away by the minister's staffer to make sure that no information was forthcoming. This is the place for where information must come for Canadians, and we would respectfully ask you to grant that emergency debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank both members for their interventions on this case and for raising this with the House, and I do find that it meets the test under the standing orders, and we'll schedule the emergency debate for after private members' business today. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate. Second reading on Bill C-43, the Faster Removal of Foreign Criminals Act.
Reprise de débat,
Resume debate.
For Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in relation to Bill C-43, an act amending the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, legislation which will impact on the lives of many of my constituents in Mount Royal and which will also have an important impact on the Canadian immigration system overall. In presenting this bill, the Minister for Citizenship and Immigration offered several justifications for this bill, some of which appear reasonable at first glance in their response to admittedly legislative gaps and policy concerns. In this regard, the Minister began by noting that the bill would narrow, and I quote, the breadth of the inadmissibility provision for espionage to focus on activities carried out against Canada where they are contrary to the interests of Canada, unquote. He then continued, noting that the bill would permit the temporary entry of persons with an inadmissible family member, before adding that the legislation also provides, quote, express authority for the Minister of Public Safety to grant ministerial relief on the Minister's own initiative, unquote, and thus would as a whole, quote, strengthen the integrity of the system and protect the safety of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, at first glance again, all of these are supportable notions. We do not want to exclude those who spied or worked on behalf of allies. We do not want to deny someone entry if they are innocent of any wrongdoing but have an inadmissible family member. Nor do we want any convoluted or unclear process for ministerial decision-making in this regard. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the bill goes above and beyond these simple and seemingly agreeable propositions. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, if the bill only did these three things, it would perhaps even enjoy the unanimous support of this House. But, Mr. Speaker, the legislation goes beyond this, granting powers to ministers in ways that may breach the Charter and changing some of the protections currently afforded by both domestic and international law. In particular, Mr. Speaker, the Minister's outline of the two major changes contained in C-43 warrant individualized attention and critique from a juridical perspective, and I will seek to organize my remarks around the same points that the Minister adduces in support of these changes. First, the Minister noted that, and I quote, the bill will create a new authority for the Minister of Citizenship who will be able to deny temporary residency status to foreign nationals for up to 3 years based on public policy considerations, unquote. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that there are no criteria respecting what are public policy considerations. What factors will be considered by the Minister? When will a determination be made in the application process? What checks are in place to ensure this provision is neither misused nor abused? Indeed, the Minister himself acknowledged the delicacy, to use his own term, of this authority and invited colleagues and members of the opposition to suggest such criteria either by way of regulation, amendment, or otherwise to pour content into this rather vague and elastic term. As a matter of fundamental fairness, Mr. Speaker, persons must be informed of the case to meet and be allowed to present evidence in their favour. By allowing determination on unknown allegations with a questionable, if not elastic standard, namely that of public policy considerations, we are investing the Minister with an authority that could end up being discriminatory and otherwise arbitrary and capricious in its application. Simply because the Minister contends that the power would be used sparingly does not mean that it passes constitutional muster. There must be some check, some appeal, some review of the exercise of authority, and I am hopeful at committee this section may be amended, as the Minister himself acknowledged and invited such amendment, to at least require notice to applicants of the considerations at issue when this section is invoked. The second change held out by the Minister is that, and here I quote again, the bill seeks to lower the current threshold to bar access to the Immigration Appeal Division for serious criminality from a minimum sentence requirement of 2 years to a sentence of 6 months, unquote. Mr. Speaker, it is troubling enough that the government speaks of anything netting longer than a 6-month sentence as serious criminality, let alone the denial of remedial relief in this regard. One who obtains a sentence for making a recording in a movie theatre, an offence which can net a 2-year sentence under Section 432 of the Criminal Code, is hardly one who should be denied access to an appeal of a decision that they should be put immediately on a plane back to another country, one where they may not have been to in years, where they may have no ties, simply because the Minister has ordered the person deported. In this regard, one must note the title of the bill, which is as prejudicial as it is presumptive, and where the very title of the legislation is intended to be probative of the raison d'etre of the legislation itself. I'm speaking to the reference to the Foreign Criminal Departure of Foreign Criminals Act. Yet, Mr. Speaker, this is not unlike the approach that was taken with respect to the Safe Streets Act. The title, however, does not in and of itself validate the legislation. One cannot, by characterizing the legislation as being the swift removal of criminals, somehow pass necessarily constitutional muster. Title does not make constitutionally suspect legislation valid, nor does it transform bad policy into good policy. Les personnes affectées par ce projet de loi.
People affected by this bill are permanent residents and new arrivals in our country. They're here legally after having gone through the immigration process that includes, among other things, a check of a criminal record. It's unacceptable to treat an entire community that will be affected by such measures with the terms that are dealt with in this bill, as it's been presented here in the House.
Of their societies. They pay taxes and contribute positively to the country's economy. They must be treated fairly and with respect. Indeed, immigrants, as all members of this House know, play an extremely important role in this country's history, are an integral part of our cherished multicultural mosaic, and on a personal note, I'm extremely proud to be able to represent one of the most ethnically diverse ridings in this country. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, the government has not presented this House with any evidence of a higher level of criminality among immigrants to Canada as compared to citizens, nor has it presented that somehow a sentence of 6 months plus a day is, in and of itself, quote-unquote, serious criminality. While my colleagues have listed some of the offences for which one might get a sentence of longer than 6 months, offences which the reasonable person would hardly view as serious, the bigger problem is that the assumption is one that a sentence necessarily reflects severity. Yet, in a period when the government is intent on ushering in new and longer mandatory minimum sentences, it can hardly be said in the Canadian justice system that there is a necessary correlation between the length of a sentence imposed by a judge and the severity, let alone evil, of the act itself. Mr. Speaker, there is a related note here that must be made with regard to sentencing. The Minister noted, and I quote, "We have noticed across the country that courts are often using 2 years less a day to penalize individuals for their crime. At the same time, it obviously changes the aspect of that criminal conviction because it is less than 2 years, and therefore the scope of the current legislation does not allow us to pursue those individuals for the purpose of getting them out of the country and deporting them," unquote. The suggestion, Mr. Speaker, is that judges somehow sentence offenders to 2 years less a day so that one will not be deported under the current statutory scheme, that this, in fact, is the intention of the judiciary itself in these regards. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is that 2 years is a dividing line between offences served in provincial versus federal institutions. In other words, a judge isn't sentencing someone to 2 years less a day because he or she feels the offender should not be deported. That is not something for the judiciary to consider in a criminal case. Rather, the 2 years less a day sentence allows for the criminal to be incarcerated in provincial rather than being sent to a federal penitentiary. Indeed, in this regard, I would invite the government to submit any evidence it has that any judge has ever taken into account deportation risks in assessing their sentences. It is not a factor under the criminal code, and surely the government would appeal such a verdict should it have been handed down in that manner. It is simply irresponsible to impute to the judiciary a motive in sentencing where there is no evidence, in fact or in law, that it has indeed adopted this as its modus operandi. Returning to the bill before us, Mr. Speaker, the premise is that we must remove foreign criminals faster. Yet, Mr. Speaker, as I noted, the foreign criminals at issue here are really permanent residents and new Canadians. Their crimes may not be all that serious, though the government seeks to ascribe to them the level of quote-unquote serious criminality, while they will be deprived of a remedy to challenge the summary deportations themselves. When we think of serious criminality, we think of murder, sexual assault, and other violent acts. I do not dispute that there are some who commit these despicable acts who may be immigrants to Canada, as, in fact, are citizens who may commit such crimes. Yet the most serious of all crimes, namely war crimes, crimes against humanity, let alone that unspeakable of crime, genocide, is not something we see addressed in this statute. And I believe this point warrants some discussion in this matter. And so may I turn my attention to the War Crimes and Crimes Against Humanity program. Since its inception in 1997, the War Crimes program has provided a means of prosecuting international crimes domestically, under the principle of universal jurisdiction, which underpins our war crimes legislation and in implementation of our international treaty obligation in this regard. In doing so, Canada sends a powerful message that not only will our country not serve as a base or sanctuary for war criminals, but such war criminals are on notice that they will enjoy neither immunity nor impunity for their international criminality, which transcends border and jurisdictions. It is regrettable that the funding for this program has not changed since its inception in 1997, such that at a time when the government is talking about getting tough on foreign criminals, it is not regrettably addressing the problem of foreign war criminals here in Canada and ensuring that they are brought to justice here in Canada. Rather, Mr. Speaker, we see the problem with this bill now magnified through how the government treats war criminals, namely through their wholesale deportation in this regard as well. Yet this is not an appropriate alternative to domestic prosecution for war criminals, for they may never face justice in their home country. Indeed, their home government may provide protection from prosecution, and they may even be rewarded for their criminality, while it is our responsibility, Mr. Speaker, both domestically and under international law, to break this cycle of impunity. At the time when the government purports to be concerned with foreign criminals who enter our country, shouldn't this be the time to reinvigorate the support and funding provided for the War Crimes and Crimes Against Humanity program? These, Mr. Speaker, are the real foreign criminals, not Canadian permanent residents. For all that the government may claim that the opposition is soft on crime, why are the Conservatives arguably so soft on war criminals and war crimes? Again, the point here is that deportation and removal are not necessarily solutions to the problem at hand, and in some cases, returning someone to their country of origin may make things worse. Another flaw of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is that it does not make clear the Canadian obligation, as affirmed by our courts again and again, not to deport to situations of torture or terror. Problematic as it may be to return a permanent resident to a country with which he or she may not have had any contact in years, may no longer have any ties, is much more problematic in case of persons who came as refugees to Canada before obtaining their permanent residency status. In this regard, the removal of recourse to the IAB Appeal Division is particularly problematic. Indeed, it should be noted that we hold specific international legal obligations under the UN Convention Against Torture, to which Canada is a signatory. Under Article 3 of that convention, aucun État partie n'expulse.
No party state shall expulse, turn back, or extradite a person to a state where there are serious grounds to believe the person will be subjected to torture. To determine if those grounds exist, the competent authorities will take into account all pertinent considerations, including, if need be, the existence in the state in question of a systematic system of a violation of human rights.
And desire to limit paperwork and resources devoted to claims which will not succeed. And I understand the concern with protracted levels of appeal, such as at times burden our system. Efficiency cannot replace fundamental rights, particularly those that are protected by treaty. Indeed, the rights at stake here are of the utmost critical importance. For permanent residents, such as those who came here as children for whom Canada may be the only country they've ever known, the decision to return them could prove fatal. Decision in this regard must not be made lightly, require a full and fair consideration of the facts, and cannot be rushed in the interest of political expediency, nor can they ignore the very real dangers that so exist. And, Mr. Speaker, lest anyone question whether this is a very serious risk, look at what happened just last week in the case of Fatima Derakshande Tosavarda. While the Canada Border Services Agency has agreed to look at new evidence into the case of her failed refugee claim, there was a brief point where it appeared Canada could send this refugee claimant back to Iran, even though she could face death, even by stoning. After repeated pleas by her lawyers and 2 scheduled deportations were subsequently cancelled, officials finally notified her lawyer that they would grant her a pre-removal risk assessment. These cases arise, and it must be clear that in all circumstances, Canada, as a matter of law and policy, will not deport to torture or terror, which, as the courts have also affirmed, includes deportation to the death penalty in any form. Mr. Speaker, to conclude my remarks in the time remaining, we all support the idea of creating an efficient and effective immigration process. We support what the Minister has said about supporting the integrity of the process itself. But this must not come at the expense of our democratic values, our constitutional rights, or international legal obligation. Our government must be open and accountable. Ministerial discretion and democracy must be exercised with transparency, accountability, and in compliance with the Constitution, and not shielded by elastic and amorphous terms such as public policy considerations. The government has yet to justify the primary legislative changes accomplished through this bill in any compelling way, and its advancement only continues to create prejudicial fallouts for immigrants in this regard, and also prejudicial fallout with respect to the imputations to the judiciary of prejudicial decision-making by the judiciary, let alone the breaches of the Charter of Rights. Mr. Speaker, I am all for immigration reform. Some of the Minister's reforms have indeed been welcome. And indeed, in past parliaments, I have stood with my Liberal colleagues in supporting some immigration legislation offered by the Conservatives. Yet this bill, in its present form, is constitutionally suspect. It will invite constitutional challenges at taxpayer expense, as the government seeks to advance that which breaches constitutional requirements for procedural fairness on the one hand and respecting our international obligations on the other. What is enshrined in the Charter and the related duty of procedural fairness are not merely privileges, Mr. Speaker. They are rights that deserve protection and promotion, and the Canadian Parliament should be at the forefront of those seeking such promotion and protection for the benefit of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député, the honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to that speech very carefully. Mr. Speaker, I'm also a product of the family reunification provisions of the Canada Immigration Act. I came to this country in 1980. Back then, it took about 3 years to process your application, and I was able to come at an early age and get into school, elementary school, high school, and I think that benefited me as a person and to learn the language at an early age. But what's happened in the last 10 years under the Conservative government, we've seen that wait list grow, where it takes years, 8 or 9 years, for to sponsor your parents and then young people to come with them to this country. And I think I would have benefited under this government's track record. I wouldn't have been where I am today had I not been able to come in a fairly short period of time. We've seen a freeze on parental applications and stuff. So my question to my colleagues is, instead of vilifying the newcomers to this country, should the government be working to fix the immigration system?
Member for Mount Royal.
Well, I can corroborate what the member has said. My constituency office has one of the largest, if I can put the term, immigration practices in this country. We are dealing all the time with issues related to what the member has just said, matters of family reunification, issues all the time with respect to temporary visa applications, issues all the time with respect to applications respecting refugee status and the like. And regrettably, whenever we have these bottlenecks, the bottlenecks end up being prejudicial to the applicants and being effectively prejudicial to Canada itself, because we delay and sometimes end up even denying access to our communities and to our country of those who could make an ongoing and enduring contribution to our society. I believe that the government does want to address some of these concerns that are causing these roadblocks in process and the like. And the Minister has attempted to do that. But regrettably, with regard to this legislation, the emphasis has been put on reforms that not only will not address those roadblocks, but at the end of the day will end up breaching requirements of procedural fairness domestically and also prejudicially affect our international obligations.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fior. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In Bill C-43, which is designed to amend the Refugee Act, we see that greater power is placed in the hands of the minister with respect to admissibility, eligibility. The minister can identify a foreigner as ineligible for various reasons. It is of concern to me because we see that the Conservatives are giving more power to the minister under this bill. I'd like to ask my Liberal colleague if he too is as concerned as we are about the fact that under this bill and in others, more power is being placed in the hands of the minister.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I am myself concerned with that, and I've shared my concerns in my remarks. I say that there is excessive power not only for the Minister of Immigration, but also for the Minister of Public Safety, and excess power without accountability. The Minister himself has acknowledged that there are problems with the formulation in the Act. He invited the opposition to propose amendments in that regard. And I think, I hope that we will, because we must put forth amendments to remedy that situation.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the Honourable colleague's remarks very closely. I'd like to congratulate him for his arguments he put forth. The bill, Bill C-43, and I'd like to know if the Honourable Member from the other party agrees, is an about-face with respect to what we should see. Emphasis is being placed on a problem that does exist, however, but that encompasses a minority of refugees. They're trying to focus on this issue of serious criminality, but a lot of other things should be done to rebalance the Immigration and Refugee Act. I'd like to know if the Honourable Member agrees with me. The Honourable Member for Mont-Royal. Yes, I agree. And this bill will create prejudice vis-à-vis immigrants. It will be a direct result of the provisions contained in this bill. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fior. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Another problem that I have with the proposed changes are as follows. At present, the Minister, at the request of a foreigner, must look at humanitarian conditions before deeming someone ineligible for national security reasons. Under Bill C-43, the Minister will no longer have that responsibility. So, in many cases, looking at humanitarian circumstances is important, and in fact, this is a crucial aspect. I'd like to ask our Liberal colleague what he thinks about the Minister no longer being responsible for that aspect. The Honourable Member for Mont-Royal.
Oui, c'était la raison.
Well, that was the reason that, in fact, I gave the example of an Iranian who they were preparing to remove. Despite the fact that the removal would have been to a country where the person faced the risk of dying, of death. And so, as the member said, it is essential to maintain the previous aspect in our immigration process. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, I'd like it to be a little clearer than I was earlier. Does my colleague not have the impression that with Bill C-43, they're using a cannon to kill a fly? That it's total overkill and they're not looking at other aspects that need to be balanced?
Oui, le problème que
Yes. The problem is that the government has treated communities as a threat to security. They're saying that immigrant groups are a threat. This problem must be addressed in moderate proportions, not by simply targeting permanent residents, saying that they are responsible for national security issues. To do so, we need to have a process in place in order to protect their rights and to give them the remedies to protect their rights, and not to give too much power to the minister to make the determinations with respect to violations of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms nationally and as regards our international obligations internationally. Thank you. Resuming debate.
Député de la Pointe-de-L'Île.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-L'Île? No, the Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will say from the outset that I will be sharing my time with our very talented member, the member for La Pointe-de-L'Île, who is new to this House but who is doing an exceptional job. So we'll be sharing our time.
Shall be second. Of course, I'd like to start by saying that this is second reading of the bill in question. Of course, we're talking on the one hand about the principle of the bill. And for the NDP, we support the principle of the idea that someone who is in fact guilty of a violent crime should necessarily or be necessarily subject to consequences with regard to their admissibility to Canada. Here we're talking about the principle, and I think that we can support that principle. But at committee stage, at third reading stage, we'll have to say that in fact there are many flaws in the bill. As my colleague from Mont Royal just expressed, but above all our colleague, our immigration critic, the member for Newton North Delta, has said. So we already see that there are flaws. We can support the principle, but we have to look at the flaws within the bill. So first and foremost, we'll have to say that when we look at how this government approaches the immigration file, we can see that there is a lack of responsibility that should come from the government side.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because I've been in the House now for 8 years, and I have seen over that 8-year period a very clear deterioration in the level of services provided to new Canadians, in the level of responsiveness of our immigration system. When I was first elected in 2004, Mr. Speaker, my concitoyens, my citizens of my riding of Burnaby, New Westminster, which I am proud to say is the most diverse riding in all of Canada. Over 100 languages are spoken in Burnaby, New Westminster, and every major centre of faith is found in my riding. So in a very short area of kilometres from the Fraser River through to Deer Lake, what you see is a diversity in Canada that goes even beyond other ridings like Surrey North. I know the Member of Parliament feels there's a lot of diversity there, but Burnaby, New Westminster certainly is the most diverse, and Surrey North would be very much up there in terms of the diversity, Mr. Speaker. Back in 2004, the concerns were around delays in the system. Delays around family sponsorship, delays around visitors' visas, and as well, the issue of temporary foreign workers really hadn't come to fore, Mr. Speaker, because at the time, within the system, there was still a very clear emphasis in ensuring that, that what we had were Canadians, residents, people who were living in the community, going to work. Now, 8 years later, Mr. Speaker, I can say that there has been a very, very clear deterioration. It has happened because of cutbacks. It has happened because of mismanagement. It has happened because of the inability of this government to effectively handle the immigration file. And that is why when we see bills like this that come forward, that my colleague from Trois-Rivières just mentioned, it's like a cannon going after a fly. Even though we can support the principle, we're seeing a lot of work going into expanding powers for the minister when under the existing powers the minister has, under the existing responsibility, under the existing framework of the ministry, things are clearly not working. So what we see is a political document that's being brought forward with a whole number of weaknesses. But the government is not dealing with the fundamental problems that we're seeing now, particularly in terms of new Canadians in the immigration system. Now let's look at those three examples I cited back in 2004, and let's look at where we are today. Well, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, we are in a climate where over the last 6 years, 400,000 more Canadians have joined the unemployment rolls. We've seen more and more part-time work. We've lost 500,000 manufacturing jobs. We've actually seen an erosion in the average family wage in Canada. The middle class is eroding every year, losing about 2% of their purchasing power. So their wages are actually being forced down. And though the government likes to make up figures that are really come from science fiction around some kind of job and economic record, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that most of the jobs that have been created in a growing population are part-time or temporary. What we've done is replaced full-time manufacturing jobs, full-time, family-sustaining manufacturing jobs. We've replaced them with temporary and part-time work, people trying to cobble together a number of different part-time jobs to try to make ends meet. Now, in the midst of this, Mr. Speaker, we have seen an unprecedented expansion of temporary foreign workers. Now, these workers are brought in. They're not subject to the health and safety standards, and we've seen so many cases of abuses in British Columbia and right across the country. Temporary foreign workers that are simply being pulled away from the health and safety standards that we have, are being paid far below what are Canadian standards, are given no rights, and are sent home at the end of whatever contract they have. And this explosion of temporary foreign workers is something you meet everywhere, Mr. Speaker. Now, whether we're talking about construction projects where in poor living conditions temporary workers are housed, or the local Tim Hortons where temporary foreign workers often are brought in and put in very difficult conditions. I'll give you just one example, Mr. Speaker, of a case I know of where temporary foreign workers were brought in, and because there's no inspection process, no oversight whatsoever, the temporary foreign workers who earned by day working at a business in one particular area then had to pay an extraordinary amount, compulsory extraordinary amount, to their employer to sleep in a bed in a small basement at night. In other words, what they became was sort of indentured servants, where all the money they earned in the day they had to spend, they were ordered to spend on poor living conditions that they had to pay astronomically for. And when they tried to move out, the owner said, no, you have to keep paying me, even though we are no longer sleeping in that tiny little bed we put in the basement. You're still going to have to pay me those hundreds of dollars that I'm charging you every week for this accommodation. This is just one example of the many abuses we're seeing, Mr. Speaker, but under this government, there has been a widespread explosion of temporary foreign workers brought in with no monitoring, safety standards, no oversight, no responsibility taken by the government. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is simply not reflective of Canadian values. It is not reflective of building the kinds of communities that we want to see, and it's not reflective of what has been Canada's tradition, where new Canadians come, they join our communities, they bring their families, they contribute, they work hard, and as a result, the whole community, and as a result, the whole country prospers, Mr. Speaker. So this is just one aspect of what has been a very mean-spirited approach by this government, and one that is not in keeping with those fundamental values. The second, Mr. Speaker, of course, is the waiting list for family sponsorship, and the government simply, with a pen, ripped away, cast out those who've been waiting for years, sometimes up to a decade. And that sponsorship now, the government says it's starting over. But what about those hundreds of thousands of people that were waiting? And the third, Mr. Speaker, is the whole issue around visitors' visas that have become, I think, a daily, if not a daily challenge for any new Canadian who just wants to have their family come and visit them in Canada, for births, for funerals, for marriages, for special events. And the visitors' visas are routinely denied on the most spurious of reasons. So, Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing is a failure in the immigration system, a failure under this government. And what the government does is bring forward legislation like this that is problematic, that is riddled with a series of holes and problems. My colleague just a few minutes ago from Mount Royal pointed to possible constitutional challenges. There are a whole range of special powers given to the minister. And it is very clear to us, Mr. Speaker, that the minister doesn't deserve those powers. Though we may be in favour of the principle of the bill, this bill has to be reworked at committee. It has to be reworked so that it is actually in Canada's interest. And above all, Mr. Speaker, this government has to finally start coping with the fact that it is government. It should be taking responsibility. And all of the problems that new Canadians are experiencing with the immigration system have to be fixed. This government has to get to work. And we're hoping, Mr. Speaker, under NDP pressure, that they will finally do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
For Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure the constituents of the members riding Burnaby New Westminster have been very, very well served over the last 8 years. The members said that over the past several years that there have been deterioration in the immigration file. I wonder if he could point out to us here today some of the deterioration that's gone on, what the Conservative have done to the immigration file over the last 6 or 7 years.
The honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Nickel Belt for his question. He's been a very, very strong representative for Northern Ontario in the years he's been in this House, and I know he'll continue to be a very strong and effective representative for Nickel Belt and indeed for all of Northern Ontario. I talked about temporary foreign workers. I talked a bit about the egregious striking out of those who'd waited for years to be sponsored to come into Canada. I wanted to address the third issue, which is the temporary visitors' visas, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about Canadians who've come here. They've decided to establish themselves in Canada. All they're asking when they have a special ceremony, like a wedding, or a happy occasion, like the birth of a new child, or a sad occasion, like a funeral, all they're asking for is to have their families, their loved ones, their friends overseas come to visit, Mr. Speaker. And time again, tens of thousands of times a year, this government refuses to give them that ability to be with their family, to be with their loved ones, to be with their friends at critical moments in their lives. What they're doing, Mr. Speaker, what this government does every day is treat new Canadians like second-class citizens when they deny them that ability to be with their loved ones, even for a week, even for a temporary visitor's visa for a week. And Mr. Speaker, I find that deplorable, the government's record on immigration, when you look particularly at how it hits every day new Canadians who have decided to build a new life in Canada and want to build that new life, but without being cut off from their family and friends and loved ones for the rest of their lives. And that is indeed what is happening. I've seen cases where people have reapplied a half a dozen times, and the only reason they're being refused is because they don't have a travel history to Canada. That's the only reason. Now, Mr. Speaker, how can they get a travel history to Canada if they're not allowed a temporary visitor's visa to come here to be with their loved ones here in Canada?
Questions and comments? Honourable Député de
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Along the same lines, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask my colleague if he sees that there is a trend in the Conservative policy on immigration to get away from family reunification and to move more towards purely economic reasons, for example, economic reasons and having temporary foreign workers who have difficult working conditions. The Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that you will allow me to wish a happy birthday to my colleague from HoC. It is her birthday today, and she is spending it here working, as always, for her constituents of HoC. Happy birthday. That is a very good point that she has just raised. The reality is as follows. There is increasingly foreign workers being brought to Canada, and they don't have the same rights and the same as health and safety, occupational health and safety standards as other Canadians. They don't have a salary and living conditions like other Canadians. The worst is that they're coming here and they're contributing to Canada, and then they're returned back to their homes. At the same time, the government has cut the capacity for family reunification here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. I will tell you that this really goes against Canadian values, and one of the first things, Mr. Speaker, that we will do in 2015 on October 19th, there will be the next federal election, and the NDP will take power, and the first thing we'll start to do is really to repair a broken system a system that's been broken by this Conservative government. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to rise today in the House in order to talk about Bill C-43. In fact, as my colleague has said, this is second reading. At second reading of a bill, we can support a principle, an idea, and it's the same thing, for example, and this is a lesson for the Conservatives when we negotiate at international conferences. The first step is to agree on the principle and not on a treaty or a bill or legislation. Here we're talking about a principle. So clearly, this is what it is, and the NDP recognizes the importance that Canadians have for their safety. We're here to ensure the safety of Canadians, and this is something that no one, and certainly not the government, will be able to question. And so my speech seeks to cooperate with the government in order to ensure that no criminals can benefit from a process, but rather that the process still remains fair, impartial, and equitable. And I'm using, as you will note, the words from the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I'm not inventing values, Canadian values, as I'm going along in my speech. In fact, these are words that are used to describe our justice system: impartial, fair, equitable. So on the principle of making criminals responsible for their actions and finding them guilty of the crime that they will have committed, and for them to suffer the consequences of those actions, yes, but the process, the values attached to the process, this is the question we need to ask, and that is exactly why we are here and what we're here to do. In other words, what is the image we want to have? What do we want people to think about our system? So, Mr. Speaker, the C-43 amends an important number of elements, and important to put them all together. And I will start by noting the elements that are important to discuss that are on the table. And second, I will share my opinions and make some suggestions that are possible to the government. So, first of all, it is important to say that the bill focuses or gives more power to the minister, as if he didn't already have enough with all the other bills that have been tabled since the government has been elected in a majority. I think the Minister of Immigration has the most power now than ever in the history of Canada. I don't want to say something that's not true. I'm not totally convinced of that, but it's clear that a minister can determine personally and subjectively the admissibility of a temporary resident applicant, no matter what the criteria. This is not the image that we want to give to Canadians about our system, nor to the rest of the world. And I would like to say that the way we see ourselves, our system influences Canadians, but for a government that claims that it wants to open up barriers, open itself up to the rest of the world, well, you don't just open up the economic barriers. we also open up Canada's image, our values, our principles to the rest of the world. So I think it's very important for the government to accept its responsibilities, as my colleague said so well, and to respect and demonstrate to people what we built and fought to build for so many years. And we want to keep this and cherish it as a national treasure, like our national parks and our history. So I think that it is important to mention that the discretionary powers are not a standard practice in Canadian democratic tradition. It's fine for a country or a state to want to have aspirations, and I will focus on this word aspirations because I don't want to say that the government has succeeded in becoming, you can hope to become #1 in the economy in terms of investments, but why not also have aspirations of becoming the #1 when it comes to humanitarian needs, justice, and other areas? Why not? I've never heard that from my colleagues, and I would really like them to stop abandoning these values and principles and their attempts to try to divide Canadians by fear-mongering. And I will talk about this a bit more in my speech. I have some examples to give. When Conrad Black, a criminal, a renowned criminal who was convicted abroad, wanted to come back to Canada, the minister quickly stated that he wanted this to be treated independently by independent public servants. This was very clear from the start, and that is what the minister said. However, now he wants to decide for any individual on Canadian soil, and I think that here there is a contradiction. And once again, we see that the government wants to create classes of people, the Conservatives' friends and all the others. So here, we want to create or ensure justice and equality for all. So something, a criterion that applies to one must apply to all. And so it's not true that there are different classes of citizens, permanent residents, or even newcomers to Canada. The minister, if I have any advice to give him, it would be that he spend less time organizing press conferences to depict immigrants in a pejorative way and to use these policies, and instead to concentrate on protecting us from criminals in our ridings and on our streets. So the minister can have a 36-month period and say that this person is inadmissible. And at any time, the minister can revoke this inadmissibility statement or shorten the period.
But what are the criteria? It's not defined here. It's not really set out, and there's no appeal process. And in fact, who's the minister accountable to? We know how the Conservatives love being irresponsible, if I can put it that way. We talk about ministers that are responsible for particular areas, but it's really rather the contrary. It's ministers who are not responsible, and that seems to be a new Canadian criterion. So I would like the minister, yes, on the principle that criminals are guilty, but I'd like to hear more about the responsibilities of the minister in all of this. And so you can see what the differences are really in the discussion that we're having. Have we really reached this point? Does the official opposition have to remind the government what Canadians' most cherished values are? What's unfortunate in their tactics is that they are really abusing of Canadians in a way. I know Canadians are passionate with bills that are really quite lacking on several fronts. I'm very disappointed in the lack of collaboration shown by the Conservatives. They use the politics of fear to force Canadians without any say in the matter, their extreme right-wing politics. So is that really where we are at nowadays? The role of the opposition is now to remind the government that they don't rule over their kingdom. Is that really what the opposition's role has become nowadays? Really, is Canada at that point? I'm extremely disappointed by that. We're talking here about an appeal process that is optional. But that's completely ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Have we really reached that point? Can the minister really decide whether or not a person can appeal the decision? Personally, I find that quite problematic, particularly as the bill also removes the responsibility of reviewing the humanitarian grounds here. So what are we going to do about young children who arrived here at the age of 1, but who will be deported to a country where they don't even speak the language, they're not familiar with the culture of, and where they might be tortured? So here again, we are looking at the definition of serious criminality. There's no definition here. We're talking about 6 months or more. It used to be 2 years or more. So with the Conservatives and their mandatory minimums, I think we have to start to think about the ways that people want to see us. Will people have confidence in our government? I can tell you that the NDP have never trampled on people's rights and justice for Canadians, and we will be here to represent the citizens. We're not people who are looking for power to rule over our little kingdom. We are looking for power to improve the situation for Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I thank the member for Pointe-de-L'Île for her excellent speech. When I think of immigration, and here I will tell you a story. Following the first reading, when this bill was tabled, we received in our offices some immigrants from our riding, had been there for some 10 years, and we had a moment of panic. These people thought they were going to be sent back to their countries. They thought that the criteria would allow for that. So this created a great deal of fear. I don't have a great many immigrants in my riding, but I do have some. And this really frightened these people. So I'd like the member speak. Speak to that point. She spoke about fear and how this provoked the fear for these people. They came and cried in my office, Mr. Speaker, because they were afraid of being sent back. So I'd like to hear her on that point. The member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Thank you very much for the question. And in fact, if I speak more particularly about this bill, which is indeed a bill that is intended to deport criminals who have committed offenses that would be punishable by a minimum of 6 months in jail, we don't even know if 6 months or more is now considered to be serious criminality. As a law student, I'm going to get my degree next week, my law degree, thank you. The definition of serious criminality here is completely void of sense. We're talking about fear, and they use that. We often hear the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Immigration telling people that the NDP is going to free all of these criminals, let them all out of jail. If they become the government, that's what will happen. But that's not true. Immigrants who contribute economically are being treated like people who are not even Canadian citizens. The government is very good at dividing. There are the friends of the government, and then there are the victims, and then there are the criminals and the women and the Aboriginals on the other side. So they divide people to conquer. That is really is what the government does, the Conservative government. It's to tell people you don't deserve our protection, you don't deserve our making any efforts on your behalf. But on the other hand, for our friends, it's a different story. So people are marginalized, they feel attacked, and we need some time for other questions. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My NDP colleague has talked about the limits that the Conservatives are setting out with this bill. And I'd like to clarify one point. The NDP knows that we need to have an effective legal system in order to identify serious criminals who are not citizens. However, with Bill C-43, the Conservative government is making it much, much too broad. The vast majority of new immigrants who come here obey the laws of our country and don't commit any crimes, and that's why the NDP is against this bill. I'd like to know if my colleague agrees that this bill is targeting the wrong people. As I mentioned, new immigrants are largely good citizens, and they're the ones who are really going to live in an atmosphere of fear. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Yes, well, this bill, in fact, follows the tabling of several bills by the Minister of Immigration, which indeed treats immigrants like they're in a separate class of their own. And I recall the day that I was in my office and I turned the TV on to the CBC and saw the Minister of Immigration who was giving a press conference, and I saw at the bottom 300 fraud artists removed from Canada. So he had revoked either the permanent residency or citizenship of $3,000, people who had paid their taxes and contributed to our society, but simply because they were facing allegations of fraud and for not having respected the Conservative system. So that shows how the minister's discretionary power can be dangerous for citizens. So a minister should never have that discretionary power. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Verchères Les Patriotes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to let you know that I'm sharing my time with the member from Saint-Jean. The debate on C-43 on the removal of foreign criminals really speaks to me in particular. This is another step in the in-depth reform that the Conservatives want to make to our immigration system. As the issues are huge and the decisions made in this House will have major impacts on the lives of many people, I think that it is critical to really study the changes proposed in this Act. Ultimately, this bill proposes to eliminate the mechanisms of control that allow for some flexibility under exceptional circumstances. The power is taken away from the system and put into the hands of the minister, who will be able to decide unilaterally what is good for individuals and for our country. This is a trend that really confuses me in several ways. My first concern is the whole concept of serious criminality. Currently, as we know, someone who's not a Canadian citizen can be sent back to their country of origin if they are convicted of a crime punishable by 2 years or more in prison. This is intended to ensure Canadian security while leaving a certain flexibility for poor life choices. Balance and compassion and public safety, in my opinion, should be respected. However, a C-43 would change that from 2 years to 6 months for removal from Canada. So the category of crimes would be much, much broader. I see that this major change requires much more in-depth study. What crimes will be considered serious enough to justify removal? And are there cases where this would be disproportionate? I think we have to think before we act here. In fact, I think that the government here is trying to adopt a tough position, as they've done with many bills in the past. In English, we'd say that their position is to be tough on crime. That's what they do. But are we really seriously studying the results of such an attitude? I would like to quote the Canadian Somali Congress president, Mr. Ahmed Hussein. He said that many people who could be targeted by this new act are offenders, but if they had the possibility, they would be able to redeem themselves because it's disproportionate. In changing this from 2 years to 6 months, we are changing this and punishing people who have said could reform themselves. Where is the compassion that our country is known for? I don't see it in this bill today. We have to remark that the Minister of Immigration promoted this bill by using extreme examples of dangerous offenders. Of course, we don't want such people to be freely circulating in our streets. I'm just as concerned as the minister about the safety of the people in this country. And I think that we need to obviously just think of this, but however, the emotions must not prevail over reason in such a complex debate. By blindly lowering the threshold of our tolerance without particular discernment does not seem a good solution. With this bill gives extraordinary discretionary measures to the minister. I don't agree with the fact that the minister can unilaterally ban a person for a period of 36 months if, so that, quote, public interest, unquote, justifies it. That's much too broad and vague. Bill C-43 also involves a risk for the government that they don't seem to have thought about, which is to deport young offenders who have been in this and not even been in contact with their country of origin. This is something that has happened in the past. A young immigrant who came here at the age of 2 had no memory of his country of origin. And if he does commit a crime at some point, he doesn't have the same rights as a citizen and risks being deported. We all understand that serious crime must be seriously punished, but that's why the 2 years prison sentence is justified. But bringing that down to a period of 6 months, sending people to countries that they don't even have any knowledge about, is not fair. To protect society from criminals, dangerous criminals, is one thing, but striking out indiscriminately without being objective is another. Does the government realize that deportation into an unknown country could be a seminal event in someone's life? I think we need to think about that. We need to perhaps change certain things in our system, but not blindly. Another aspect that really concerns me is that affects the mental health. The minister hasn't talked much about that. His bill removes a great deal of judges' discretionary powers. There's a lawyer who's a specialist in refugee rights, Michael Blessin, and he said that in many cases, people who suffer from mental illnesses commit crimes, and they're not treated. This is something that we are aware of. So what are we doing as a society? I think that there should be adequate treatment offered to these people. To send these people into prison or back to their country of origins only hides the problem and doesn't solve it. It's really sweeping it all under the rug, and I don't expect that kind of thing from our country. People who have mental illnesses should be given treatment, even if they've committed a crime. This would show humanity and wisdom. As Bill C-43 turns a blind eye to this part of the population of criminals, I wonder if this is part of its true intentions. The government here is applying the same recipe that it is used to amend the criminal code. They tighten things up without really knowing what the results will be. Does the minister know what crimes will now be punishable by deportation? Can he tell us what countries will be better off in a mental hospital or in their country of origin rather than in the hospital? And has he assessed what the costs will be? For C-31, we're told that it would cost $34 million. C-43, we don't know. And we don't know what the cost will be of the deportations resulting from convictions either. Without this critical data, how can we assess the impacts that this reform will have? I'm convinced that it is possible to prevent non-citizens from committing serious crimes without abusing of the appeal process. I would like to see a government that concentrates on the improvement of the immigration system so that it is more rapid and fairer. And so beyond the changes that I have mentioned, I also wonder about the intentions of the government with this bill. The Minister of Immigration seems to have a two-tier system here. Look at what happened with Mr. Conrad Black. He committed a crime, served time in another country, and the minister said that he shouldn't become involved in that case that this would be assessed independently by public servants. However, with C-43, the minister is now asking for much more freedom of action. He wants to have the discretionary power to make the decisions himself. But in life, we cannot have everything. You can't say that there's an independent system one day and then demand enormous discretionary powers the next. What's good for Conrad Black should be good for any individual. If Mr. Black's case was assessed by officials, that should be the case for all officials. The reforms proposed in C-43 seem to me to be removed from this reality. This doublespeak appears to me to be unfair and makes me question what the real intentions of the minister are. We all want to be tough towards non-citizens who have committed crimes in Canada. But according to many experts, or like many experts, I am very concerned about the Conservative bill and the arbitrary powers it gives to the minister. However, the majority of new arrivals in Canada are people who are respectful of our laws and do not commit crimes. I remember that in 2006, the Conservative government promised to increase the number of police in our streets and communities, but they didn't keep their promise. I don't know if it was a lack of will or priorities, different priorities, I cannot say. However, why not concentrate once and for all on the protection of our communities rather than attacking new immigrants and making them out to be the problem? The minister is not really doing useful work with this. He is trying to attack one category of persons rather than acting concretely. In conclusion, for all of these reasons, I think this bill should be further studied in committee. There are several issues that remain, or questions that remain unanswered, and we need to think more about this before moving forward. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my colleague's speech. She didn't have the chance to deal with all of the points that she wanted to, but one that appeared very interesting to me was the increase in the penalty for false representation. So we know that when a permanent residents have obtained their citizenship, because they've gone to the embassy in their country of origin, sometimes there is a misunderstanding in the questions that are asked. There are cultural differences that we don't necessarily see. We are in a country with certain cultural standards here, but in other countries, sometimes there is a very different understanding of different kinds of crimes, whether they're political or otherwise. And this cultural difference can result in poor interpretations and misrepresentations here, which the bill deals with and calls false or misrepresentation. So I would like to know what she thinks about the change in the penalty for that when it's a result of cultural differences that are significant, and the perception of criminality that comes under common law rather than under criminal law. The member for Verchères La Patriote. I thank my colleague for his excellent question, and in fact I touched on that very briefly without getting into it in detail. But once again here we're coming back to the powers that the minister would have in terms of discretionary powers. There's no humanitarian considerations here, and it would be very serious, as my colleague was saying, in certain laws, whether they come under common law or criminal law, are different from one country to another, and to deal with all of them without having had the time to study really the case of new immigrants will be problematic. Thank you.
Question and comments, the Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. What I'm very concerned about in this area is that people who apply to become permanent residents but who are rejected by the minister or vetoed by the minister because the minister has this opportunity to use a veto, to veto their application. These people who will receive a refusal don't have any other avenue of appeal. I'd ask my colleague to say why it's important for people to have an appeal process in place and access to it. Because the minister has a veto power. We could talk about abuse of the system. Because, at any rate, I'd like her to tell us why it's so important to have the possibility to appeal a decision. The Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. I thank my colleague for his question. The discretionary power isn't a blank check. No. It's not like we're saying just to decide what you want, to determine the fate of these people. If you do decide to deport them, then don't give them any rights to appeal. But that's a fundamental right to appeal something. To my mind, we are violating the rights of these people. They're residents who are participating in our society and our economy. And it's their right to appeal a decision that could be deemed arbitrary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There is some time for one brief question. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the member has worked with people involved in this kind of situation, and she knows the map file well. I'd like to know how people who are involved in the area of re-entering society, rehabilitation, have reacted to this. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's a disaster that this bill was put forth using highly mediatized cases of delinquents. Because of the media coverage, these people are very well known, and it has made people afraid, people in the organizations that my colleague mentioned afraid, and people of this country as well. We'll need to delve into these issues much more deeply before making such an important decision. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to say that I'm very honored to have an opportunity today to speak to Bill C-43, and to speak on behalf of the residents of my riding. This is a bill which aims to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. More specifically, the short title is Faster Removal of Foreign Criminals Act. One of the reasons why I'm interested in this topic specifically is because I am an immigrant, and I'm also the son of an immigrant. He was an immigrant to the country where I was born. Before I became a Canadian citizen, I was a permanent resident. I've heard a number of the remarks, pertinent remarks, I might add, by my colleagues. Unfortunately, we haven't heard comments from our conservative colleagues, and that's regrettable. I have a number of reservations with this bill, like my colleagues do. As I said, the short title is a Faster Removal of Foreign Criminals Act. And we should be talking about serious foreign criminals. Because this bill covers two types of people without permanent, under this bill, newcomers without permanent resident status, and others who have been here for a long time and who have permanent resident status. Under Bill C-43, it could cover, in fact, students or people who are here on short-term work.
Come back in all the pieces of legislation that have been presented to us since the beginning of the 41st Parliament is the constant need to give more discretionary power to the Minister of Immigration. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, this is a trend that I find very threatening as a citizen. Every time that a power is taken from the courts and from the judges and given to a minister, we have cause for concern. And what is strange is that many reports have demonstrated that the law is not properly and fairly applied because of the lack of resources in the ministry and also in the agency in charge of immigration. And one of the problems with this bill is the removal of the right to appeal in certain circumstances. And that is dangerous, in my opinion, because obviously, Mr. Speaker, nobody likes long appeal processes that last for years. But the other extreme, which is namely no right to appeal, is certainly no better. So I see nothing in this bill to prevent the possibility of abusing the system, and this is something I would like the Justice Committee to be able to modify at the next stage. Alors, on va dire encore une loi sur l'immigration.
Another piece of legislation on immigration, which is quite stunning coming from this government, which repeats that its priorities are job creation and the economy. It says it's always focusing like a laser on the economy and job creation. We have a number of reservations. We know that a report came out from the Auditor General which identified serious problems with the processing of immigration cases. It was also noted that there are problems with regard to transparency and information management by the Canada Border Services Agency. So the Auditor General said that the Act is enforced randomly, and that's very of grave concern, in fact. It's even more worrisome to see this trend among the Conservatives because they want to place a larger amount of power in the hands of a few people, but at the same time, they're cutting off staff and employees responsible for conducting investigations that will, in fact, lead to the conclusions upon which the decisions that need to be made are based. Now, when someone is a member of an immigrant community, we're very sensitive to the way that immigrants are treated when they're found guilty of crimes, and more specifically, serious criminality. And this leads me to the definition of major criminality, or major criminal. The definition will change. It's someone who will have been found guilty of an offense and serving a sentence of over 6 months. In theory, major criminals are the only ones who pay for their actions. Crimes committed by a handful of individuals will tarnish the reputation of an entire community, community of immigrants that they belong to. One of the direct consequences of that is that the immigrants themselves, more than any others, want an effective justice system. They want a fair system. They want a system that ensures them that serious crime committed by a handful of people will not affect their entire community, people who are working honestly and who are participating in the economy of this country. I'd also like to say a few words about Bill C-31 that was introduced in the spring and received royal assent in June. Once again, it's very important not to mix up or consider the issues of immigration and crime together. Each time we make this kind of a connection between immigration and crime, we create xenophobia. And xenophobia is a real cancer for any kind of open society like Canada, for a society that has chosen to use immigration to replace future generations. Generally, I feel that it's dangerous to analyze immigration in Canada as part in law by simply focusing on a small minority of foreign criminals, and more specifically on an even smaller majority of people who are major criminals. As many of my colleagues have pointed out, and this is a concern for all Canadians, if there's no possibility for appeal, then that's a direct attack on the image of justice, on the justice system itself. It makes people more cynical, and people will no longer believe in our justice system. And this will have an impact on the credibility, the very credibility of the justice system. And this is where I find the bill the most lacking. We're, in fact, running the risk of increasing cynicism among people who are already somewhat leery of the justice system. A great deal has also been said about newcomers who are waiting citizenship. But there's another situation that hasn't been mentioned, and it's the people who have dual nationality or multiple nationalities. In many cases, or often in fact, immigrants won't seek Canadian citizenship, not because they don't want to participate in life in Canada, but because they have a citizenship that they would lose automatically if they were to become Canadian citizens. That has an impact on a person who decides not to become a Canadian citizen, but also on the children of that person who don't have a choice, who haven't had the possibility to state that or look at the fact that their parents didn't take out citizenship. I'll stop there, Mr. Speaker, but in conclusion, I'll say that for all of these reasons, we will support this bill at second reading, but in light of the serious reservations we have about it, we will take the opportunity, or in fact will give the Justice Committee an opportunity to hear from experts who will be positioned to present arguments to deal with the serious reservations we have put forth as part of this debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. He mentioned the fact that this bill may have very serious consequences. We're talking about people who came here at a very young age, who don't know anything about their country of origin, people who are suffering from mental illness, who are too highly represented in crime, and someone who receives a criminal sentence of 6 months or more could be removed to his country of origin. And we're not talking about serious crimes. We're talking about someone who can be rehabilitated and re-enter society and make a valid contribution to society. Perhaps the member can talk about other problems relating to immigration that the Conservatives need to focus on instead of focusing on this one. Well, I'd like to thank the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles for her question. She's identified a number of issues, but one of the cases that affected me, because I myself am from an immigrant community, is the fact that a number of people don't seek new citizenship because in doing so they would lose their former citizenship. There's an example, a couple of cases that are examples that are very common. Indian and Chinese citizens, those are the two most populated countries on the planet, and if in both of those countries, if you seek out new citizenship, they lose their citizenship, their original citizenship. We can understand that some immigrants have a sentimental attachment to citizenship of the country where they were born. But as my colleague pointed out, when their children come with them and their young children, the parents decide not to take out Canadian citizenship. If the parents or one of the parents commits a serious crime, he can be removed. And what that means, the child will be affected and may end up removed as well, even though that child is not responsible for the parent's behavior.
Question et commentaire. Honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his reply, because The well-being of children is something I find very important as well. My own private member's bill deals with intimidation young people face. And in this bill, Bill C-43, the physical and psychological health of those children could be jeopardized, especially if they come in as refugees where their country of origin is dangerous. Some people are in despair under humanitarian situations. They come in ways that the government deems illegal. I'd like to hear my NDP colleague tell us what we could do with this bill to improve the situation so that these children are protected, are taken charge of. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord for this important issue that he's raised. And that's one of the reasons why we're supporting this bill at second reading, to refer it to committee, because there are people who've come to this country through activities that are illegal. They're victims of traffickers. And so we need to have greater clarity of the situation. This is a positive point, and it's one of the reasons, in fact, we'll be supporting this bill at second reading. However, we need to bear in mind that oftentimes victims of trafficking or of criminal activity are children. What the amendments to this bill should do is ensure that if children have been victims of trafficking or of criminal activity, have come to the country through that type of criminal activity, they're victims of crime, then they shouldn't be criminalized. They shouldn't be removed to a country where they will face other poor treatment or bad treatment, where they might well fall into the hands of the same traffickers who brought them here in a fraudulent way in the first place.
Before we resume debate, I would just like to inform honourable members that we have passed the 5-hour mark since the first round of debate on the bill that is before the House. So accordingly, each of the interventions from this point on, the period allowed will be the usual 10 minutes for speeches and 5 minutes for questions and comments. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleagues for their encouragement. I am very pleased to be able to speak today on this bill, which is a bill that is extremely important. I'd like to start with a few principles, and with starting by saying that I agree that there must be an effective legal framework to deport serious criminals who are not Canadians. I think this is a principle, Mr. Speaker, that everybody agrees on. I think we agree, our neighbors opposite agree, our liberal neighbors on the other side are also in agreement. There is no one who disagrees on this point. Another point that I think everybody also agrees on, at least I hope so, is that we have to do it, but we have to do it in a way that is fair, humane, just, and intelligent. And this is where the rub is, Mr. Speaker. Let me give you just a few examples of inequity. One of the problems with this bill is that, once again, this is the government's trademark here. Once again, they're expanding the discretionary powers given to the minister, and we wonder what will be next. Will they give even more powers to the minister? I won't go back over the details of these measures because a number of my colleagues have in fact already done so earlier, but the real problem is this fundamental trend to give more discretionary powers to the minister, and we've seen this with regard to the list of safe countries and non-safe countries in order to remove refugees. and the minister has more discretionary powers instead of calling upon a committee of experts. And this is dangerous, and I don't even understand why the government wants to put its minister in that kind of situation where during international negotiations other countries will place pressure upon the minister in order to get taken off the list of non-safe countries and so forth. And the minister won't even be able to say, well, there is an independent body that determines what will happen. So increasing discretionary powers, and we have to understand the context here at the same time. There is less flexibility being given to the judiciary, and this is a problem because the minister has discretionary powers. He's behind closed doors. He's the minister. He decides. There are no details given, no information whatsoever. But yet, when you have a judge who makes a decision, there is public information. It's much more open in terms of the process. And so by giving less flexibility to the judiciary and increasing discretionary powers to the minister, once again, the transparency disappears. And I think that this will also affect equality. Humane now. Listen, well, I don't need to talk about this for long because the bill as it is drafted, based on the bill as drafted, the minister is no longer even required to look at the circumstances, the humanitarian circumstances. Do we need to say more? In short, we're talking about humane treatment. Humane treatment and justice. Just the simple idea of natural justice. We are taking away the right of appeal for crimes of over 6 months. Before it was for crimes of more than 2 years. And once again, we need to look at this in the more general context. On the one hand, we are imposing minimum sentences that are higher, and judges cannot reduce the kinds of sentences despite the circumstances, the special circumstances of a file. So their mandatory minimum sentences are going up on the one hand. On the other hand, they are reducing from 2 years to 6 months the period of time beyond which there is no more, a right of appeal is no longer allowed. To understand what this means, I think that we really have to stop and refer to specific cases. I am trying to imagine a young Vietnam individual who arrived in Canada at the age of 7 or 8 years of age, who started going to school, playing hockey with their friends, and at the age of 19 goes to college and does something stupid. I'm not saying it's right, but does something stupid, and according to the new system, it doesn't even have to be a major offense, and this person winds up with a prison sentence or a sentence of 6 months in prison. There's no right of appeal. The person is sent back to the country where they know no one, perhaps where they have no family, no parents, and where they no longer even speak the language. Is this fair and humane to treat people like that? I'm not convinced of that.
Manière intelligente.
Intelligently. Once again, I'd like to give an example, and I'd like to base my comments on the comments given by Michael Bassin, who is a lawyer in Ottawa. And he said that with regard to the new bill, a judge will no longer have the discretionary power to take into consideration the nature of the crime and the context in which it was committed. And this is important. A judge no longer has the ability to judge based on the file and the context in which the crime was committed. A judge could not take into consideration then mental illness, if applicable, of a refugee or permanent resident, if somebody comes from a country that is war-torn. The lawyer in question, Lawyer Bossin, says that in many cases these individuals are committing crimes when they are not treated. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the cuts that have just been made to refugee health care, there are organizations like an organization like Revo in my riding, which was doing exactly that, that is providing psychological health care to refugees from countries affected by war or refugees who had been subject to torture, atrocities, and providing them with psychological care in order to prevent any possible problems and to prevent them from becoming criminals. So these services are being cut, and that means that they are preventing prevention from occurring, and at the same time they're saying, well, mental illness, well, that's not going to be taken into consideration. Often, when these people are given access to services, they can be rehabilitated. Also, we have to note that there is a lack of data and a lack of basic information. We're supposed to judge without having basic information on the annual number of cases, the seriousness of the case, and so forth. But I will speed up a bit, Mr. Speaker, just to say that the government is trying to punish everyone because of a handful of problematic cases, and this is always their approach when we talk about immigrants and refugees. And what is striking with regard to this bill is that the title talks about foreign criminals, as if permanent residents were foreigners. Yet they're not all foreigners. We had an infamous case recently in Quebec. There was somebody, a Portuguese person who had lived in Canada, in Quebec, for 35 years, was married, had children, a house. I don't call this a foreigner. I would call that a person who is a permanent resident, but not a foreigner. I have friends, in fact, a very good friend who comes from Britain and who has just gotten married. He has a job. He's got a lot of friends. He volunteers. And to me, this is not a foreigner. And the title of the bill is problematic, very problematic to me. In short, like always, the Conservatives are being intransigent and they're being rigid for others. For them, there's always discretionary powers, but there's no more flexibility here for others, and they're refusing to address some of the known sources of the problem by cutting health care to refugees and by not working on what we can do in order to better integrate immigrants who bring so much to our Canadian society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see the Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for support for the following motion that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practices of the House during the debate tonight, pursuant to Standing Order 52, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair.
Does the Chief Government Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Members have heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Agreed, and so ordered. Questions and comments?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague said that the government currently has difficulty integrating newcomers to our country, and this is an opinion that I share, because I see that for the past 6 years the government has been unable to develop a program to integrate professionals coming from other countries. Can my colleague elaborate with regard to the fact that the government is not able to do its job in this area? The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for that question because, in fact, this is an extremely important point. You know, Canada, most Canadians, in fact, were immigrants just a few centuries ago, and what has always been our strength and our vitality has in fact been immigration. We come from all four corners of the world. This is our real resource. But a government that reacts as if it were always having people coming from elsewhere who were in fact always threats instead of an asset. So I think that we really should work on bills like this, but we mustn't forget the essential part, and that is the integration of immigrants is essential. And in my riding in Montreal, we constantly see professionals who are qualified, who could contribute to the economy in Canadian society and who are unable to do so because we can't roll up our sleeves and work together with all the parties and the government in order to find a solution to the problem.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Oak Ridges Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say that, of course, my parents were immigrants to Canada, and they worked very, very, very hard to help build this country. But I seem to be hearing from the NDP, and a couple of the examples that they've used have been specific to the fact that if individuals come to Canada, they choose not to get their Canadian citizenship. I think in the one example the member used, she talked about somebody who comes to Canada when they're 7, and then when they're 20, they have a difficulty or a run-in with the law. The other example was, in the previous speaker, was somebody who comes to Canada, has such an attachment to the country where he came from that he chooses not to take out citizenship, but his kids are Canadian. He gets into trouble with the law. Then he gets to be sent home. Is it the position of the New Democratic Party that the government of Canada, that the value of Canadian citizenship is so weak that the government of Canada, the people of Canada should continue to carry on their backs individuals who are not making a commitment to this country, and that those individuals who break the law should not suffer the consequences, A, of not valuing Canadian citizenship enough to take out a citizenship after many years, and B, who have, in coming to this country, have then broken our laws, should not suffer any price or consequence for breaking those laws. Is it the position of the NDP that the value of Canadian citizenship is so low that we should not have laws in place to protect Canadians from coast to coast to coast? Is that what they're saying?
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
President, I think that Canadian citizenship is worth enormously, and that's why for many years of my life I've represented Canada abroad and very proudly done so. However, I think that the comments from my colleague tells it all when he says, should Canada carry on its back people who are not citizens? And that's the perspective of the government, and that's where they are mistaken. Because it's not people we carry on our backs. It's people who contribute to our economy, to our society, to our culture, to our diversity, and to what makes Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage is rising on a point of order.
Just to be clear, people who break the law. People who break the law. Should we? I would, if it's okay. I know they don't want to hear the actual truth because the NDP has had a great deal of difficulty with the truth lately. But we're.
Order.
That's a good point of order.
Order. That is really just a point of debate, differences of opinion. That's what debate is all about, but we'll carry on. We only have 1 minute remaining. The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Well, I think the record will show that my colleague first spoke of people who were not taking citizenship and said, do we have to carry them on our back? And then he referred, well, can show the record. Then he referred to people breaking the law and said, shouldn't those people breaking the law pay a price? Yes, they should pay a price. If they have to go to prison, if they have to pay a fine, they should do so. But the assumption seems to be always that it's non-citizens who commit the crimes, and we don't have from this government any data, if I could finish, thank you, any data or detailed information about whether non-citizens commit any more crime than citizens. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is just is rising on a point of order.
Point of order. I'm just not sure that the NDP are actually debating the right bill, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if they've actually read the bill and the title of the bill, because this bill is about the removing of foreign criminals from Canada. It's not about removing Canadian citizens. It's not about punishing Canadian citizens. It's not about devaluing. It is not about devaluing the hard work of immigrants like my parents who have come to this country. It's about removing people who have broken the law in this country so that the rest of the country can be safe and secure. That's what it's about.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention. Certainly the rules around relevance pertain to debate, and it is a valid area that could be a point of order. In this particular case, the Parliamentary Secretary will know that members are given a lot of latitude in terms of how they can bring these eyes together and make them pertinent to the debate and the question that is before the House. So I think we'll have to say that that we're within the realm of relevance here, and the honourable members, it's up to them to bring those ideas together. However, we are at resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share my concerns when we talk about accelerating the removal of foreigners. Canada is a land of immigrants. It has been since its foundation. I myself am an immigrant, and I understand the many challenges that newcomers to Canada face when it comes to integrating harmoniously into their new country. For those who arrive as refugees, this is particularly true. They leave their country in distress, and the cultural shock is often huge. This distress is even worse when they come with their children. They have to find housing, find a job, learn a new language, and I could go on. For immigrants and who come here, it's different than for permanent residents, because they're coming because they want to. And often they have the same difficulties, however, as refugees. They have to find housing and get their diplomas to be recognized. They face unemployment, and they have to often live in the poorest neighborhoods. Finding housing for an immigrant is not easy.
With a family, it's even worse. They don't have their relatives, their extended family when they come here, and often children will go to school, and the shock is even worse for these people when there is some criminality, when there's some delinquency among their children. It's a terrible thing for these immigrants to have to leave their adopted country. A lot of these young people arrived here very young. They started school here. We're not talking about a 30-year-old who arrived here with some funny ideas when they landed in Canada. I'm talking about children who came as young children or babies, and they become delinquents here, and they'll have to leave. No, they should be reintegrated into the society here. They should be reintegrated. They are our responsibility as a society because they grew up here, not somewhere else. We're talking about a local problem. Sometimes they really don't have any knowledge at all about their parents' country. We're talking about people who grew up here and went to school here and became delinquents later on. So most immigrants in Canada will respect the law and will never commit any crime of any description. But the Conservatives are concentrating, they should concentrate more on family reunification here. And I think about my students in disadvantaged neighborhoods. How many of them would not have benefited from having a grandmother? because very often they go home and there's no mother and father at home because they have to work late. And it would be so nice to find somebody at home when they left. So a harmonious reunification would be so much to the benefit of these people. The Canadian legal system has a good reputation in the world, and it worries me that we're sending out a bad signal in this way, that we actively deport these people without good cause. We cannot change the system in this way and penalize people twofold when these people have made a mistake. I'm not saying that they haven't done something wrong. I'd like to speak now about two families in my riding. And in both cases, these are Canadian children of these people who have been penalized because of the removal of one of their parents for some crime committed at some time in their life. So it's a double penalty. For example, there is a Colombian family that was obliged to take their young Canadian children back to their country, which our country advises people should not travel to. Another cause here to question the relevancy of this bill. Last week, a new case was sent to my office, referred to my office, and again, this concerned Canadian citizen, and in fact, it's an employer who was getting in touch about one of their employees. This employee was being deported back to their country. This person came to Canada very young, at the age of 8. His parents died, and he survived. So there are 6 children now in this family, and almost his entire life as an adolescent and young adult has been passed in Canada. And at the age of 18, he did commit some offenses, and he has done the time. He's paid the price. And this has made him reflect this punishment. And since that time, he's taken the right path. He is redeeming himself. And in fact, he has taken the time to talk about his experience with other young people to help them find the right path. And he's helped many young people in this way. And they would testify to the help that he has provided them. So, his case with immigration has been dragging on for some time now. He has just lost his Canadian citizenship and is being deported. At the business that he works for, he is the head of a technical team, and he is the best in his category or in his domain. He is a very responsible person, and he knows how to do so many things. He's very respectful of his employer and employees. And his employer said that he is an indispensable member of the team and for the company for which he works. This gentleman will be sent back to his country that he doesn't even know anymore. He's been here for 36 years now. Canada is his country. He has 6 children, 5 of whom are minors. So we're separating him from his children. We're going to separate him from his wife. We're going to separate this man from his country. We are saying that immigrants are second-class citizens in this country. And this case really clearly illustrates what we need to be careful about when we talk about C-43. And we give the minister the responsibility for deciding about humanitarian cases. The minister will decide what is relevant here and decide who is eligible or admissible or not, and what are cases of that might involve organized crime. Now, the minister in the case that I mentioned could have provided an exemption for the person for humanitarian reasons, but the new law would exempt the minister of this responsibility. 1 minute left? Okay, thank you. So, why does the government really want to relieve the minister of the responsibility of improving children's lives? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Davenport.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and for the wisdom that she brings to this issue and to this House. And you know, these issues are very complex. These issues are never black and white. And we have countless cases that come through all of our offices, and certainly some of theirs as well, I'm sure, where flexibility and an understanding of the details of these cases is very important. And I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague could speak a bit more about the need for a system that can respond to the individual cases of you know, sometimes extreme human tragedy, and how we need to be very clear and very flexible about some of this stuff.
The honourable member for Honoré-Mercier. I think that what we want to see with legislation is when we punish someone for having committed an offense, it's not to punish them for the rest of their lives. I know that Canada is a country of immigrants. So if we look at the cases of the citizens that I mentioned earlier, someone who has lived with a great deal of suffering, that's one thing. This person has paid the price, but they have to be reintegrated into society. When we manage to do so, when we bring that person back, even for believers, that's important. People have the right to a new beginning. Isn't that what we believe when we talk about these cases? In this kind of case, we're just saying, get lost, go away. We only want perfect immigrants in this country. And then at that point in time, we're going to define which are the good ones and which are the bad ones. So that's my answer.
We have time just for one more short question and response. The
honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand very well what the member is saying, and it is that when we're Canadian and we go to another country, I remain to be a Canadian. That's my country of origin. And I have to have the same rights as any other person who's a Canadian. When you've spent 36 years in a country, we are Canadians. Our children who were born here are Canadians, and they have the right to the same rights as any other Canadian. The honourable member for Honoré-Mercier. And I will add, when people came here, it is the responsibility of the people here. We can't deport people who became criminals here. It's the responsibility of Canadian society. If the family can't see, for example, if some person has developed a mental illness as an adolescent, it's our responsibility as a society. They were born here, they grew up here. We need to reintegrate them in the proper way. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Julian relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
Thank you.
La question
The question is as follows.
by Mr. Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar move that, in the opinion of the House, the government A should not make a decision on the proposed takeover of Nexen by CNOC without conducting thorough public consultations. B should immediately undertake transparent and accessible public hearings into the issue of foreign ownership in the Canadian energy sector, with particular reference to the impact of state-owned enterprises.
And C must respect its 2010 promise to clarify in legislation the concept of net benefit within the Investment Canada Act. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Alan Wellen. Mr. Alan Wellen. Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Mr. Godin. Mr. Godin. Ms. Chow. Ms. Chow. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Dewar. Harrison Johns East. Mr. Harrison Johns East. Madame Boivin. Madame Boivin. Ms. Leslie. Ms. Leslie. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Cullen. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East. Mr. Christopherson. Mr. Christopherson. Ms. Nash. Ms. Nash. Mr. Julian. Mr. Julian. Ms. Crowder. Ms. Crowder. Mr. Davies, Vancouver, Kingsway. Mr. Davies, Vancouver, Kingsway. Ms. Duncan Edmonton, Strathcona. Ms. Duncan Edmonton, Strathcona. Madame D. Madame D. Madame Ayala. Madame Ayala. Mr. Bevington. Mr. Bevington. Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey. Mr. Donnelly. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Sims, Newton, North Delta. Ms. Sims, Newton, North Delta. Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar. Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar. Mr. Kelway. Mr. Kelway. Madame Brosseau. Madame Brosseau. Ms. Charlton. Ms. Charlton. Madame Turmel. Madame Turmel. Madame Grosguet. Madame Grosguet. Monsieur Boulris. Monsieur Boulris. Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus. Mr. Marston. Mr. Marston. Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madame Hughes. Madame Hughes. Monsieur Dubé. Monsieur Dubé. Madame Laverdière. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Madame Papillon. Madame Papillon. Monsieur Bramy. Monsieur Bramy. Mr. Cash. Mr. Cash. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart. Monsieur Ravignan. Monsieur Ravignan. Madame Blanchette-Lamotte. Madame Blanchette-Lamotte. Monsieur Aubin. Monsieur Aubin. Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest. Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest. Ms. Ashton. Ms. Ashton. Monsieur Saganache. Monsieur Saganache. Monsieur Caron. Monsieur Caron. Madame Péclet. Madame Péclet. Monsieur Gravel. Monsieur Gravel. Monsieur Maille. Monsieur Maille. Mr. Thibault. Mr. Thibault. Monsieur Larose. Monsieur Larose. Monsieur Giguère. Monsieur Giguère. Monsieur Côté. Monsieur Côté. Monsieur Lapointe. Monsieur Lapointe. Madame Hassainia. Madame Hassainia. Madame Doré Lefebvre. Madame Doré Lefebvre. Madame Lou. Madame Lou. Mr. Sandou. Mr. Sandou. Madame Sella. Madame Sella. Madame Quash. Madame Quash. Monsieur Nichols. Monsieur Nichols. Mr. Sabaïsen. Mr. Sabaïsen. Madame Latendresse. Madame Latendresse. Monsieur Rousseau. Monsieur Rousseau. Mr. Benskin. Mr. Benskin. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan. Monsieur Blanchet. Monsieur Blanchet. Madame Michaud. Madame Michaud. Monsieur Choquette. Monsieur Choquette. Mr. Comartin. Mr. Comartin. Monsieur Jacob. Monsieur Jacob. Monsieur Nunez Melo. Nunez Melo. Mr. Stoffer. Mr. Stoffer. Monsieur Chicoine. Monsieur Chicoine. Monsieur Dion Labelle. Monsieur Dion Labelle. Mr. Cleary. Mr. Cleary. Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard. Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard. Madame Freeman. Madame Freeman. Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle. Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle. Monsieur Patry. Monsieur Patry. Monsieur Pilon. Monsieur Pilon. Madame Reynaud. Madame Reynaud. Monsieur Genet. Monsieur Genet. Mr. Ray. Mr. Ray. Mr. McCauley. Mr. McCauley. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Easter. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Ms. Fry. Mr. Regan. Mr. Regan. Mr. Bélanger. Mr. Bélanger. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Pachetti. Mr. Pachetti. Ms. Foote. Ms. Foote. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Dion. Mr. Dion. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Coder. Mr. Coder. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Carriagianis. Mr. Carriagianis. Mr. Cotler. Mr. Cotler. Ms. Scroll. Ms. Scroll. Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood. Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood. Mr. Cosner. Mr. Cosner. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour. Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour. Mr. McCallum. Mr. McCallum. Mr. McGinty. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpelli. Mr. Scarpellegia. Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Mr. Valeriat. Mr. Valeriat. Mr. Chou. Mr. Chou. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey. Madame Saint-Denis. Madame Saint-Denis. Mr. Plamondon. Mr. Plamondon. Mr. Bellavance. Mr. Bellavance. Mr. Heyer. Mr. Heyer. Ms. May. Ms. May. Mr. Goldring. Mr. Goldring.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper. Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Panache. Mr. Panache. Ms. Raitt. Ms. Raitt. Mr. Lebel. Mr. Lebel. Ms. Ambrose. Ms. Ambrose. Mr. Taves. Mr. Taves. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Clement. Mr. Clement. Mr. Baird. Mr. Baird. Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk. Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moorport Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam. Mr. Moorport Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam. Mrs. Aglukac. Mrs. Aglukac. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent. Fast. Mr. Fast. Mr. Blaney. Mr. Blaney. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Fantino. Mr. Fantino. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Brightprice. Mr. Brightcroft.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Camp Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Getty South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Getty South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Velikov.
Mr. Velikov.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brownlees Granville.
Mr. Brownlees
Mr.
Granville.
Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Delmastro.
Mr. Delmastro.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs.
Mrs.
Troupe.
Troupe.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Komarnicki.
Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Trost.
Mr.
Mr.
Trost.
Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warwick.
Mr. Watson.
Mr.
Mr.
Watson.
Allen to Vic Naktakwa.
Mr. Allen to Vic
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernoulli.
Mr. Bernoulli.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van
Mr. Van
Kesteren.
Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Ms. O'Neill Gordon.
Ms. O'Neill, Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
The Western West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky
The
Country.
West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country.
The Western St. John.
Mr. Weston St.
Mr.
John.
Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Straw.
Mr.
Mr.
Straw.
Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr.
Ms.
DeVolen.
Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver
Mr.
South.
Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber. Yeas pour 125, 125. Nays contre 145, 145.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion defeated. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in Bill C-321 at report stage under private member's business.
The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, I believe you'll find agreement to apply the results of the previous motion to the current motion, with the Conservatives voting yes.
Leadership. Is there unanimous consent to proceed in this fashion? Agreed? Not having the deputy to Helen.
Honourable Member for Hull Elmer. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the NDP is in agreement to apply the vote, with the NDP voting yes.
Honourable Member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals agree. I move a vote in favour.
I have a deputy de Barrish.
Honourable Member for Bar-Richelieu-Becancourt de Blois is in favour, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, I will be voting yes.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Green Party votes yes.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton East.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Yeas pour 271, 271. Nays contre aucun, nil.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Third time at the next sitting in the House. La Chambre procédera.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-383 under private members' business.
Is as follows. Mr. Miller, seconded by Mrs. Ambler, moved that Bill C-383, an act to amend the International Boundary Waters Treaty Act and the International River Improvements Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
The Western West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to Sky Country.
Mr. Western West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to Sky Country.
The Western St. John.
Mr. Western St.
Mr.
John.
Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
The Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
The Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Toth.
Mr. Toth.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Fourth row on my right in favor, please rise.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tubik Naktakwak.
Mr. Allen Tubik Naktakwak.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brunouge.
Mr. Brunouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Walkerton.
Mr. Walkerton.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
And
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brownlees Granville.
Mr. Brownlees
Mr.
Granville.
Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond
Mr.
East.
Delmastro.
Mr. Delmastro.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Mr. Brightprice.
Mr. Brightprice.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy
Mr.
Royal.
Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge
Mr. Poiliev.
Mission. Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Katie South Shore
Mr.
St.
Vellacott.
Margaret's. Mr. Vellacott.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
First row on my right in favor, please rise.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashway.
Mr. Panashway.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Tave.
Mr. Tave.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr.
Ms.
Baird.
Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Woody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port
Mrs.
Coquitlam.
Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island
Mr.
North.
Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
All those on my left in favor of the motion, fifth row, please rise.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Mr. Nunez Melo.
Mr. Nunez
Mr.
Melo.
Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Chiquan.
Mr. Chiquan.
Mr. Dion Labelle.
Mr. Dion Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Morin Chicoutimi Lefiard.
Mr. Morin Chicoutimi Lefiard.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce
Madame
Lachine.
Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce Lachine.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Quatrième rangée à ma
Fourth row on my left.
Mr.
Ms.
DeVoe.
Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver
Mr.
South.
Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Madame Assigna.
Madame
Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Monsieur Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Tsabaïsen.
Monsieur Tsabaïsen.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame
Monsieur
Latendresse.
Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Benskin. Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Scarpoleggia.
Mr. Scarpoleggia.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Troisième rangée.
Mr.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Mr. Cash.
Mr.
Mr.
Cash.
Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur
Madame
Ravignan.
Blanchette Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harry Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Kerry Janis.
Mr. Kerry Giannis.
Mr. Coxer.
Mr.
Ms.
Coxer.
Scrope.
Ms.
Mr.
Scrope.
McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr.
Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc
Mr.
Beauséjour.
McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Lisange.
Mr. Lisange.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North
Madame
Delta.
Leblanc La Salle-et-Mar.
Madame Leblanc La Salle-et-Mar.
Monsieur Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Madame Turmel.
Madame
Madame
Turmel.
Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Dagotte.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Dagotte.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Coder.
Mr. Coder.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
First row on my left.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Mr. Harrison Johns
Madame
East.
Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms.
Mr.
Leslie.
Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur
Ms.
Mulcair.
Davies Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies Vancouver
Duncan
Kingsway.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Third row. Second row. First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Second row. First row.
Yeas pour 269, 269. Nays contre aucun, nil.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Sur ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. It being 6:21, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, affaires émanant des députés, prise en considération.
Consideration at second reading of Bill C-424, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, contestation of election and punishment. Mr. Leblanc from Beauséjour.
Seconded by Mr. Eiking, moves that Bill C-424, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, contestation of election and punishment, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Order. Order. I'll ask all members to carry on the conversations outside of the chamber so we can move on with private members' business. À l'ordre.
Order, please.
Order. I think it would be simpler if some of these conversations were carried on in the lobbies rather than on the floor of the House. We still have private members' business to get through. Order. We'll move on with debate. The honourable member for Beausejour.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm pleased to rise and speak today to Private Members Bill C-424, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act. This bill, Mr. Speaker, will strengthen the federal electoral system to ensure all citizens have access to due process in the case of contested elections, as well as prevent, we hope, the repeat of the potential electoral fraud on a wide scale, which has marred Canadians' confidence in the last general election. Ce projet de loi, Monsieur le Président.
This bill, Mr. Speaker, accomplishes two very important things.
Chief Electoral Officer of Canada as somebody eligible under the law to contest an electoral result. Under the current law, Mr. Speaker, and based on the prescribed grounds in the Act, an electoral district result can only be contested by an elector who was eligible to vote in that particular district or a candidate who ran as a candidate in that particular district as well. As we've recently seen, Mr. Speaker, contesting an election is a very expensive proposition and something many Canadians simply cannot afford. By adding the Chief Electoral Officer to the list of people who can contest an electoral result, we are making it possible for Canadians who cannot afford this process to have access themselves to the courts. We are in no way, Mr. Speaker, seeking to alter the burden of proof in contesting a result or changing any other evidentiary requirement. We are simply giving the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada standing to bring an action before the courts, as could any eligible elector or candidate. Encore plus dans les
Moreover, under the circumstances where there are suspicions of electoral fraud in more than one riding, this bill would allow the Chief Electoral Officer to better investigate these allegations. Under the current system, if a fraud is centralized and affects several ridings and is committed, Canadians in each and every one of those individual ridings must contest the elections before the courts, always individually. Whereas the Act itself may be centralized, potentially, the only available means for people to fight against this crime is limited by electoral boundaries. By allowing the Chief Electoral Officer to contest all electoral results, he would have the ability to ensure that no person or group would be able to hide behind this technical detail.
Speaker is entirely consistent with other electoral systems in Canada, such as in British Columbia, Ontario, and Nunavut, where all in these respective jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker, the Chief Electoral Officers are able to contest the election result in a particular electoral district. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, this bill simply increases the fines for obstruction of the electoral process. For example, on a summary conviction, from currently not more than $2,000 to not more than $20,000, and conviction by indictment, Mr. Speaker, as you will know, the current legislation prescribes a fine of not more than $5,000. This bill would increase that to $50,000. Les Canadiens et Canadiennes
Canadians will have to have confidence in our electoral system and in its integrity. Those who are trying to undermine that confidence and abuse the system must know that the consequences will be significant. This clause is intended to deter even more strongly those people who are thinking of abusing of our electoral system.
Two very simple changes proposed. The Chief Electoral Officer will have the ability at law to contest an electoral result in a district. Obviously, this will be done following a thorough analysis by Elections Canada. They're very conscious of the legal requirements of such a contestation. And the second aspect of this legislation, Mr. Speaker, that we're proposing would simply increase the existing penalties. It doesn't change the nature of the offences. It doesn't add new offences. It simply says if you're convicted on summary conviction of election fraud, we think $2,000 is not the right sanction as a maximum penalty. It should be increased to $20,000, and the same thing on indictment, Mr. Speaker, from $5,000 to $50,000. There's no mandatory minimum prescribed in our changes and our proposals, Mr. Speaker. We're simply increasing the existing penalties for existing offences. I believe the changes in this bill, Mr. Speaker, will strengthen our democracy and help rebuild some of the trust that perhaps has been lost in recent months. The last federal election cast a shadow over a number of electoral districts. Investigations, as you know, Mr. Speaker, are ongoing in a number of different electoral districts. We think that these changes will ensure that the respect for our electoral system is maintained and that those that seek to violate it, Mr. Speaker, would face consequences commensurate with the nature of the offence, that being undermining the very basic democratic rights of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, if my colleagues see fit to support this bill, and I hope all parties in the House, all members of the House, will ultimately support this bill when it comes to a vote. Obviously, should it go to committee, Mr. Speaker, I would be very willing to entertain amendments or suggestions from all sides of the House if there are ways that we can strengthen this legislation, if there are technical aspects that perhaps can be improved. I would obviously remain very open to the suggestions of my colleagues. Alors, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member from Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you very much for introducing this bill. To the honourable member who has introduced it, I just have one question, which is you noted that BC, Ontario, and Nunavut have a similar mechanism, and I just want to ensure that you've had a chance to determine whether injecting the Chief Election Officer's role in the particular Canada Elections Act fits with the scheme of the Act and the existing roles of the Chief Election Officer, or whether you think there might be some reticence on the part of the officer to actually undertake this function, given how he might understand the Act.
None at all, Deputy de Beauce.
The honourable member for Beausejour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Toronto Danforth, I think, raises a very appropriate question. As I said, all we would be seeking to do is give the Chief Electoral Officer standing at law, the legal standing to contest a result or a number of results where he feels an action should be brought before the courts. It's my understanding that Ontario, Nunavut, and British Columbia have in their legislation that authority in the hands of their respective Chief Electoral Officers. Obviously, the discretion would be entirely in the hands of the Chief Electoral Officer should he choose in a particular case to want to contest a result before the appropriate court, the appropriate tribunal, or not. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, if my colleagues support this legislation and we get it to committee, I would hope the committee would see fit to ask Elections Canada and the Chief Electoral Officer to give us in committee their views of this legislation. And if the committee saw fit, Mr. Speaker, to make some suggestions following evidence from the Chief Electoral Officer, obviously I would hope that we could all collectively improve this legislation. But I think the answer to my colleague's question is quite simple. In no way would this change the spirit of the Act, the substance of the Act. It simply adds one more person as having the legal grounds, the standing at law to bring an application before the courts.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to follow up on the interesting question that the member for Toronto Danforth just raised, because it seems to me that under the existing Act, the Chief Electoral Officer is an entirely neutral party and does not intervene in respect of any particular player in the political process, whereas if we allow the Chief Electoral Officer to have the authority to intervene, there are going to be obvious implications for neutrality in terms of the court case and in terms of the political process. Right now, it's the political actors who look after contestations, and the electoral officer is like a referee or an umpire. And I'm challenging what the member who spoke just said about that change not influencing the scheme of the Act.
The Honourable Député de Beauséjour.
The Honourable Member for Beauséjour.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Kitchener Centre, I think, makes a valid point. In no way would we seek to diminish the neutrality and the confidence that the Chief Electoral Officer has in the eyes of Canadians and certainly in the eyes of this House. I would remind my colleague from Kitchener Centre that it was the Conservative Party that voted no confidence at one point on another election scandal. They were involved in the In-N-Out scandal. They're the ones that voted no confidence in Elections Canada and its Chief Electoral Officer. It certainly wasn't people on this side of the House. But, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, Elections Canada has an investigatory responsibility. The Commissioner of Elections himself can make recommendations to the Director of Public Prosecutions around quasi-criminal prosecutions for fraud. So I think the Chief Electoral Officer has an essential role to uphold the integrity of our election system and cannot be simply a silent observer when he feels, in his wisdom, that the courts should decide. He won't decide. The courts would decide ultimately if, in fact, there has been a fraud, but he would simply have the opportunity to bring that case before the appropriate tribunals.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be here today and rise and explore the ideas proposed in Bill C-424 by my colleague from Beauséjour. I'm also pleased to announce that the NDP will support this so that it can go to committee. He presents valid points, and I'd like to take them, speak to them in more detail. However, Mr. Speaker, I'm quite aware that whatever affects electoral reform is not the most sparkling subject. It doesn't capture the attention of the media. However, it is at the basis of our democracy. I think that what we're debating here today, however, is very interesting and will attract your attention. C-424 proposes two distinct things. One is to better identify potential offences to the electoral law of Canada. It amends Section 505A and B of the Election Act, which deals with obstructing or delaying operations of elections, accepting bribes, trying to intimidate voters, acting on behalf of an election official without being one, voluntarily making a false declaration, overspending or evading the limits set for expenses, revealing a vote in advance, counting advance polls too early, voluntarily declaring a candidate elected. And you can agree with me that these are not the schoolyard games that we're talking about here. These are serious offenses that require premeditation. And as I said, the word voluntarily appears often in the list here. When we're not talking about going with a baseball bat to prevent people from voting. We're not in the Ukraine here. So I would like to make a list of what the offenses might be under the Act. They concern individuals, electors, election officials and returning officers, polling companies, candidates, and riding associations, among others. So these kinds of offenses target the increase of the penalties for the kinds of behavior we're discussing in the bill. There are two kinds of people in an election. First of all, the Act applies to candidates, riding associations, and all of those who act on behalf of Elections Canada, such as the returning officers. Secondly, there are thousands of volunteers who are involved in the election process. These people are indispensable. Without them, they are in fact the most precious resource of an election. The penalties do not apply to volunteers. So we don't want to terrorize them with an election act. These people have to be protected. The act is rigorous, but it's also got a lot of good common sense, and it is applied intelligently. The penalties under the act don't apply to the first category, then, as I say. So to explain to people who are listening to us, the Election Act is a document that codifies very precisely how to conduct an election. It's complex, exhaustive, and has been constantly fine-tuned. Representatives from other states in the world consult it and are inspired by it. This fine-tuning is what we are discussing currently. Since Canada has existed, we have learned from our mistakes, and we have always known how to adapt as a consequence. And indeed, if you allow me to give you a few figures, since 1992, there have been precisely 68 offenses under the Election Act, and they, of course, vary in terms of the gravity. But these are episodic events, and they have rarely been successful. No one's saying that the legitimacy of Canada's elections is seriously at risk. There have been a few serious offenses, but they're isolated and they've been punished. We'll always find someone who is ready to cheat and fraud the election process for their own ends and means. It's unfortunate, but it does happen. 68 offenses in 20 years with 6 elections and 1 referendum. I mean, think about it. 6 general elections and more than 300 ridings and only 68 offenses overall. It's our work as a legislator to deal with this, and as I said last week, too many countries in the world are victims of non-transparent democratic processes. We are a symbol of transparency and democratic stability, but we still have that.
Currently, the fines covered under the Act are not grotesque, but almost. The maximum amount varied between $2,000 and $5,000, and that wasn't a threat. It's almost as ridiculous as the requirement or obligation to hold land in the value of $4,000 to be a senator in this country. The NDP believes that the fines need to be much more of a deterrent. An increase of financial fines under the Elections Act is a valid reason to prevent fraud. The NDP feels that this is acceptable, but it's nothing revolutionary. We're talking about premeditated fraud here, people who have a refined means to violate the law. These infractions also jeopardize the legitimacy of our democratic process, but also our legitimacy as elected representatives. It's important to note that Bill C-424 doesn't create new offenses under the Act, it simply increases the fines. Now let's say a few words about an original aspect of this bill. The Chief Electoral Officer is given the authority to contest an election if there are irregularities noted. At present, currently, only a Canadian voter in the riding or a candidate can file a complaint with the federal commissioner to undertake an investigation. The problem is that this constraint slows down the process. As I said earlier, the Elections Act is a highly complex law. We can't seriously expect all citizens to be familiar with it. A citizen may see an irregularity, but might not notice it due to a lack of experience. This act covers elections and the holding of elections down to the minutest of details. For all Canadians to spontaneously understand its ramifications and consequences is such that we can't expect Canadians to understand. Now, there is a current case that's currently, with respect to fraudulent calls, that's currently under investigation. It took thousands of complaints to Elections Canada for action to be taken and still not resolved a year later. This amendment dealing with the Chief Electoral Officer would perhaps be a good measure, but we need to seek the advice of people on this matter. To the best of our knowledge, the Chief Electoral Officer has never asked for this authority. After each election, Elections Canada prepares a series of recommendations to improve the Act. The modifications proposed in C-424 do not come from a specific request put forth by the Chief Electoral Officer. That's why the NDP is of the view, or advocates the sending of this bill to committee to hear from the necessary witnesses from Elections Canada themselves. They will be in a position to present their analysis and recommendations, and I hope that my colleagues from other parties will support this initiative. Through his mandate, the Chief Electoral Officer is responsible for the application of the Elections Act. If he or his staff identifies an infraction, they need to have the tools necessary to take action. Bear in mind that it would be a rare event. Very rare. At present, if the Chief Electoral Officer had this power, it doesn't mean that he would have already used it. But given his quality as an independent expert, an impartial expert, he might identify issues that someone else with less accustomed to it would not. The member for Beauce-Séjour obviously wants to deal with a shortcoming in this act, and we'll see what the experts say about it. In conclusion, we want to increase fines to act as a deterrent. We want to anticipate plausible situations of abuse. I give my support at second reading to Bill C-24 to see it to committee, and I'm eager and curious to hear what witnesses may have to say about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure that I actually stand and rise to speak to what I think is a very important bill for the government to not only just look at, but actually to speak about. You know, the member from Beauce-Séjour has brought forward to the House of Commons what I think is a very important issue, and that if, in fact, you were to canvass the opinions of Canadians, you will find that it is a very topical issue, especially if you take a look at the perspective of what's taken place in the last federal election. And I can tell you firsthand, I know that there's always in any given election, there seems to be issues that come up, not only at the federal level, but also at the provincial level. But I'll focus my attention in terms of the federal side of things. And this is why I believe at the end of the day that when we talk about this legislation, it does not have to be a partisan debate per se. I think it's important that we maybe look at a couple of examples, but to recognize that this is something that is long overdue. I don't quite understand why it is any political entity inside the House would oppose something of this nature. We appreciate the fact that the Democratic Party seems to recognize the value of Bill C-424 and is prepared to support the legislation. And I look forward to the government responding to the bill. I know that the member from Beauce-Séjour has always demonstrated a very open mind and wanting to be able to change legislation, and would be no doubt open to the government's concerns that they might have in terms of the potential for amendments. So we have nothing to lose by allowing the bill to go to committee stage. And I would really encourage members, in particular the parliamentary secretary that's going to be following my comments, I understand, in regards to opening their mind and recognizing that there is a need to be able to move forward on this legislation, because we should not be fearful of doing the right thing. And I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that doing the right thing in this particular case would be to get behind the bill and support the bill, Mr. Speaker. So I join with my colleague from Beauce-Séjour in asking the government to get behind this particular bill and allow it to, at the very least, pass so it can go into the committee stage where we can hear witnesses and different stakeholders come before the committee to express their concerns or to get behind the bill and show that it has substantial support, as I believe that the bill does have, Mr. Speaker. So what is it specifically that the bill does? Let me first comment in terms of the fine element. There is a significant change in terms of the fine element. It's not a minimum. We're not saying to a judge that, look, we believe that you have to give a minimum fine of X. what we're saying is that we have to increase the amount of the fines. So if there's a summary conviction, what we're talking about is an increase from $2,000 to $20,000. Mr. Speaker, whether it's the summary or the indictment increase from $5,000 to $50,000, I would argue is very reasonable. So we're not saying to the judge that he has to put in that amount, but we're giving a judge and with the cooperation of the Crown, our Crown, the opportunity to be able to use some discretion and to levy a fine that would likely be a little bit more appropriate. So when I talk about a little bit, what I'm really referring to, Mr. Speaker, is that for many of these offenses that could and might be taking place, that have been alleged to have taken place, having a $2,000 fine just really is not going to cut it. It's not going to have the desired impact of having a $20,000 fine, or the potential for a $20,000 fine would, or a $50,000 fine if, in fact, it's an indictable offense, Mr. Speaker, that a judge determines that in a particular situation that he might want to levy 45 or a maximum of 50,000. So when the government responds to this particular bill, it would be nice to hear in terms of what they feel on that aspect of the legislation. Do they support the need to at the very least, increase the level of fines? I suspect that the government would be supportive of that, Mr. Speaker. The second issue, which is changing in the legislation, is very significant, Mr. Speaker. The government really needs to get an understanding as to why it is so critically important that we make the change. The essence of the change is that we're saying to the Chief Electoral Officer that he or she in the future would have the opportunity to be able to take a standing to contest something that has taken place before the court. As it works today, my understanding is that it has to be, whether it's a candidate or a resident from within the constituency, Mr. Speaker, which puts in a lot of limitations. The primary concern that I would have in terms of limitations is that of financial means. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, let's not take a specific case, but let's just take, for the sake of argument, that everyone in this chamber came into an agreement that this an incident that occurred in riding X in the province of whatever, that everyone was unanimous in agreement that that should not have taken place, and as a result of that taking place, that the election results should be voided and there needs to be another by-election call, or there needs to be a by-election to clear the air, Mr. Speaker. Well, if we have to rely on the local candidate or a voter in that area or a constituent of that riding, Mr. Speaker, there is a fairly significant financial impediment that would in all likelihood prevent it from moving forward. Even if there is a unanimous support within the House of Commons, virtually, that yes, that there is something that has taken place there and it justifies some form of intervention. So what does the legislation actually do? It enables the Chief Electoral Officer, who is independent, the opportunity to, at the very least, bring it to the next level. Not to make the decision, not to take a partisan approach, Mr. Speaker. All it does is it enables the Chief Electoral Officer to take that standing or to take that intervention. And I would argue that is something in which there is great value for. Now, we could talk about the most recent election, and I'm a little bit reluctant. I see who is going to be following me, Mr. Speaker, in terms of after I sit down, and no doubt he might want to comment and reflect on whether it's the New Democratic Party or it's the Liberal Party. Equally, I suspect that I could comment in terms of concerns in regards to the Conservative Party. And I would suggest to you that there might be validity all the way around, Mr. Speaker. But what this bill is suggesting is that at the end of the day, that the chief financial officer, who I think Canadians as a whole have an immense amount of respect for, and we recognize the true independent nature of Elections Canada, would be in an excellent position to be able to ultimately make the determination whether or not there's a valid public interest to pursue this. That it shouldn't be left to the means, the economic means of an individual that resides in a constituency in order to protect what all of us care deeply and passionately about, and that is the democratic foundations of our great country. It would be a tragic mistake if we collectively or individually took our democracy for granted, Mr. Speaker. And I see that my time has virtually expired, and let me challenge members to not take it for granted, to see the merits of this particular bill and allow it to go to committee where members on both sides, but more specifically individuals and stakeholders outside of the House of Commons, would be able to participate in the debate on this very important bill. I ask all members to stand in their place to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the sponsor of the bill, who I believe does so with good intention and with a skilled hand as a legislator in this place. This bill would amend the Canada Elections Act to increase the fines for serious election offences. Provides that the chief electoral officer may contest an election of a candidate under Part 20 of the Act. I think everyone in this place can agree that it's our responsibility as parliamentarians to always look for ways to continue to ensure strong, free, and fair elections in Canada. Our electoral system must have the trust and confidence of Canadians. Indeed, our Conservative government has a proud record of achievement when it comes to strengthening our democracy, a point which I will return to a few minutes later. We certainly agree that people who commit election fraud and those who break the law should be held to account with tough penalties. And we certainly do not have a problem with tougher penalties. In fact, we welcome the agreement I think we have here in the House on fines and tougher penalties for serious election offences. That agreement is something I hope we will be able to come back to as this session of Parliament continues this fall. I think we probably all agree more generally with some sort of strengthening of the enforcement mechanisms of the Canada Elections Act as well. However, we believe that changes to the Canada Elections Act should be considered in a broader context than that presented in this bill. Piecemeal amendments such as these do not encompass the broader context of the Act. That context is illustrated by the fact that just earlier this year, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee produced a report, their 15th report, in response to the Chief Electoral Officer's recommendations following the 40th election. That report contained 50 recommendations to the Act. 50. And that wasn't even a comprehensive review of the Act. That was simply a review of issues that came up during that particular election. One of those 50 recommendations dealt with fines. The government is currently reviewing this recommendation and the report as a whole, and will put forward a proposal in due course. So I think that we will have that issue covered in the future, and in a more comprehensive way than this bill can provide for. I think that's plain to see. This bill has two elements. The Procedure Committee report has 50. So we're talking about a vast difference in scale. That's the broader context at stake. I'm not going to leave it at that, though, Mr. Speaker. There is a serious problem with this bill. The bill has only two main elements, and one of them is, unfortunately, disqualifying in nature. The problem is that the bill would completely undermine the neutrality and impartiality of the Chief Electoral Officer. And the bill must be defeated on these grounds alone, even if there were no others. Right now, participants in an election are able to contest that election. That means any elector and candidate in the electoral district in question can contest it. The application must be accompanied by a security cost in the amount of $1,000. By inserting the Chief Electoral Officer in the arena, we would be undermining his impartial role. The officer is an independent player who represents Parliament. He is not a participant in an election and must therefore act in a manner that is neutral and impartial to all parties and candidates. Each actor in an election has their role. The officer supervises the conduct of elections, kind of like a referee in a hockey game. He doesn't pick up a stick and start playing. At least he shouldn't. All complaints alleging offences to the Act are referred to the Commissioner of Canada Elections. The Commissioner investigates and enforces the rules. When he believes that an offence has been committed, the Commissioner may refer the matter to the Director of Public Prosecutions, who shall decide whether or not the matter will be prosecuted. While the administration and enforcement is left to others, the contestation of elections is left to the political actors, that is, candidates and voters. Once again, the Chief Electoral Officer is kept above this fray. The Chief Electoral Officer should not be an active player in making an election contested. Otherwise, he would be put in the conflicted position of potentially filing a complaint against himself. He is, after all, the officiator, and any bill that requires him to make complaints on how an election is officiated would effectively turn his own sword on his own person. As such, no measure should be put in place that would risk giving rise to even the perception of any favoritism on the part of the Chief Electoral Officer. I think that we can all agree that any favoritism or bias on the part of the Chief Electoral Officer would bring the officer and Elections Canada as a whole into disrepute. The power to contest elections would create just such a risk. The Chief Electoral Officer would have to pick cases to be brought to court. Invariably, those denied will complain of favoritism, having to bear the cost of litigation, and rightly so. Furthermore, irregularities that may call an election result into question may have been the result of actions or omissions on the part of the Chief Electoral Officer or Elections Canada themselves. Imagine if actions or omissions of the electoral officer became the subject of a potentially contested vote. And then imagine we had a legal regime that required that same electoral officer to file a complaint. against himself. The conflict is obvious and inescapable. We saw this was the case in the contested election of Etobicoke Centre. In such case, the Chief Electoral Officer would find himself in a conflict of interest where he called upon to defend the actions of his staff while at the same time initiating the complaint against the process that he ran. So I think it is clear that we are putting, that this bill would put the Chief Electoral Officer in an intolerable position of conflict. And as such, this proposal alone renders the bill unsupportable by the government. Thankfully, we are taking other actions, and we hope to cooperate with the Honourable Member for Beauséjour and the opposition in order to see them to a successful conclusion. Last night, Bill C-21, the Political Loans Accountability Act, passed at the second reading in this House. The bill will fix the current rules for political loans, which have made a mockery of the opposition parties. 6 of the 9 NDP contestants in the recent leadership contest failed to meet their filing deadlines for disclosures. They claim software glitches or having to attend a conference. They had 6 full months to get their books in order, but they couldn't meet a generous reporting deadline. The Liberal Party has a worse record. 4 Liberal candidates from the 2006 Liberal leadership race 6 years ago have still not paid off their debts despite very generous extensions to the deadlines. We are moving to tackle this problem and these abuses through the Political Loans Accountability Act. Finally, we are moving forward with a Bill C-377, which would require disclosure of union finances, this being extremely important after the recent discovery that the unions gave $340,000 in illegal money to the NDP. I encourage the opposition parties to work with us to expand accountability and strengthen the democracy that we all enjoy. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always incredible to hear some speeches by my honourable colleague who preceded me. It's really something that's quite impressive. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to speak to Bill C-424 at second reading, tabled by the Liberal member for the riding of Beauséjour, to amend the Canada Elections Act. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this bill includes values that are held dear not only by the NDP but also by Canadians. I'm talking about democracy, integrity, and ethics. Furthermore, it responds to our commitments to ensure transparent and ethical democracy and an electoral process. Furthermore, Bill C-424 proposes increasing the fines for some offences under the Canada Elections Act. Furthermore, the Chief Electoral Officer would have greater latitude. I'd like to give you a bit of a summary of the bill. C-424 will amend the Canada Elections Act in order to increase significantly, 10 times in fact, more, the fines for some infractions or offences. So fines would go from $2,000 to $20,000 when we're talking about summary conviction, and from $5,000 to $50,000 when we are talking about an indictment. And paragraph 5, A and B. I'm talking about accepting bribes, forcing or intimidating voters into voting or not voting, as we saw, for example, with the whole history and the scandal of the robocalls, as they're called, which encouraged or discouraged rather people from voting. That would be part of that category. To vote for a specific candidate and making a false statement exceeding the thresholds set for electoral advertising expenditures, prematurely counting the advance polls, providing advertising on a government website and others. This encourages individuals, voters, public officials, including returning officers, polling companies, candidates, registered associations, political party leaders and political parties. The types of offenses correspond normally to a reprehensible behavior that could undermine the legitimacy of the process in Canada. So what is really important here are actions, gestures that prohibit people from recognizing the ethical side of this profession of politician. We have to restore confidence in Canadians with regard to politics, because right now people are discouraged. In Drummond and Drummondville, people tell me often, you know, you're all the same, you'll all be corrupted one day. So we're trying to restore the reputation of Canadian politics, and we need strong legislation, and increasing the fines is a good way to begin in order to restore the reputation of politicians so that people have renewed confidence in politicians, that people get involved, and that they can trust the politicians. We are all here in the House of Commons because we want to serve our constituents. We want to help our country. We want to ensure the well-being of our country, and this should be recognized, and people shouldn't see us as those who abuse the system. That's why it's important to restore ethics, and this bill is a good start in order to show a better code of ethics with regard to the Canada Elections Act. With regard now to the fines for some offences set out in the Canada Elections Act, the Chief Electoral Officer himself has questioned some of the disproportionately low fines. We saw fines that were very low. This is ridiculous. That won't discourage fraudsters from taking action. So we need higher fines, and if we multiply the fines by 10, this is a good start. It's a good idea, and we must support that. For example, Mr. Speaker, there was the falsely or pretending to represent Elections Canada using a robocall scheme is designed to dissuade voters from voting. And this problem has not yet been resolved. This is a problem that continues within the House of Commons. That is the robocall issue, and we have to be able to find those guilty in this situation and prevent this from happening again in other elections, because there are no doubt ridings that perhaps, they weren't robbed of victory, but perhaps the results were not what they should have been as a result of this illegal practice. So we really need to ensure that this sentence for robocalls be increased. It's currently between $2,000 and $5,000, $2,000 to $5,000 fine. And when we talk about this very serious offense, encouraging somebody to vote or not to vote, as we saw, telling them the wrong place to go to vote for a polling station, and having a fine of only $2,000 to $5,000, it's really ridiculous. It's really a minimum, and that is why the Chief Electoral Officer is of the same opinion as we are, and my colleague from Beauséjour has taken action here in a scientific article written by a law student at the University of Montreal. He quotes the Chief Electoral Officer. He said current sentences are not tailored to the offenses For example, some aspects of the bill are subject to criminal prosecution, whereas administrative sanctions would be more effective and more rapidly executed. Some serious offenses only lead to disproportionately light sanctions, such as maximum fines of barely $2,000 to $5,000, as I mentioned, Mr. Speaker. And it's terrible that people who commit very serious offenses, as we've seen, for example, that we haven't even yet gotten to the bottom of the story yet, and it's difficult to get the support of the Conservatives in this regard in order to find the answers to all those questions that come to mind with regard to the robocalls, the story about Mr. Poutine, and the Conservatives are not cooperating enough in order for this issue to be resolved and for us to be able to restore credibility to politicians and to the code of ethics that we must all have here, because we are here to serve the people of our riding. So, Mr. Speaker, if I can go on, Canadians want greater transparency. They want to have their confidence in our democratic institutions restored. All of those here in the House must listen to Canadians. We must do everything we can in order to restore the confidence of Canadians in our democratic institutions, and that is why we must absolutely review this legislation as quickly as possible. C-424, tabled by the member from Beauséjour, should be studied in depth in committee. This is a good start, but we have to continue to improve it, and that is why study in committee is absolutely essential. And for that reason, we are supporting it to ensure that it can go to committee, and I hope that the Conservatives will also be able to support it. Unfortunately, I don't think so. And finally, we eagerly await the conclusions of the committee to see what will happen with this bill. The Chief Electoral Officer must continue to play an important role in preserving the integrity of the electoral process. It's a question, or rather a matter of public interest, Mr. Speaker. And we see the many cases of allegations of offenses undermines our democracy, Mr. Speaker, and we must absolutely take immediate steps in order to improve the Canada Elections Act. This is a good step. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. You will have approximately 8 minutes only. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak today to the bill C-424, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, contestation of election and punishment. This bill, which was introduced by my colleague, the member for Beauséjour, seeks to change the rules concerning the contesting an election and the fines that apply in the case of election fraud. I think that since I've been elected to the House of Commons, I've had the opportunity to see a lot of debates and questions raised in the House on this issue since then. And it's time to really look at the rules to challenge an election. Concretely, the changes that this bill will make will significantly increase fines for some offences under the Canada Elections Act. So from $2,000 to $20,000 in fines for summary conviction, and the fines increase from $5,000 to $50,000 when we're talking about conviction by indictment. But I think it is quite relevant here to ask ourselves, what kind of offences are we talking about? So we're talking about, among other things, the following: obstructing or delaying electoral operations, offering or accepting bribes, encouraging or forcing a voter to vote for a specific candidate or not to vote by using force, intimidation, or pretexts of any kind, as well as to exceed or otherwise not respect the thresholds set for election advertising expenditures. These are the kind of things that can be punishable under the law. These offenses can concern the candidates, but also party leaders or political parties in general. Furthermore, the other major change that this bill brings will be to give the Chief Electoral Officer the power to contest an election. At present, only a candidate in an election or a citizen within a specific riding is authorized to contest the results of an election. And so this bill gives the power to the Chief Electoral Officer to investigate an election or alleged fraud during election if necessary. I think this is important to understand. Often the Chief Electoral Officer is one of the only people who has the overall picture of what has happened within a riding. So for a citizen, it can be difficult to say, I'd like to lodge a complaint about an election when ultimately this person may not be aware of the fact that 1,000 people experienced the same thing that this individual did as well.
Often it's the Chief Electoral Officer who really knows what the overall picture is, so it's really difficult for a citizen to say, I want to contest this election, if they're not aware of all the problematic cases that occurred during that election. So I think that, therefore, it's logical to allow our system to have this. It's a democratic system, and therefore to authorize more frequent investigations. I think that's a good thing. It's also important to remember that those investigations will only occur if it's a really worrisome case. I think that the Chief Electoral Officer won't just be having fun launching random investigations. He's going to do so if he's aware of a problematical situation. It doesn't mean that there's going to be an infinite number launched. It will be in very specific cases. And I also think it's important to remember the context in which this bill was presented. We heard over the course of the last few years allegations of fraud, of intimidation, of fraudulent calls during the last federal elections. We have heard about bribes. We've talked about falsification of voters' lists, of false information issued to prevent people from voting. Just think about Pierre Poutine and his 7,000 electronic calls on the day of the elections, those robocalls. During the last federal election, there were thousands of complaints from across the country. The Chief Electoral Officer, when he appeared before the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs in March, said that in this context, certain concerns have also been raised as far as the administration of the vote in certain ridings is concerned. This includes allegations concerning an abnormally high level of registrations on the day of the vote, the registration of voters who didn't comply with the rules, and the registration of voters who did not have Canadian citizenship. So these are very serious issues that threaten the integrity of our democratic process. And if we leave these without any answers, they risk really undermining a critical component of our sane democracy, that is to say, the confidence that voters have in their process. He's right, I think. Electoral fraud threatens our democratic system and the integrity of our system. Almost 40,000 people were in contact with the Chief Electoral Officer's office in light of this scandal. He was the only person who really was aware of the existence of all of those other people. The one simple citizen alone is not going to be aware of the fact that there were 39,000 other people who voted or who expressed the same concerns. So that's very serious. It has to be taken seriously. We cannot allow our democracy to be threatened because of partisan games. So I don't know if currently this bill is the very best to avoid this kind of scandalous practice in the future. but there has been some doubt that has insinuated itself into the democratic process, and I think that this should be sent to committee so it should be studied more in depth. It will allow us to go further, and I think that it is essential that it be indeed sent to the committee so that it can be fine-tuned there. It's our democracy, it's our system, and this is the country itself that will benefit by it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The
time provided for private members' business has now expired, and it is now sent to the bottom of the dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
Of a motion to adjourn the House for the purpose of discussing a specific and important matter requiring urgent consideration, namely food safety. Accordingly, the motion is as follows. Mr. Valeria, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the honourable member for Toronto Centre. For the second time in 4 years, we are faced with a major breach in food safety in Canada. The first time, we said never again. But 1 month ago, we were reminded that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency still does not have the resources it requires, and now, once again, people are sick. On September 16, 2012, the CFIA issued a recall on just over 20 different meat products originating at the XL Foods facility in Brooks, Alberta, which were possibly contaminated with E. coli 0157, the same virus that killed 7 and poisoned thousands of others at Walkerton, Ontario in 2000, a pathogen that, when consumed, can cause vomiting, blood diarrhea in most, but can go on to attack the kidneys and other organs in vulnerable Canadians like seniors and children. This is a significant date because the recall occurred 2 weeks after E. coli contamination was found by American inspectors in a shipment of beef destined for the United States. On September 3rd, the Americans positively diagnosed XL Foods shipment with E. coli after stopping the shipment at the border. On September 4, American inspectors notified Canadian officials that our meat was contaminated and held subsequent shipments. On September 13, having found 2 more contaminated shipments, 10 days after their initial findings, the United States Food Safety Inspection Service delisted XL Brooks, Alberta facility, preventing it from exporting any further meat to the United States. This brings us to September 16, 13 days after the Americans first found E. coli in a shipment of beef from XL. Our inspection agency first actions to recall tainted meat and protect Canadians from a potentially fatal pathogen took 2 weeks, which many of the 23 Canadians in Alberta and Saskatchewan who are suffering would argue is 2 weeks too long. Despite the rapidly expanding recall, it still took 10 days after the recall to finally shut down XL Brooks facility for clear violations of the standards regulating sanitation, health, and safety. Now, 1 month on from the Americans' first finding, we are still looking for answers, and like the recall, which has grown to more than 1.5 million pounds of meat across 1,500 different products, day after day we only have more questions for a government that appears more interested in managing their public relations risk than work on the real damage that is being created by a critical break in our food safety system. Questions like, when was the Minister of Agriculture made aware that XL Foods shipped meat contaminated with E. coli to the United States? When was he first aware that XL Foods facility was no longer meeting minimum sanitation requirements? Why did he argue last week that there was no risk of contaminated product reaching store shelves when clearly a recall of 1.5 million pounds of meat, the largest in our history, is not merely a preventative matter? Conservatives would have you believe that $56.1 million cuts in the spring's budget didn't have an impact on the resources available to inspectors, or that the hundreds of jobs they cut, including 90 biologists and 140 veterinarians, did not have a negative impact on the speed and efficiency of our frontline food safety workers. Conservatives would have you believe that regardless of the job they did gutting essential resources this year, they've put enough in over the past 5 years that it shouldn't matter. Clearly it does. They answer our calls for more inspectors and more financial stability with derision. but refused to answer this question. If the resources they gave the CFIA were enough, why are 23 Canadians suffering from foodborne illness related to E. coli? Why has the FSIS shut our borders to meat from XL Foods' Brooks facility? How did the facility get so far behind on meeting whatever food safety standards do exist? In 2008, 23 Canadians died and hundreds more were sick after consuming listeria-tainted meat in a situation that is eerily beginning to resemble our current state. In her report stemming from an investigation of what went wrong, Sheila Wetherill found a number of key factors that led to a catastrophic breakdown in inspection and prevention. Among those she pointed out was a major disconnect between senior management of both the industry and the CFIA in their approach to food safety, especially as it pertained to monitoring trends that would assist in identifying recurring bacteria presence. Notably, as recently as last week, Dr. Richard Arsenault, Director of Meat Inspection at the CFIA, said, and I'm quoting, "We need to do a better job of managing this data and finding these trends ahead of time, as opposed to having to respond to a crisis like this. All this so that inspectors might, quote, connect the dots." The second key factor noted by Ms. Wetherill was our state of readiness, or lack thereof. She was concerned about insufficient training for inspectors in particular. Yesterday, before the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Bob Kingston, President of the Public Service Alliance of Canada's Agricultural Unit, expressed his concerns that only a small number of inspectors at XL Foods are trained properly to manage the compliance verification system because there are not enough resources or enough trained inspectors to cover the time and material to bring all inspectors up to speed. Ms. Wetherill was concerned that one of the truly fatal flaws of the listeria outbreak was a lack of sense of urgency at its outset. Concerns about when to notify the public in 2008 were mirrored this month when it took 2 weeks to notify the Canadian public that there was a threat to their food supply. Ms. Wetherill said, and I quote, "Until the system is remedied, events like those of the summer of 2008 remain a real risk." Despite that being 3 years ago, here we go again, and her initial concerns still ring true. Conservatives will tell you that they have fulfilled all the recommendations of the Wetherill report. Yet just this year, they removed funding specific to listeria, and they have yet to complete a comprehensive third-party audit of all CFIA resources, including staffing, that she requested as her 7th recommendation. Allow me to quote Ms. Wetherill further. Quote, "Due to the lack of detailed information and differing views heard, the investigation was not able to determine the current level of resources, as well as the resources needed to conduct the CVS activities effectively. For the same reason, we were also unable to come to a conclusion concerning the adequacy of the program design, implementation plan, training, and supervision of inspectors, as well as oversight and performance monitoring. Accordingly, she recommended to accurately determine the demand on its inspection resources and the number of required inspectors, the Canadian Food Agency should retain third-party experts to conduct a resource audit. The experts should also recommend required changes and implementation strategies. The audit should include analysis as to how many plants an inspector should be responsible for and the appropriateness of rotation of inspectors. To this day, that has yet to be done. Conservatives will tell you they acted on each recommendation. However, they cannot tell you how many inspectors they have, what their roles are and responsibilities are, or where they are located. In fact, the only study they engaged in was a superficial review of resources available to the compliance verification system. They will also accuse us of holding up their newest food safety legislation, which dismantles the various inspection acts, including meat inspection, removing specializations and making inspectors jacks of all trades but masters of none. However, they won't tell you that we support modernizing our food system so long as it includes the necessary resources. Furthermore, contrary to statements from their president earlier today, claiming that the CFIA did not currently have the power to compel XL Foods to present the proper documentation proving compliance, the Meat Inspection Act provides that inspectors may, and I'm quoting, require any person to produce for inspection or for the purpose of obtaining copies or extracts any book, shipping bill, bill of lading, or other document or record that the inspector believes on reasonable grounds contains any information relevant to the administration or enforcement of the Act or regulations. Moreover, it compels the operator of the plant to not only comply, but to facilitate the process. Hiding behind the imaginary facade of new enhanced powers should not let anyone off the hook for this blatant failure to act. The danger posed by conservative inaction on the food safety file extends beyond the health and safety of Canadians. It is a threat to our ranchers, who have just finally started to recover from the BSE ordeal. Borders across the world have finally reopened to our beef trade. Even still, this government is currently attempting to negotiate away the very program that caught our contaminated meat at the border. We have some of the finest inspectors in the world, but they are hamstrung by a lack of resources, leaving them incapable of performing necessary functions of their jobs. Clearly, we have seen that the industry, while it can work in partnership, can no longer be left alone to police itself. In closing, in terms of immediate action, will the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food finally consent to a comprehensive third-party audit of the resources necessary to operate the CFIA? And will the government finally agree to give our Food Inspection Agency the powers and resources they need to keep Canadians safe? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Guelph, who sits on the Agricultural Committee with me, and who was here in the last Parliament with me as well. And although he didn't sit on the subcommittee of listeriosis with myself, I did sit on that committee with the other member and his caucus from Malpeque. And it is to state the obvious, déjà vu all over again. And he quite correctly pointed out what happened in that particular outbreak when 22 people died of listeria and how that was addressed. But I wonder if my colleague could speak to the 170 inspectors out of the 700 and some odd that this government says that they've actually put in place, to which we know, of course, they're not actually frontline inspectors because they have this catch-all phrase of what they call them as a category, that indeed it's only 170 inspectors who are on frontline meat inspection, but not in these types of facilities like XL. They're actually in the ready-to-eat meat program. I wonder if my colleague could express his concerns about why there was no new inspectors put into XL.
The honourable member for Guelph.
I want to thank my colleague for that question, and it is a pleasure to serve with him on the committee. Mr. Speaker, the facade that this government creates is enormous. They keep talking about all of the inspectors, as my friend has noted, that they've hired. And they seem to suggest that these inspectors have been put into the system for the purpose of dealing with food safety at meat plants, meat processing plants. Little did we know, and I found out today, that 200 inspectors that were added are added to the invasive alien species program designed to keep harmful organisms out of Canada. Nothing to do with meat inspection whatsoever. The other concern I have, Mr. Speaker, with respect to their continued comments that there are 46 inspectors at this particular lakeside plant is this. When I was at that plant several years ago, there were about 3,000 head being processed a day. That is now over 4,000 head being processed a day. That's a third increase. They have not increased the inspectors by the same proportion. And my concern is that they are cutting corners, and that cutting of corners is what has led to this outbreak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Malpeque.
I have a press release here from the NFU, and I quote, cattle farmers are already feeling the effect of the closure as prices for fat steers and cull cows have already dropped by 20% and 30% respectively. My question to the member is this. Both the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Health are missing in action, failing to show control over the problem and give assurance on safe meat that's in the country. And what I'm worried about, Mr. Speaker, is there's almost like a run on the banks and a financial problem. There are very good meat operations out there, and the cattle that producers produce is good quality meat. And I asked the member what should be done in that regard to give assurance to consumers and to help the farm community out as well.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Well, I want to thank the member from Melpeck for his thoughtful question, Mr. Speaker. And he's quite right. There is good meat out there. There are a lot of ranchers that are quite concerned about the impression that has been left by this government, frankly, and their failure to protect our food supply. And in answer to that, frankly, I met with some of those ranchers today and, frankly, other processors. And we need to reassure Canadians that there is a way to eat safely still, notwithstanding this government's failures. And that is, I'm not a cook or a chef, but I'll say this, that they need to cook their meat to 70 degrees centigrade or 170 degrees Fahrenheit, which will actually kill the E. coli. But let me say this, that as quickly as borders were open, they can be slapped shut instantly by failures that have been demonstrated by this government. And the slapping shut of our borders is our deepest concern on behalf of the ranchers of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Guelph for having moved this motion, and I know it was an idea that was shared by the member from Welland. And it does give the House a chance to debate a subject of great importance to Canadians. Je veux faire un commentaire à ce sujet pour dire que
I want to make a comment to say that naturally this is a concern for consumers. They want to know that their health isn't in jeopardy because the government hasn't done its job. So that's the first thing, but also it's not just an issue for consumers. It's a question of Canada's reputation. We live in a world where meat products are exported, naturally to the United States, to Europe, to Asia, and for a long time Canada has had to work to protect its reputation throughout the world. There's another issue as well, the producers who work in the West and throughout Canada, in fact, because this isn't a Canada-wide industry we're talking about here. But that's why, in fact, we feel that this situation requires a more concrete and direct answer from the government. It's not good enough to say, well, we've appointed 700 inspectors. Well, first of all, it's not 700, it's 170. But quite frankly, you could have appointed 10,000 inspectors, but if we still have the same outcome, then we've obviously got a problem. Now, the government can say that it took action, but it was a bit slow. And clearly, with respect to our relationship with the United States, they reacted even more slowly than the authorities in the United States, because the U.S. authorities refused to accept product from that plant on September 13th. And it wasn't until September 16th that the Canadian government addressed the issue of recalling products. And it was just last week, in fact, that they closed down the facility. So there's a problem with the response, not only to protect Canadians, but also with respect to protecting Canada's reputation across the world.
An operation like the one in Brooks, Alberta, and Canadians have to understand this, these are huge operations. We're looking at thousands of cattle being processed every day. We're looking at hundreds of millions of pounds of meat being dealt with across the country on an annual basis. We're looking at fewer and fewer large slaughterhouses being available for farmers. And we're looking at a system that requires and insists that there be an absolutely seamless process of inspection and of assurance that at every step of the way, steps are being taken to protect the consumer, to protect the rancher, to protect the producer, and to protect those who are buying our product. And those who buy our product are not only in Canada, they're around the world. Every Minister of Agriculture knows that Canada's reputation is only as strong as our ability to ensure the health and safety of every single consumer of this product each and every single day. Exactly. And that's why I can't understand some of the responses that we've seen from the government. I can't understand the performance that I saw on television by the Minister of Agriculture, where he speaks for 4.5 minutes, leaves the stage, says, "I'm sorry, I've got to go," and then as soon as the president of the CFIA stands up to speak, the government spokesperson says, "Sorry, we're shutting this down now. This press conference is over." Terrible. That is cowardice. How else would you describe a minister who can't defend himself in the House of Commons, can't defend the actions of the CFIA in the House of Commons, and he goes out to Alberta for a photo op, and he can't even defend himself at the photo op? Something has gone clearly wrong here. And, yes, we have other examples. We have the listeriosis crisis, which affected the country 4 years ago, where, by contrast with what we've seen from XL, Maple Leaf Foods was out there every day, defending itself, explaining, trying to get people to understand the importance, because they understood from the get-go that this is about reputation as much as it is about health. Yep. Credibility. It affects everything, the credibility of the system. Where's XL been? You don't hear from them. They're not there. You call the company, you get an answering machine. This is something that's affecting hundreds of thousands of consumers, and the company says our responsibility is to disappear. Well, companies can disappear. But we've seen a disappearing act that matches Houdini by the Minister of Agriculture. And that's something which requires a real response from this government today. Canadians expect better and expect answers. And they expect more than a Prime Minister who says, it's a great system, we've added all the inspectors, and I'm sure the Minister, the Parliamentary Secretary will have exactly the same rote responses. The first priority we have is the protection of consumers. If it's the first priority, why are the consumers the last to know? Right. If the Americans could close the border on September the 13th, why couldn't we have done the same thing on the same day? Right. And it affects, the government takes great pride. The government takes great pride in the fact that they're now signing this seamless border agreement with the Americans. Mr. Speaker, what's going to happen to that as a result of this incident? What's going to happen to that when the Americans wake up and realize that the standards we are putting in place are not as strong as we claim that they are, and are not as good and seamless as they claim that they are? The consumer has to be told much earlier. The public has to know how and why this happened. And this government has to come clean with the Canadian public, not in giving us press release after press release, not in holding photo ops after photo ops, but in understanding that this has happened because something went wrong, not because something went right. This has happened because something went wrong through a long period of time, and consumers were left vulnerable for too long. Mr. Speaker, the enthusiasm on that side for privatization and deregulation will not deal with this problem. This is a problem which requires robust government capacity, a robust capacity to protect the public interest, and a robust capacity to protect the public health. Yes, the companies have to be involved. And yes, there will never be enough inspectors to cover every single situation, every single moment. The companies have to be engaged in helping us to deal with this question. But the people who are working for the company have to have the independence and the power to do their job. They have to have the training to do their job. We have to make sure that that system is clearly and honestly in place. And that's why we believe, Mr. Speaker, that in addition to the answers that we've been asking for over the last several days, there clearly needs to be a report very quickly by the Auditor General of Canada, some independent way of assessing the government's statements that all of the recommendations of the Weatherill report have been carried out, and a real assessment as to how our CFIA compares with inspection in the U.S., compares with inspection in Europe, so we can not simply be among the best, but we can be the best in the country. The food industry is an absolutely fundamental industry to this country. I don't think many Canadians understand that for all the publicity about other manufacturing industries, the food industry is at the heart of manufacturing. It is at the heart of prosperity in this country. It connects agriculture and the farmer, the small and the large producers, with some of the largest companies in the world. It gives Canada its global reach. But that global reach is only as good as our local reputation. It's only as good as the actions that we, in fact, take and the assurance that we're as good as our word and that we're up to the job. And right now, Mr. Speaker, I'd have to say this bunch is not up to the job. And that's why we've had to call for this emergency debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable speaker, the honourable member from Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening intently to the interim leader from the Liberal Party's comments, and the one thing that was missing through it all was he never once mentioned how this is devastating cattle producers across this country. No, you went on and on, Mr. Speaker. He went on and on about fear-mongering and scaring consumers to think that we do not have a good food safety system. I can tell you that we do have a good food safety system. If he understood the situation that we're dealing with right now in Brooks, if he understood the situation with XL Foods, he knows that there's only one player in this whole situation that we need to blame, and that really needs to be held to account, and that's XL themselves. There's 46 food inspectors in that plant. 46 inspectors doing the research, making sure that XL was trying to reach the problems, going right back to September 4th. They found the problem. They asked corrective measures to be taken, and we're not hearing anything about, that aspect. They want to play political games. They want to blame the government. They want to blame CFIA, but they never once say, let's look at the culprit in all this. Let's look at the company that caused.
The honourable member for Toronto. Order. The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
He has a chance to look at if he cares to look at the blues and look at the speech of what I said. Actually, one of the first things I said in French and in English, Mr. Speaker, if I can just get into what I've said. I don't think the member was actually listening to what I said, because what I said was this is a problem which affects everybody, and I said it affects producers, it affects ranchers. I said it in English and I said it in French, and I'll say it again. This is a devastating issue for everyone involved in the food industry in this country, and that includes ranchers and that includes producers across the country. We understand that. He also says that he's reached the conclusion that the company is uniquely responsible for what happened. Look, the company obviously bears a responsibility. We're not a court here. We're not going to determine which is liable. The only people we can ask questions of are the people who are here and who are answering questions. And if the member honestly thinks that any of us take particular joy in the fact that this is an issue that's now affecting the largest meat recall in the history of the country, then he's sadly mistaken. But I hope that he will actually listen to what's being said and understand that perhaps we have a lot more in common than he realizes.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks on this crisis that has rocked Canada and Quebec. I'd like to put this crisis in a broader context. In light of the disorder caused by the Conservative government, they said that they cut $4 billion to public services. They were going to be laying off 19,000 people, but it wouldn't be affecting services to the people of this country. It wasn't going to have an impact. They saved $4 billion in administrative costs and photocopies. They took us for fools, and now today we're seeing what happens when we don't have an opportunity to guarantee public safety, food safety rather, for the people of this country. I'd like to hear the honourable colleague say and tell us, in fact, what he thinks about the Conservatives' blind cups to services and to Canadians. Well, Mr. Speaker, the member is absolutely right. Naturally, the cuts have an impact. Well, that's just what happens. I would suggest that he conduct a study, and that would be to read the report. It's a very important report. It's a 2-volume report produced by Justice O'Connor following Walkerton, because what Justice O'Connor identified in his report was a relationship between cuts and problems. And we've got the same gang opposite. They were responsible for the cuts in Ontario in the 90s, and the same situation today. Now, of course, we need to have an investigation, an inquiry to see just how far these problems with the out-regulations and the shortage of human resources to deal with the problem, to determine responsibility for the problem. That needs to be investigated, but the government is hiding the impact of these cuts. They're prepared to say that some cuts were made, but it's the parliamentary budget officer who has said that the government doesn't know where the problems are.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address the House on the ongoing matter of the beef recall that has been much in the news today. I welcome the opportunity to talk about this issue and to clarify the situation. Let me reiterate, Mr. Speaker, that the health and safety of Canadians, particularly when it comes to food safety, is the top priority for this government. Please allow me to list some of the facts for the record. Fact 1. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency acted to contain contaminated products beginning on September 4th, and they have been acting ever since. Fact 2. The XL plant will not be allowed to reopen until the Canadian Food Inspection Agency has certified that it is safe. Fact 3. Our Conservative government has hired over 700 additional net new inspectors since 2006, including 170 meat inspectors. And I might add, with no help from the opposition, which has voted against this and other valuable initiatives to fortify our food safety system. Fact 4. Our government has implemented all 57 recommendations from the Weatherall report. Fact 5. We have increased CFIA's budget by $156 million, which is a 20% increase. And once again, Mr. Speaker, the opposition has voted against this. Fact 6. We have tabled legislation in the other place, Bill S11, known as the Safe Foods for Canadians Act, to strengthen the authorities under which CFIA acts. This bill will be coming to this House for debate and for voting. If the opposition believes that the powers of the agency are not sufficient, then they should support our government's legislation to make sure that the CFIA has greater authorities. Mr. Speaker, the opposition needs to change the way that they have been voting on food safety issues. So now we know the basic facts. Let's put it into context. Mr. Speaker, as many of you are already well aware, XL Foods, which operates an Alberta-based meat processing facility, is implicated in a very substantial recall of beef products. The recall is a result of E. coli 0157H7 having been found present in products that originate from this facility. Mr. Speaker, let me talk about E. coli. E. coli cases in Canada have dropped 50% since 2006. There is a lot of information that provides a great deal of information about how to avoid foodborne illness. In the case of E. coli, washing hands, keeping food preparation surfaces clean, and cooking food to proper temperature is usually all that is ever needed to avoid getting sick. The fact that this particular producer provides a large amount of beef product to further processors and retailers across Canada and for export to the United States adds to the complexity of this particular situation. That being said, despite the efforts of the CFIA to provide disclosure and transparency about the events surrounding this issue, there persists a perception, a narrative if you will, that is at odds with the facts. Last Friday, CFIA experts in food safety and public health held a press conference where they delivered detailed information and informative statements and took many questions from the media. All questions were fully answered. Furthermore, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency's website contains detailed information about what happened where and when. The full chronology is there for all to see. You will also see information like what the issue is, when it was first discovered, likely factors, and actions taken. All of that is available to the media and to the general public. I appreciate that much of the information being delivered leans to the technical side in terms of detail, so I'll try to bring some clarity to the issue. For the record, allow me to share with you some of the misconceptions that still persist and must be set straight. There is the idea that American inspectors discovered the problem while the CFIA did not, and that Canada was alerted to the problem solely due to American inspection efforts. This is not true. It was found in Calgary by the CFIA, and the CFIA and Americans were communicating with each other about their test results on the same day. It has been said that cuts to CFIA's inspection capacity, specifically the number of inspectors, has contributed to the XL problem, and that this food safety issue is a direct result of the agency being under-resourced in this facility. This is false. Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, our government has hired more than 700 net new inspectors since 2006, and we have consistently increased funding for food safety multiple times since 2006, including by $52 million in our last budget alone.
Here, here.
It has been alluded to that our government is shying away from making any positive link between E. coli and beef and certain individuals who have become sick with E. coli. There has been no such evasion. 5 cases have been connected by the Alberta Public Health Authority. As a government, we feel for these individuals and understand how difficult this situation is. Going back to the beginning, when problems were first discovered, it needs to be understood that the CFIA discovered E. coli in a beef product on September 4th. This product, discovered in one establishment, had originated from XL Foods establishment in Alberta. On that very same day, the CFIA was informed that inspectors working for the USDA's Food Safety and Inspection Service, or the FSIS, had discovered E. coli in a sample of beef trimmings that had originated from the same XL food plant in Alberta. The CFIA was alerted by the FSIS about their discovery on September 4th, and the meat products were destroyed. The CFIA, through a trace-out investigation, was able to determine that the meat product found to be positive in the U.S. was not distributed anywhere in Canada. The CFIA immediately launched an investigation into the causes of the problem on September 4th. There was no delay. Canadian inspectors and American inspectors had discovered the problem in parallel, and that information was shared. The source of Canada's information was our own inspection service turning up positive samples for E. coli in Alberta, and the American find served to confirm it. This information can be verified simply by looking at the statements made on both the CFIA and FSIS websites. The idea that had the Americans not found a positive sample, that our own inspection service would have missed the E. coli is false, as the problem was uncovered by the CFIA through routine testing. Throughout the course of the CFIA investigation, inspectors stepped up their oversight of operations within the plant. By September 18th, the CFIA determined that there was no single cause that they could link to E. coli positive meat at the plant. However, there were a number of issues that they uncovered having to do with some protocols not being strictly followed. These are the sorts of issues that the CFIA discovers from time to time. XL Foods was informed of these deficiencies and was ordered to correct them before a firm deadline. Based on the in-depth investigation conducted by the CFIA from September 4th through to the 16th, it was decided that health hazard alerts should be issued to the public. During that time period, there wasn't a single day that the CFIA was not actively investigating the issue on an urgent basis. So, by September 16th, XL Foods had begun recalling beef trimmings from 3 days of production from its clients. And you have to understand that beef trimmings coming out of one facility can go out to many different clients who further process these trimmings into other food products. Some of it might end up as ground beef, some of it might be turned into fresh or frozen hamburger patties, some of it could end up in sausages or frozen lasagna, meatballs and soup, and all under different brand names. The food supply system in this particular case is vast. So, Mr. Speaker, what we have is the CFIA actively tracing products into the supply chain based on a limited number of specific production dates. The agency tracked down the various companies, food processors, destinations, and further processing points that the meat could have gone out to as quickly as possible. And then food recalls for those food products were announced. As soon as a product was discovered to have had its origins in a high-risk run of production, it was recalled. So what looked like recall after recall after recall was really just one recall. But the group of affected products expanded as the different companies, processors, product lines, and products were identified. This is the tracing out process. And as you can imagine, it can take some time to go through various company records in multiple locations with information presented in vastly different formats. When a food recall gets underway, the CFIA works literally around the clock to get the products off the shelf as fast as they can and as comprehensively as they can. In fact, they are considered to be the best in the world at food recalls. Through further investigation, it was decided, based on data that the CFIA collected, that production runs from 2 other days showed a higher than usual risk for E. coli. And so products originating from these batches of trim were also added to the recall list. On September 27th, the establishment's license was suspended. The suspension resulted because the company had been unable to fully implement corrective actions requested by the CFIA. The suspension followed established agency protocol when a food producer is unable or unwilling to comply with corrective actions requested by the agency. So let me be clear, the XL plant will not reopen until the CFIA has certified that it is safe. The CFIA acted swiftly to address the problem once it was discovered. It was discovered by CFIA inspectors during routine testing. Though it looked like a staggered recall to outsiders because the recall got wider and wider as more information on products became available. It really is a single recall of products produced on 5 production dates at the facility. Now, allow me to address the budget issue, Mr. Speaker. As we are all aware, our government, in its efforts to reduce the deficit, asked officials to make proposals that could find savings for Budget 2012. Did Budget 2012 expose Canadians to more food safety risk? Absolutely not. And for the opposition to say otherwise is just wrong. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2012, as I mentioned earlier in my comments, we put forward more than $50 million additional dollars for food safety. That's what's in Budget 2012. That's in addition to $100 million that was in Budget 2011. Our government remains committed to ensuring that the food Canadians and their families eat is safe. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency has not made any changes that would in any way risk the health and safety of Canadians. Contrary to what some have asserted, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency we have made significant investments that are being made in food safety. Recognizing the challenges and opportunities of the current environment, our government's budget last year committed over $100 million over 5 years for the CFIA to modernize its food inspection system. And this included new resources on inspection delivery, training for inspection staff, scientific capacity on food laboratories, information management, and technology. And once again, Mr. Speaker, the opposition voted against all of this. In the case of this particular XL Foods facility, CFIA inspection staffing levels have actually gone up over the last 6 years, not down. There are 40 inspectors and 6 veterinarians assigned full-time to the XL facility. That's 6 more inspectors and 2 more veterinarians than were assigned there in 2006. So in this case in particular, and as a general rule across all of the agency's inspection services, there has been no cut in food safety service delivery. Budget 2012 is not relevant to this food recall, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, there's been additional resources that have been allocated to CFIA through Budget 2012. And Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to deal with the issue of illness. The agencies have been very transparent about providing to the public all of the information it has around links to recalled food and human illness. At the press conference last Friday, a knowledgeable spokesman from the Public Health Agency of Canada addressed this issue. The PHAC website is continually updated when information about cases of foodborne illnesses linked to the XL food recalls is known. Further tests are required, and it must be firmly established that people that actually ate products originating from this XL facility have been affected. This requires interviews about what people consumed in the recent past and testing of any food that they may still have in their homes to establish a clear link. This work is done collaboratively by provincial public health agencies of health, the CFIA, and the PHAC. It is a high scientific and evidentiary standard that must be adhered to. Anything less would be speculation, and our government is not in the business of speculating on the health of Canadians. We need accurate information to make informed decisions. Mr. Speaker, we have a strong food safety regime here in Canada, and we aim to make it even better with the proposed Safe Food for Canadians bill. This government is committed to making these instances even rarer and having a robust and efficient recall system when situations like this occur. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member from Halifax. I'm sorry, from St. John's East. I'm moving you. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wonder. I just heard the members say that the government is not in the business in speculating on the health of Canadians. I was just at a very significant an event at a very significant hotel here in Ottawa tonight, and they were serving beef. And I guess if the Minister of Agriculture was there, he would, if you asked the question whether it was inspected or not, he would say, "I don't know, and I don't care." And I wonder, is that an appropriate standard by which this government determines how the health of Canadians is looked after by food inspection?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I can certainly explain to this member that our government takes the health and safety of Canadians, particularly when it comes to food safety, very seriously. It is a top priority for our government. He's asking about what standards we've brought to bear. Mr. Speaker, in my comments, I mentioned specific things that we've done in this House where we have sought opposition support for increasing the number of food inspectors for the CFIA, for increasing funding for the CFIA, and now we have a bill in the Senate to give the CFIA more authority to act. Mr. Speaker, up to this point, the opposition, particularly the NDP, has voted against all of these measures, and with Bill S11, it's not in this place yet, Mr. Speaker, but they've already given their intention that they're going to be opposing this bill. I think that that's shameful, Mr. Speaker, and I think they need to answer for that to Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary will know that the one date that he left out of his chronology was that on September the 13th, the American border was closed to XL products. And first of all, I can't understand why he would, given his interest in U.S.-Canada trade, why he would have omitted that particular date. And then he mentioned that on the 16th of September, the recalls started when CFIA must have realized that, in fact, the contamination spread beyond the product that was contained in the first issue of September 3rd and 4th. I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, why was there a delay of 72 hours? And would he not admit that after September the 16th, CFIA, in fact, broadened its concerns to go beyond what was taking place on the line on August the 24th and to look at what was taking place in days after that, so that, in fact, the problem was one that was growing larger and more serious as CFIA continued its investigation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. To respond to the first part of my colleague's question, our government is very focused on the health and safety of Canadians, and all of our efforts have been focused on the health and safety of Canadians, particularly when it comes to food safety. When it comes to the dates, on September 4th, Mr. Speaker, there were preliminary E. coli test results, and the batch that those test results came from was quarantined and destroyed. What happened after that, Mr. Speaker, I explained, and actually this member in his own speech explained the very complex supply chain that exists when you have a major slaughterhouse that deals with 4,000 head of cattle a day and that produces hundreds of millions of pounds of beef product every year. Imagine the supply chain, Mr. Speaker, and I listed a number of different products that can be produced from the meat or meat trimmings coming from Excel. The amount of effort that is needed to pursue that supply chain, to uncover what products are affected, Mr. Speaker, it takes time. The important thing, and what Canadians need to know, is that the CFIA was engaged on this on September 4th when the preliminary E. coli results presented itself, and they've been engaged ever since. They've been working around the clock, Mr. Speaker, to protect the health and safety of Canadians.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is something that we've noticed immediately. Reading a speech in the House and saying whatever one wants to say is contemptuous of people in the opposition and Canadians, and it is a slight against the Canadian public. The question I'm asking myself is, people who have a serious stake in this issue, such as beef producers that I met with last January, well, there is a free trade agreement with Japan, and they say, don't worry about that. Don't worry about the sanitary or health standards that the government is implementing. It is a far greater threat to your livelihood than what would happen with a free trade agreement. It's easy to blame everybody and to say silly things and to read speeches in the House, but it's the victims of E. coli. They see this differently. They need the truth. They need to be told the truth, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, food safety and the health of Canadians is a priority for our government. As a government, we have taken initiatives to strengthen our system to improve food safety.
To say whatever I want, but Mr. Speaker, I think in my speech I was talking about fact. And unfortunately, the opposition has been making reckless comments. Mr. Speaker, I've been saying that Canadian food is safe. Canadian beef is safe. There is a problem at Excel. That is not what the opposition has been saying. They've been waving their arms and saying that all Canadian food is unsafe. That is unhelpful to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, if I want to get specific here, I can mention specific measures that this member's party has voted against to reinforce our food safety system. I'll encapsulate it in we've hired additional inspectors. This member's party has voted against it. We've put additional funding into the CFIA and food safety. This member's party has voted against it. Those are facts, Mr. Speaker, and they can check the record. He might not have been here at the time, but he can check the record because that is true. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
To address this for a short period tonight, I just ran across, met some representatives from the beef industry in Canada earlier this afternoon, and they had a couple of requests. And one of them is that members of Parliament would refrain from using exaggeration and hyperbole in discussing this issue, because they said that the Canadian beef industry does not need to be threatened. It's had enough pressures over the last few years, and so they're asking if we would refrain from that and try to deal with the issues of food safety, which are the important issues here. So I guess my first question tonight is to the opposition to ask them whether they will listen to that voice of beef producers across this country and hear it. My second question is for the parliamentary secretary, and he mentioned that the in-depth review of the plant actually determined there was no single factor in the plant that led to the H7 E. coli contamination. I'm just wondering if he can talk a little bit more about some of the deficiencies that were identified and how CFIA is now beginning to deal with those deficiencies in that plant.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Much, Mr. Speaker. To address the first comment that my colleague made, I think that it was echoing my last response, and that I think all parliamentarians need to be responsible in comments that they make about food safety, particularly at a time like this. I want to assure Canadians, Mr. Speaker, Canadian food is safe. I think Canadians see all of the additional resources that we have brought and delivered to CFIA to ensure Canadian food is safe. Canadian beef is safe as well, Mr. Speaker. I want to highlight that. There is a problem at XL. XL has been shut down and it will not be open until CFIA determines that the XL plant is safe and that the product leaving that plant is safe. To talk about the problems at XL, Mr. Speaker, there have been corrective measures that CFIA has demanded that XL address. And, Mr. Speaker, the plant will not reopen until those specific measures are addressed and the XL plant is determined to be safe by CFIA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. A short question from the member for Richmond Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary was there in 2008 when the opposition decided to hold a special committee on listeriosis. At that time, he knows full well that the Minister of Agriculture and even the Minister of Health at the time refused to take any responsibility. And when I say that, that doesn't mean to be found guilty, but it's the same minister who's there 4 years later who is still refusing to take responsibility for the health and safety of the public. Doesn't he admit today that it is time for the minister to pull up his pants and address the situation and learn from the lesson of 23 dead from the listeriosis crisis? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that the Minister and our government have taken measures to strengthen our food safety system and to provide more resources to the CFIA to do the work that they need to do. The members and his party voted against all these measures, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, for letting down Canadians when it comes to reinforcing our food safety system. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the reprise du débat, the honourable member for Welland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleagues for joining us in this emergency debate on an extremely troubling issue that's come back to haunt us once again when it comes to Canadian food safety. But let me first say to those who are ill how we feel for those, especially the young one in Alberta who suffered kidney failure and was drastically ill, whose mom's pleas for help that there was something wrong went unanswered for, in her words, for far too long. So we would like first from this side of the House to extend our best wishes to a speedy recovery to all of those folks who have fallen ill because of E. coli, and hopefully they'll find themselves to a speedy recovery with no ill effects in the future. And to ranchers out there, let me just say unequivocally from this side of the House, we understand the dilemma they're faced with. They have done nothing wrong. Let me repeat that, Speaker. Ranchers across this country have done nothing wrong except work hard, try to produce the best quality beef they can, and they have been let down by a processor. But unfortunately, in this value chain that we have, all of the links must work well. The producers, the primary producers, are doing the absolute remarkable job they need to do and have done for decades, and indeed eons, if you want to go back to early days of the pioneers on the prairies. But what has happened in this processing piece of this equation is they've been let down by a single processor who has now tarnished the image of those beef producers unfairly. And we need to make sure that Canadians understand that indeed we stand with those ranchers and say to Canadians in general, it is not the rancher's fault. What we need to do is address the situation that's happened in a processor. So let me go back to some of my friends' comments about facts, as the Parliamentary Secretary loves to call them, and deal with the 700 net new inspectors. The problem about the net new inspectors is the CFA has this historical sense of everyone should be just labeled an inspector. So they have this catch-all place where they just simply put everyone in. Whereas most employers, if they have inspectors, they call them inspectors, and if they're assemblers, they call them assemblers, and if they're clerks, they call them clerks. Not the CFIA. You just call everybody an inspector. And in fact, my friend from Malpeque will remember back in the listeriosis crisis when we asked the Vice President of Operations, the head counter, the bean counter, if you will, how many meat inspectors do you have on the front line? I don't think I could have been any more specific when I asked that question. After 5 wrong answers, Mr. Speaker, 5 wrong answers, because he got the numbers mixed up, he finally said, I don't know. I don't know. He's still there, by the way. So to suggest that somehow there's 700 net new inspectors doing meat inspection is a fallacy. There are 170 doing meat inspection out of that number, but they only do it in ready-to-eat meat plants. Now, what's the distinction? XL is not a ready-to-eat meat plant. Maple Leaf Foods on Barter Road in Toronto is a ready-to-eat meat plant. There's a huge distinction between the two. And this sense that there's 46 inspectors in a plant that actually slaughters and processes, on some days, 5,000 animals a day. Think about the number. Take 5,000 a day, divide it by 46, over 2 shifts, by the way. So there really technically is only 23 on the plant floor on 1 shift, and 23 on the plant floor on the 2nd shift, because it runs 2 shifts in that plant. Now, maybe they move a couple here, move a couple there. Some may work day shift more than they work afternoon shift, but nonetheless, that's how you divvy it up. So now you're talking about 23 folks looking after 5,000 head of cattle and working in a facility that literally is city blocks large. This isn't someone's butcher shop on the corner. This is an industrial plant. That's the scope of this particular facility. That's how one has to think about the scope of this facility. But let me talk about facts. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency reports on plans and priorities, signed, I'll repeat the word, signed and tabled by the Minister of Agriculture himself on May 18th of this year, and I quote, "Planned spending is declining by approximately $46.6 million and 314 FTEs, which of course means full-time equivalents." So this member's minister signed the document just months ago saying he intends to take out that amount of money and take out that amount of number of people. That is a fact. My honourable colleague across the way, the parliamentary secretary, should go and review the plans and priorities document that his minister signed. He loves to talk about the $100 million that they've put in. Truth is, they haven't put it in at all yet. They've spent $18 million this year. It's a 5-year phase-in program that talks about a specific program, and then it ends. Ends. Doesn't continue. It's not go on forever. Ends. Just like the Sunset Listeriosis program, about $26 million in that program. It's going to sunset. That'll end too. Stop. They'll take that money out too. So if you want to deal in facts, then you really have to put all the facts on the table, not just some of them. So what do we look at in their budget document? That massive omnibus bill they presented to us early in the year, and now we can see what it was about. Let's try and see if we can't hide things in this great big document. So what do we find? In Budget 2012, the next 3-year outlook for food safety indicates a projected cut of $56.1 million on an annual basis, not just for a project, but on an ongoing basis, a continual basis, every year, year after year after year after year. That's a fact. It's their budget document, Mr. Speaker. Now, my friend across the way will always say to me, well, you know, you vote against that. He's absolutely right. And if they intend to bring another piece of legislation forward that says they'll take money and resources out of the CFIA, I'll probably vote against that as well. So perhaps maybe they should bring something that's a positive. You know, my friend wanted to talk about how all of this unrolled, unraveled, what the timeline looked like. The CFIA actually has a very good timeline on its website. You can go visit, take a look at it. There is the debate, who saw first. The Americans actually caught the E. coli on the 3rd of September. They didn't tell Canadians until the 4th. Canadians saw it on the 4th, too. That's accepted. That's true. The parliamentary secretary has said that. That is true. But the Americans started to do some other things and started to ask some questions because they actually do things in a different way. They destroyed the shipment, and then they started to do other testing. What did we do on September 5th? We issued what's called, quote, a corrective action request of the company. We didn't issue an order. We didn't make a demand. We said, would you please? That was September 5th. We get to September 6th, and we're still going on, and they believe that August 24th and 28th are the days that perhaps were affected by E. coli in those particular slaughter days. Now, the parliamentary secretary wants us to believe it was just one incident, but it was multiple pieces out of this one incident. Those are 2 different days. Those aren't one day. It's not one event. It's 2 different events. Can't have one event on 2 different days. Well, I guess you could, when you think the facts are not real facts, but might be facts. So what happens on the 7th? The CFA issues another corrective action request. They've already issued one 2 days before. Yeah, do another one, because the first one didn't work. So now what were they asked to do? Excel was actually formally requested, I'm quoting now, Mr. Speaker, from the CFI website. Excel Foods, Inc. was formally requested to produce detailed information related to product details, distribution, sampling results, and information on the effectiveness of the plant's preventative controls as soon as possible, but no later than September 17th. It was also required to strengthen controls around sampling and testing of meat products originating from the facility. A request. September 8th and 9th. Still waiting. Of course, it was a request, so we wait. September 10 and 11. The CFIA requests that Excel Foods, back on September 6th and 7th, give the information to them. CFA finally gets stuff identified August 24th, the 28th, and now September 5th. 3rd event. 3rd day. That becomes interest of investigation. Not anything more than that. September 12th. CFA's investigation continued. FSIS, which is the Americans, notified CFA that it had found 2 more contaminated shipments from E. coli of sample beef trimmings from Excel. So what do we do? Still on September the 12th. So the CFA, based on its own investigations and the new U.S. findings, not Canadian findings, U.S. findings, they found the next 2 cases on the 12th. The agency sends a team of experts in. So now we knew back on the 4th something was amiss. We gave them 2 corrective action requests. Now CFA says, maybe we should send in a team now that the Americans have told them that there's 2 additional E. coli samples that they've found from a different batch. Maybe we should do something. So they send in a team. And they're supposed to do in-depth review, and they go through all of that, and that's on the 12th. On the 13th, and 13th to the 16th of September, on the 13th, the CFIA removed Excel Foods from the list of establishments eligible to export to the U.S. To the U.S., Mr. Speaker. What happened to us? If the stuff's not good enough to send to the U.S., why is it good enough to send to us as Canadians? Why would that be? But in any case, they went through and they articulated some more requests. And here's what they came up with. They said, although Excel Foods, Inc. had monitoring measures in place, trend analysis of the data collected was not being properly conducted. They knew this on the 13th, but yet they still allowed them to continue to go. It said, while the company's measures for dealing with meat that tested positive for E. coli were properly laid out, they were not always being followed correctly. Amazing. We know how to do it, we just don't. That's a food safety system? We know how to do it. Ask me how to do it. But I'm not gonna. But I know how to do it, but I'm not doing it. That's basically what they found out. Now, they found this out the 13th. CFIA is finding this out. They also say that they knew the containers that were contaminated by E. coli weren't bracketed. In other words, they didn't take the ones out of the stream before or after. They let them go to the fresh meat line. Totally contrary to the protocol that's involved in health and safety. Totally contrary. They continued on anyways. And it says, this is CFIA's own words here. This is what they found out. Sampling protocols were not always followed by plant staff, which could have resulted in inaccurate tests. So now we're hearing that maybe staff can't do it properly. So then we get to September 16th. CFA and XL Foods begin to issue health hazards. The Americans already stopped us at the border 3 days before. They don't want any more. They've said, no, thank you. We don't want any. CFA agrees. We don't want any more of your stuff. Don't send it, Mr. Speaker. And now, 3 days later, CFA and XL think, well, maybe we should tell the public there's an issue. So they issue a hazard alert. And that's what they're doing. And they say, well, you know, it's probably the 24th, the 28th, and the 5th of September are probably the ones that are contaminated. We're going to look at those even closer. So we get to the 17th. When dealing with potentially unsafe food, CFI needs to be sure that it is the right products identified and products that goes on. And it takes time, it says. Didn't take that much time for the Americans. Or CFIA, because it's not about the Americans saying no thank you. They did actually say no thank you. It's about the Canadian Food Inspection Agency that said, I'm taking the license away from XL to export to the U.S. Not the other way around, as much as the Americans didn't want the product. September the 18th, CFI issued 5 additional corrective action requests. We're now at number 7, by my count. That corrective action plans now, not a specific instance about the thing they're supposed to do, new plans. They want to give them new plans to do. Couldn't do the old ones. Heaven knows why you want to give somebody a new plan if they can't do the old one. But, hey, this is the food inspection system here. So it looks as if there's varying dates of corrective action, and depending on the risk, you know, we can move around here. Meanwhile, the U.S. has said no thanks. Canadian Food Inspection Agency says, no thanks, we're not going to send it to you. We're still sending it to Canadians. 21st, the ongoing data review, CFI concluded that there were 2 additional production dates. We already had 3. My friend said there was 1. So now we're looking at August 27, 29. So now we're 24, 27, 29, 28 of August, 5 of September. My count, you know, I'm only a Glaswegian, but I did learn my arithmetic. That's 5. That's 5 events, 5 different days. 5 different things happening. So based on those conclusions, XL began to notify customers in Canada. This is September 21st, and recalled beef trimmings produced on the 27th, 29th. So then if we jump all the way down, Mr. Speaker, to September the 27th, the CFIA announces that it has temporarily suspended the license to operate Establishment 38 XL Foods, Inc. in Brooks, Alberta. The CFIA determined that inadequate controls for food safety were not fully implemented in the facility. CFIA identified a number of deficiencies during an in-depth review of the facility. To date, the company had not adequately implemented and agreed upon corrective actions and did not present acceptable plans to address longer-term issues. What a marvelous conclusion. It only took 7 corrective action notices, requests actually, but it only took 2 from the States. September the 3rd, September the 13th, CFIA says no more of product from this plant shall go to the U.S. What about us? What happened to Canadians? 7 requests made, not any of them followed through on, and at the end of all of this, they finally said, we've got to close the plant. And it's still closed. And so it should stay closed until such time as it's ready to come back up and operate in a proper way. But there can be no faith, in my view, to a self-regulating plant that, A, doesn't know how to do the things it's supposed to do, doesn't understand how to do them, when it's given specific requests by CFIA, doesn't carry them out. It begs the question, Why doesn't CFI take over the entire plant and stop the self-regulating process in that specific plant until indeed it comes back on stream and credibility is back in that facility? That's what really needs to happen here. So, Mr. Speaker, where are we with all of this? Well, we have a minister that, had a news conference today. I actually watched it. It was wholly informative, I thought. I absolutely did. I thought it was mesmerizing, captivating. He said, I'm paraphrasing because I don't have the exact quote, "We want safe food." Don't we all? Don't we all? I think that's what Canadians are saying. Yes, we want safe food. He didn't tell us anything else, but as soon as the president of CFIA stepped to the mic and was about to answer a legitimate question and started to answer it, and actually started to say, we don't have the authority under the present legislation to do anything else, which is actually inaccurate, but, he maybe misspoke. What happens is we have a minder, a political minder who says, okay, we're done, we're finished, wrap it up, move on, Mr. Dupont. He's the president of CFIA, and we have a media staff person from the minister's office telling the president of the CFIA he shouldn't speak to Canadians in a public way and tell them exactly what happened. That's disgraceful. That's not transparent. That's not about saying to Canadians, here's how we build the credibility back in a system that we let fail you as a government. That's not how you build credibility. How you build credibility is allowing the president of CFIA to answer the questions outwardly and say, you know what, here's what happened. But unfortunately, it's a bigger problem, Mr. Speaker, because if the president of the CFIA doesn't understand that there's legislation in place today under the Meat Act and Section 13 that allows inspectors not to request, but demand information they need to do their jobs now, not next week, not next month, but now, then we have a real problem in CFIA when the top of the House doesn't know the legislation. That is what's wrong with CFIA, and that's what's wrong with ministerial accountability, because at the end of the day, it is the minister that is responsible to ensure that the system works, and the system is broken. And that needs to be fixed. And let me go to 311, S11, to my friend across the way. If he bothered to watch CBC today, and he probably doesn't, but if he had, he'd have saw me say, we support S11 in principle, but we have some really good ideas, and maybe for once you ought to listen.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member from Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Welland for his comments, and particularly I want to thank him that his opening comments. First of all, we do want to express our sympathies to the families that are dealing with illness right now because of E. coli. We also want to recognize that the cattle industry is the best cattle industry that we have in the entire world is right here in Canada. My background is I was a cattle rancher. My father, 3 brothers are today still cattle ranching. And in my riding, the Selkirk Interlake, we have over 2,500 ranches. And those ranch families in our riding and farmers right across this country that raise our cattle do a fabulous job of raising healthy, wholesome livestock that turn into wonderful food products. However, I do have to take some exception with some of his critique of CFIA. We have 170 new frontline meat inspectors in our plants. In the Lakeside, or in the XL beef plant in Brooks alone, is 46 food inspectors. Under the way food inspection works is that they're in every plant, in every food inspection plant, they do what's called hazard analysis of critical control points, HACCP. And that's at those critical points is where there's inspectors, where there's accountability, where there's a paper trail, where there's testing, so that you can catch where there is going to be problems with food. So CFIA, we're doing their job. They're doing the inspection. Let's find out, talk about transparency and accountability. Everything's on the website. They've been available to the press. They've been available to consumers, and they will continue to build confidence for consumers and police the industry the way it's supposed to be policed.
The honourable member from Welland.
Well, let me thank my friend from Selkirk-Kinloch, and hopefully he'll pass along our thoughts to cattle ranchers, his family specifically, and to others around in that area who we understand the devastation that they're going through, unfairly so. And I can't say that often enough and loud enough. It is of no fault of their own. They're caught in a situation not of their doing. And this is not a fair place for them to be, but it is a reality in a complex system where one piece of the system, a large piece, has failed. It's a plant that produces 35% of the beef in this country. And so it has failed us. But let me speak to this idea about the 170 inspectors that we keep using. Not one of those 170 went to the meat hygiene plants, which is Excel in Lakeside or in Brooks or Cargill or any of the others. Not one of those 170s. They went to ready-to-eat meat plants. That's where they went. We can argue and debate the numbers. We know there's 40 inspectors and there's 6 vets in that plant, Brooks. That's true. My friend talked about HoC. There's no question that HoC is a new system that folks have been implementing. It's supposed to work. The reality is even CFIA is saying now this plant personnel, not the CFA inspectors, because it's plant personnel that actually do this spot checking on the HoC program, didn't understand how to do it. So I don't care I don't care what the plan looks like. If you don't know what the plan is, and you don't know how to implement the plan, and you don't know how to do it, because either you're not trained well enough or you just don't know how to get it done, I don't care what plan you have, it is bound to fail when folks don't understand how to make it happen.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Guelph.
Speaker, I want to thank the member from Welland for his thoughtful comments and insight. I've spent some time with him on this issue, and I want to thank him for clearing the air on Bill S11. It is not the panacea for food safety. As you know, the CFIA already has the authority to demand whatever documents they require, and frankly, in February of this year, the industry was reminded of that anything requested by the CFIA was to be produced, and they were legally required to provide that information. But my question, more pointedly, is about the comprehensive audit that I've been asking for, my party's been asking for. Every single time I have asked the parliamentary secretary, and the member from Welland has been there, when will the audit be provided? He says, go to the website, it's there. Interestingly, I learned that in 2010, November 2010, the former president, Carol Swan of the CFIA, was asked about that very audit and if it was completed. Do you know what she said? She said, Mr. Speaker, the firm that was hired, PricewaterhouseCoopers, did not conduct a traditional audit. They didn't conduct it as an audit. An audit is a specific process. It was a detailed review. I'm wondering if the member from Welland agrees with me that either the Auditor General or a third party should conduct a comprehensive audit of all of CFIA resources and the adequacy of those resources, including human resources, to deal with this issue of food safety.
The honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Guelph for the question. The CVS, as it's known by its acronym, the Compliance Verification System, is now the backbone of this government's safety regime. That's what they want to do. Sheila Weatherall said quite clearly in her report, and we said somewhat similar and the same in the subcommittee in listeriosis, that the pilot program that was being run in CVS, because that's all that was happening in 2008, was a pilot program. Had to be evaluated, had to be measured, and ultimately it had to be determined, does it actually work? Because at that point, it was a pilot. No one knew if it worked or not. It wasn't really done. There's an audit done by PricewaterhouseCoopers. Now, you can get into a debate back and forth about was it comprehensive this or comprehensive that. In my view, ultimately what happened was we didn't evaluate the pilot program to say this is the program indeed we should build the backbone of the food safety regime on, nor did we ever do an official audit in a traditional sense that would give us the adequate numbers and say this is how you should resource and purpose these particular CVS auditor or inspectors to make sure the thing actually gets done properly. So in my view, unfortunately, the government has taken the easy route out when it comes to that particular PricewaterhouseCoopers detailed review, rather than actually doing what we would consider to be an exhaustive audit to make sure the program truly works and helps Canadians in food safety.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable friend from Welland for directing us to the budget. We were told by the Parliamentary Secretary that it would show us new money for the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. I think what we have here, Mr. Speaker, is a case of bait and switch. If you go to page 168 of the budget, you see the figure $51.2 million in new resources to strengthen food safety in big letters. Now that $51.2 million is over 2 years, split between 3 different agencies: Canadian Food Inspection Agency, Health Canada, and the Public Health Agency. By my reckoning, that's about $8 million a year if it goes evenly. But when you go to page 261, the fine print, which my friend from Welland noticed, you see $2 million less this year, $10 million less the next year, and on an ongoing basis, $56 million less. Does my honourable friend agree with me this is less money for the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, relying on the facts from this budget?
Member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands, indeed, for as much as the other side continues to say that perhaps we don't read their budget. Lo and behold, we do. You know, there's one thing I can say about being a Glaswegian, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to numbers and it comes to money, I'm always looking. And I'll always find if somebody's trying to shortchange somebody, because, you know, a nickel or a penny to those of us who are Scots is an expensive piece of material, and we're going to go hunt for it. And yet we found that this budget actually does intend to give less on an ongoing basis as we head forward. And yes, my colleague is correct. They make it in tiny print, but I do wear glasses, and if I have to really work at it, I shift the bad lens to the bad eye and I make it look bigger and I can actually see it. So that's actually how I'm able to read those tiny prints.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's so many keen to ask. They're all groaning they didn't get asked. I want to thank my colleague for his very thorough analysis of this issue and his very sincere approach to it. The beef industry is very important in Alberta, but so is the slaughter industry. You know, they go hand in glove. I've spoken in this House before about my background in enforcement, and we need to really get to the crux of this. The CVS, the Compliance Verification System, is about the company verifying that it's complying with the law in any system it has in place. The enforcement role is the government, and we're seeing gaping holes. Does the member agree with me that it's time for the government to come clean and produce a clear enforcement compliance policy with clear directives on what enforcement action should be taken in each situation in the food industry?
The honourable member from Welland. Time is just about up, so a quick answer, please.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with my friend from Edmonton. And she clearly understands what it means to have enforcement and have teeth in regulations to make sure that we no longer get to this piece of, I'll make a request. The requests didn't work. Enforcement works. That's where we need to get to, and I want to thank her for her insightful piece in this, Mr. Speaker, and the work she's done before in the environmental file in her previous career about understanding how enforcement is the piece that you actually need in all of this to ensure that those who won't do what you ask them to do will be forced to do it because they have no other choice. And that's what's missing in all of this, is that enforcement mechanism.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this important debate. As many of you know, XL Foods is located in my riding in the city of Brooks, Alberta. I know many of the people that work there, and I know they are very hard-working people. Mr. Speaker, first off, I will reiterate what my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Agriculture, said. Food safety is a top priority for our government. Let me give you some examples. We have hired over 700 food inspectors since 2006, including 170 meat inspectors. Our government has implemented all 57 recommendations from the Weatherall report. If the opposition believes that the powers of the agency are not sufficient, they should support our government's legislation to make sure that CFIA has greater authorities. Unfortunately, the member from Welland has already said that his party will challenge this important legislation. This, Mr. Speaker, is hypocritical. We increased CFIA's budget by $156,744 million total budget, a 20% increase. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that our government takes its job on food safety seriously. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, it is being recognized. You know what the Liberal member from Malpeque said. He said, and I quote, "I personally believe that our food is safe in Canada." You know what an independent report, OECD country said, Mr. Speaker? Quote, "Canada is one of the best performing countries in the 2010 Food Safety Performance World Ranking Study. Its overall grade was superior, earning it a place among the top tier countries." And how about Albert Chambers, Executive Director of the Canadian Supply Chain Food Safety Coalition? Quote, "The government will position Canada's food safety regime well in the rapidly changing global regulatory environment." You have to excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I got a bit of a cold here. Mr. Speaker, I agree with these assessments, and I agree with the people of Brooks that strive every day to produce good quality food. Mr. Speaker, when Canadians buy food at the grocery store, they expect it to be safe. So when there is a food recall of unsafe products, it can shake people's confidence in our food safety system. It's easy to think the system has broken down and needs to be replaced. The ingestion of bacteria such as E. coli can cause serious and potentially life-threatening illnesses, and our government takes any threat to the safety of our food supply very seriously. Canada, in fact, has been demonstrated in the OECD report has one of the best food safety systems in the world. But no system is foolproof. That's why there are safeguards in place to detect problems and clear procedures and policies to address these problems as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Clearly, there is still some confusion about how the food safety system works, given the ongoing concerns about the detection of E. coli in beef produced at XL Foods, Inc. I think it would be useful to examine the elements that make up Canada's food safety system, including food recalls. I'll also comment specifically on the expanded alerts issued by a Canadian Food Inspection Agency. Mr. Speaker, everyone plays a role in food safety: consumers, industry, and government. Research shows that most Canadians know how to handle food safely, but many don't follow through on a daily basis. In a survey, for example, half of the respondents said they sometimes defrost meat and poultry at room temperature. Yet this practice can allow bacteria to grow on food and can lead to illness. There are 4 key rules to food safety that bear repeating: clean, separate, cook, and chill. Food safety rules in the kitchen will still go a long way towards keeping families safe from harmful bacteria. Mr. Speaker, industry obviously plays a critical role in the food safety system in Canada. All federally inspected meat and fish processing facilities must follow strict guidelines and rules for food safety. This involves identifying what can go wrong, planning to prevent a problem, and taking action when a problem is identified. Industry must adopt science-based risk management practices to minimize food safety risks. To that end, industry works to identify potential sources of food contamination, update production practices to reduce risk, comply with inspection and testing protocols, and pull unsafe products from the market. I want to come back to the process for food recalls in a few moments. Food safety begins with effective laws. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency, or CFIA, delivers all federally mandated programs for food inspection, plant and animal health products, and production systems. In short, food safety is the CFIA's top priority. As Canada's largest science-based regulator, the CFIA holds industry to account for the safety of their products, responds to food safety emergencies, carries out food recalls, and prevents the spread of animal disease to humans. But food safety is a complex mandate. That's why, to protect our food supply, the CFIA works closely with a variety of partners, including Health Canada and the Public Health Agency of Canada. One of CFIA's key jobs is to inspect both domestic and imported food. It also inspects, audits, and tests products to verify that industry is complying with food safety regulations, and it enforces those regulations in federally registered food processing facilities. Once the food safety system has been identified a contaminated food product in the marketplace, Mr. Speaker, an investigation takes place that can lead to a food recall. In this case, most companies initiate a recall once a problem is identified with their products. They do this to protect the health and safety of Canadians, and certainly to protect their own reputation. When dealing with potentially unsafe food, CFIA's investigations are driven by three considerations: accuracy, thoroughness, and expediency. First, the CFIA works to get the facts straight. It analyzes production and distribution records, which can be in several locations. It locates food samples and conducts tests. It reviews labels, distribution and information, and identification codes to help inform consumers about potential risks. In this way, it strives to identify all affected products. As you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, the gathering of facts is critical to a science-based, thorough investigation. In the case of XL Foods, routine testing identified a positive E. coli sample on September the 4th. CFIA has been investigating the problem and taking appropriate measures ever since. The CFIA must balance the need for accurate and reliable information with the need to inform the public as soon as possible about potential risks. To achieve this balance, the CFIA issues regular alerts for recall products while an investigation is ongoing. As a result, it may issue several public alerts for the same recall. Once a product is posed a health risk, it is recalled immediately. CFIA does not wait. It is an important point. The series of expanded alerts issued over the past weeks related to XL Foods reflect new information obtained during the course of a continuing investigation. This is a normal part of the recall process and in no way indicates unnecessary delays in informing the public about a health risk. CFIA expects industry to monitor higher than normal detection rates and to modify control measures accordingly. The agency's investigation has shown that XL Foods did not conduct its monitoring measures consistently at the Alberta facility. Moreover, the agency has discovered deviations from the company's control measures for E. coli. The company was not able to take adequate corrective action. As a result, CFIA temporarily suspended the company's license, and the meat plant remains under government oversight until further notice. At the same time, XL Food continues to work with CFIA to identify and trace contaminated food products that may be in the market. Let me be clear, the XL plant will not reopen until CFIA that has certified it is safe. Mr. Speaker, as soon as it was aware, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency acted immediately to address the concern about the presence of E. coli in beef produced by XL Foods. The investigation continues, informed by science-based evidence and an ongoing commitment to protect the safety of Canada's food supply and the Canadian confidence in that food supply. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a few minutes to talk about the proposed Safe Food for Canadians bill introduced by our government in the Senate earlier this year. In 1997, the CFIA was created to improve and modernize federal inspection activities related to food safety, animal health, and plant protection. But the creation of the agency was only the first step. Even in 1997, it was recognized that the legislative base for the agency would in time need to be modernized. The aim of the proposed Food Safe for Canadians bill is to modernize and consolidate CFIA's food inspection and enforcement authorities. The successful passage of this bill will deliver more consistent inspection and enforcement authorities covering the food safety aspects of CFIA's mandate. In this way, our government can provide a more consistent and comprehensive approach to the agency's inspection, enforcement, and compliance activities around food. This new food safety statute falls under the responsibility of the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. It enhances public and food safety security by modernizing and consolidating provisions in the current Canada Agriculture Products Act, CAPA, Fish Inspection Act, FIA, Meat Inspection Act, MIA, and provisions related to food in the Consumer Packaging and Labeling Act, CPLA. The proposed legislation strengthens the agency's ability to protect Canada's food supply. It provides more consistent authorities for the food commodities regulated by CFIA. What we will have is a uniform set of powers, duties, and functions for all CFIA inspections, no matter what sort of food product is being inspected. This can only deliver better food safety outcomes for Canadians. Let me mention some of the major provisions of this bill. The legislation will allow our government to take appropriate actions when safety issues arise by issuing tougher fines and penalties, establishing systems to better track, trace, and recall harmful products, and prohibiting unsafe foods from entering the Canadian market. An extension of regulation making authorities for export certification will provide Canadian exporters with business predictability of trading partners, make certification a condition of market access. This will be accomplished by providing credible assurance to importing countries that Canadian exports are safe. The bill makes it illegal to knowingly submit false or misleading information to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food with regard to any commodity or products covered by the Act. This protects consumers from fraud. There are elements of the bill that industry would like to see enacted. The bill includes specific prohibition related to threats of tampering, making claims to have tampered, and actual tampering. It covers hoaxes with regard to food and packaging. Currently, these activities fall under the general heading of mischief in the criminal code. They need to be specifically identified for what they are, criminal activities, which should be covered by very specific legislation. Of great importance to all Canadians is that the bill prohibits the import of food commodity that is adulterated, that has poisonous or harmful substances, that is unfit for human consumption, or that is injurious to human health. Products that are labeled contrary to proposed regulations will also be prohibited. Mr. Speaker, I don't want the House to misunderstand and believe there are no current provisions protecting Canadians from such things, but the proposed bill consolidates various pieces of prior legislation so that these prohibitions reside in a single act instead of several different acts which only had bearing on specific commodities. These acts enacted at different times in our nation's history provide an uneven and outdated legislative base that makes it difficult to deal with various issues in a uniform way. We need to enact this new legislation which brings all of these various commodities under a single umbrella. Mr. Speaker, by consolidating the authorities in the Act into one consistent set of authorities under the bill, we give the CFIA the tools it needs to better protect Canadians and to enhance industry compliance. CFIA will be better able to strengthen the security of the food supply and better protect Canadians' health. They will give CFIA enforcement and inspection powers that are similar to those in the Consumer Products Legislation Bill C-36. This bill will enhance existing inspection and enforcement tools at the Canada-U.S. border, providing the Canada Border Services Agency officers and CFIA inspectors with better controls when enforcing CFIA legislation on our borders, at airports, and on our shipping ports. It is important to make clear what this bill does not do. The current roles and responsibilities of the Minister of Health and the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food will not change as a result of this bill. The Minister of Health remains responsible for setting the policy and standards for food safety and nutritional quality. The CFIA will be responsible for enforcing these standards as well as setting and enforcing other standards. We're all familiar with the tragic deaths and illness resulting from the listeriosis outbreak in 2008. Hard lessons were learned from that event. Since the agency was formed, we've also had to deal with BSE, Salmonella, E. coli, and other threats that keep the importance of food safety in the Canadian consciousness. It is because of this awareness of the potential threats that the concept behind the proposed Safe Food for Canadians bill has support from stakeholders and is seen as a beneficial to all Canadians. The listerious outbreak of 2008 prompted the Prime Minister to name an independent investigator, Sheila Weatherall, to look into the circumstances of the tragedy and make recommendations to our government on how to avoid similar events from occurring in the future. One of the recommendations, number 43 of 57, states that the government should, and I quote, simplify and modernize federal legislation and regulations which significantly affect food safety. Mr. Speaker, that is precisely what this proposed bill sets out to do. Our government committed to addressing all 57 of the independent investigators' recommendations. We are therefore duty-bound to protect Canadians from future tragedy and see this legislation through. Our government has a solid reputation for food safety of our food supply. We want to give the CFIA the inspection and enforcement capabilities it needs to maintain that reputation and to build upon it. I urge all honourable senators to join me in supporting this bill, and I want to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, that the XL food plant will remain closed until such time as they meet all the regulations and requirements of CFIA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his comments, but let me first indicate what I said when I first started my speech about S11 in the Senate. Perhaps you didn't hear what I said was that we will be supporting S11 in principle, and we have some very good ideas to help make it a better bill. Hopefully this government is actually going to hear those better ideas. Just like the parliamentary secretary has said to me before, he's saying, well, you don't support it. Not true. So all I can say to you is at this point in time, we support it in principle. But let me ask you about budgets. Let me ask you, the member specifically, Mr. Speaker, about what the Agriculture Minister, his Minister of Agriculture, said in the planned spending and priorities for the CFIA. He said on May the 8th of this year, and I quote, planned spending is declining by approximately $46.6 million and 314 full-time equivalents from 2012-13 budget to 2014-15. Now, that's in the Canadian Food Inspection Agency's reports on plans and priorities, which was signed and tabled by the Minister. Do you not agree with me that he's actually taking resources away from CFIA?
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Welland. And he and I sit on the Agriculture Committee, and so I often have an opportunity to congratulate him on some of his comments during our committee meetings. But, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the budget, I have to say that, in fact, we have added funds to our budget for new programs, Mr. Speaker. And what I'd like to say to my friend from Welland, Mr. Speaker, is that, and I'm sure as a member of the opposition, he may not quite understand that sometimes when we are reorganizing, we're looking for efficiencies. We're looking for ways to save some funding, but those are probably not have anything to do with inspection, Mr. Speaker. They include administrative issues. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, those budget changes will not have any impact on CFIA inspections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, send my sympathies to the patients and families in Alberta, and also to the workers in the members' riding who now are without work for unlimited length of time, and that this must be tough for the member. And I guess I would say that it's that the ranchers in his riding also are very concerned that this needed to be dealt with very differently, and the member raised the listeriosis issue. I hope the member has read the report, all of the reports that have come forward, and we are very concerned there's a difference between committing to the 57 recommendations and actually implementing them, like the member from Guelph pointed out in terms of this audit of where actually the bodies are. But I guess my main question to the minister is, or to the member is, my understanding is that once an organism is in the food chain, that then becomes a public health issue. And I guess I want to know whether the member thinks that the Minister of Health and the Chief Public Health Officer for Canada should be the person looking down the camera, talking to Canadians about what to do to make sure that their food safety is everything it can be, and to make sure that this outbreak is contained as quickly as possible in order to get the people in your riding back to work and your ranchers back able to sell their product.
Good question.
Would like to remind all honourable members if they could direct their comments to the chair rather than to their colleagues. The honourable member from Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague on the other side of the House there in terms of her question, and particularly I really appreciate her sympathy and empathy for our cattle ranchers, for those people who are sick and have been maybe affected by this E. coli, and certainly for the workers in Brooks. And this certainly is a much broader picture than just those employees, because it does affect right across the country. And what I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that in fact the CFIA is responsible for ensuring that the food is safe, that those inspections take place in that facility, and the Minister of Agriculture, the CFIA report to him, and therefore for that particular reason he is one of the individuals who will communicate with Canadians, as well as he will, I'm sure, be consulting with our colleague, the Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I feel privileged to be able to take part in this debate tonight. But I do need to share with honourable members I'm a little saddened that such a serious issue has become such a partisan debate. Mr. Speaker, people have become ill because of this unfortunate situation. There's many, many people that are working on this. We have the Canadian Food Inspection Agency with a broadened mandate, Mr. Speaker. We have hecklers from the meat department over on the far side that are still trying to make this a partisan debate, Mr. Speaker, and that is sad. That is incredibly sad, because people's health are at risk, Mr. Speaker, and that individual keeps heckling. Mr. Speaker, there is serious consequences to people becoming ill. Mr. Speaker, we have a Canadian Food Inspection Agency that we have expanded their mandate. We've increased the number of individuals that are working on this issue, Mr. Speaker. But for the opposition to actually scare Canadians about a food system that has some minor problems, Mr. Speaker, we're looking forward to fixing those problems. But to listen to these individuals trying to make partisan points out of this, I would ask the honourable member from Medicine Hat if his constituents are very concerned about how the opposition is making a partisan debacle out of this, which is a very serious issue that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency.
Order. The honourable member from Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question and concern. And this is definitely an issue where we all need to be concerned, right across all lines, all party lines. I think that we don't want to make this into any kind of political issue here. What we want to make sure is, in fact, those individuals who are having problems get the appropriate medical attention. And for those people who are also affected, the workers, the City of Brooks, and way beyond those, we need to keep those people in mind and work with CFIA to ensure that these inspections and all of those corrections take place as quickly as possible, and that XL will then meet all the standards and be able to actually have those people come back to work, restart the facility, and get our great Alberta beef product right across the country as well as abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time for one more quick question. The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
I do want to thank the honourable member from Welland for his passionate remarks and also for bringing this emergency debate, this Take Note debate, to us tonight. I think it's very timely and it's important. The member across the way did mention in his speech about efficiencies. He talked about efficiencies. I also heard about broadened powers of CFIA. So my question, if the Conservatives are big proponents of increased self-regulation, which really means if you debunk what actually that means, it's putting more inspectors looking at paper as opposed to meat. So my question, Mr. Speaker, I think this, and I also want to just emphasize that the Conservatives need to accept responsibility for actually gutting food safety resources. Gutting them. Gutting. They talk about adding the resources, but so my question here is the Conservatives are telling us they have a world-class food inspection system. And if that's the case, why do we have this problem right now? Why do we have this problem, the biggest recall in Canadian history, why do we have that problem at the XL food plant? Simple question.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And contrary to what the honourable member says, we've actually increased the funding to CFIA. We have 700 new inspectors, 170 meat inspectors. There are 6 new meat inspectors in the XL facility. And if the honourable members over there would be quiet, I'd be able to respond to this question. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm being interrupted, and the honourable member did say that I had spoke, and the honourable member sitting right down there has already got his own foot in his mouth, so he's got some of his own problems. And anyway, Mr. Speaker, our government is very interested in making sure that this is corrected as quickly as possible, and I want to remind members that this facility will not reopen until such time as CFIA has actually given it clearance, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquis-Angers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to tell you that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Burnaby and Westminster. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his speech. I'd just like to point out that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency has a role to play. As an elected official, we have a role to play also. But what is our role and what is the Minister's responsibility? We see that he's shirking this responsibility, and that is worrisome. What we are currently facing is the biggest recall of meat in the history of Canada. It is worrisome and unbelievable in 2012. How can a country such as Canada be faced with such a situation? On the 4th of September, tests demonstrated the possibility of E. coli bacteria contamination, but the United States discovered the contamination on the 3rd of September. Last week, the CFIA announced a suspension of operating permits for the processing plant of XL Foods in Brooks in Alberta. The plant remained open, however, for over 3 weeks after the problem was initially suspected. That is until the 27th of September, Mr. Speaker. This is unacceptable because thousands of Canadians have been exposed to E. coli because of this tardy reaction. Why wait 24 days to close a plant where a problem was detected? That's the question we're asking ourselves. It would seem to me that given such a situation, it's better to act carefully and react as soon as there is a possibility of Canadians' food safety being endangered. There needed to be several days of investigation and tests before the CFIA would reach a conclusion that it was necessary to close the plant in Alberta. And this is what we are decrying. It's not only the safety of Canadians that is at stake, but also our trade relations and our credibility towards the public. Since the 16th of September, the CFIA has issued at least 8 alerts to recall beef products from the XL Foods plant because of a fear of contamination of E. coli bacteria. The recall affects hundreds of products. Each day, the recall of meat is growing in scope. In Quebec, the recall of beef products, which may have been contaminated by E. coli bacteria, is increasing. Ground beef is a problem in Canada. And this is in addition to new cuts of beef which are being sold throughout Quebec. Even more worrisome is that there are unlabeled and unbranded beef products that are being sold in retail shops and in butchers. And people are worried, and with reason. There are a number of comments that I'd like to bring to your attention. Here is a letter from a woman in Saint-Alexis-des-Monts. The CFIA inspectors must take up their posts. It's urgent and crucial. Canadians must be able to buy their food with confidence in Canada. This commentary was sent to me before the crisis. Do you think Canadians can trust their food inspection system? This system took 24 days before closing a plant where there was contaminated meat. It took 12 days before Canadians were warned. This system enabled contaminated meat to end up in our grocery stores. Another woman wrote, "We are parents of two 18-month-old twins, and when we read the labels, it's worrisome. People shouldn't have to worry about what they give their children to eat." In Canada, I think that we should be able to trust our food system. And as a mother of a child, I think of Christina Elise, the mother of Elijah, for example. Her son fell ill. And she said, I felt impuissant, or impotent rather. And I was just very concerned that my child was so ill. As mothers, we have a job to do, and our minister has a responsibility. This is the second time this has happened in 5 years. And if it was someone in your family who got E. coli, would something change if someone in the minister's family fell ill? Would something change with the CFIA? Would there be quicker changes on the horizon? Perhaps. So why has it taken the government so long to act? Why didn't they learn from the listeriosis crisis? Inspecting food is important. The government took a long time to act because of a lack of resources, I believe. The draconian cutbacks by the Conservative government and the limited resources at CFIA are increasing the risk of a reoccurrence. This spring, the Conservatives tabled their budget. I don't think anyone forgot the omnibus bill. How could you forget a 450-page huge bill? The Conservatives axed a number of public services, and Canadians paid the price. Inspecting food is crucial, and you shouldn't make cutbacks in such an area. According to the CFIA's report, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, there was $46.5 million budgeted, and the number of full-time employment reduced by 414. What impact will this have on food safety? When I asked the question, the parliamentary secretary answered. He said that these cutbacks wouldn't affect food safety. Well, look at what the situation is today. Look at the situation we're faced with. This is the biggest recall in beef in Canadian history. And that, Mr. Speaker, is big news. Cutting food inspection has ramifications. The work that veterinarians and inspectors do is crucial for the safety of Canadians. The Conservatives love talking about their bill on food safety, S11 rather. They also like to say that the New Democrats voted against this legislation. Well, I never said I would vote against this bill, and it's clear that we need more measures to ensure the food safety in Canada. the bill was introduced in the Senate, not in the House of Commons. Why is this so? It means that we did not have the opportunity to debate the bill because unelected officials are currently doing so. Why has it gone through the Senate? Well, because the Conservatives are afraid, perhaps. If they're proud of their bill, why not introduce it in the House of Commons? Why not let my colleagues debate it in the House? That's what we would expect. The listeriosis crisis meant that the Maple Leaf had to close down. This shook the confidence of consumers and showed that there were definite problems with the food safety system. Senior officials in the public and private sector are not paying attention to food safety. There is inappropriate levels of communication among organisations, and these are a number of the findings that were included in Ms. Sheila Rutherwell's report following the listeriosis crisis in 2008. The Maple Leaf processing plant was cited as having problems, and on the 17th of August there were products that were potentially contaminated by listeriosis, and these were sold countrywide. And now this situation smacks of the current situation smacks of the listeriosis crisis. There are a number of recommendations. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency should establish stricter norms regarding testing of foods. These measures would ensure that contaminated products are withdrawn from the market and not distributed to consumers. The government took measures to ensure that this wouldn't reoccur, but today the government is trying to do more with less. Mr. Speaker, we all know that you can't do more with less. There is no silver bullet when it comes to Canadian families' food safety. Canadians' food safety must be the top priority. There's no price for the safety of food for Canadians. The government needs to be more transparent when it comes to the Canadian public. Will the government finally take action to ensure that Canadians' food is safe? Is the government going to shirk its responsibility, or is it going to assume its responsibilities? Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. This member spoke about food safety and the NDP commitment to food safety. She also spoke about Bill S11 that's in the Senate. We've just been informed today that, in fact, the NDP may not be voting against it. So I'd actually like to know from the member, what does she like in that bill, and what does she not like in that bill? Because that bill will be coming to the House, and I'd like an assurance as to whether or not she'll be voting for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
So I do have the bill, and I think this is a good piece of legislation. I think this is a step in the right direction, but I think it needs more meat on the bones. I think this isn't enough. We actually have some quotes, if I could actually find them in time, where concernant le projet de loi S11.
Concerning Bill S11, Bob Kingston. Unless the government undertakes to provide the necessary resources, Canadians cannot expect to see improvements when it comes to food safety, thanks to this bill alone.
This is not enough. We have other statements saying this is not enough. So I will vote for it, but we will have many amendments, and I hope you're open to them.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Malpac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know the member sits in the Standing Committee on Agriculture, and there's been a great attempt here tonight by the Parliamentary Secretary using the same old talking points to try and shift the blame from ministerial accountability and responsibility to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. We're still trying to determine what rock the minister is hiding under tonight after he escaped the press conference this afternoon and hauled the president of CFIA away from speaking to the Canadian people. And so I ask the member She has sat at the committee.
Order. The honourable member for Selkirk-Interlake is rising on point of order.
You know, even though we're in an emergency debate, the rules of the House still apply, that you can't refer to any member being absent from the House. So I'd ask the member from Alpec to retract that statement.
The honourable member from Alpac is well aware of the rules, and as he knows, there should not be reference directly to who is or is not in this chamber. I'm not sure if that's what he did, but if the member of Melpac could also quickly come to his question.
Yes, I could, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I said whether the minister is here or not. I was just asking what rock he was hiding under. But I asked the member. She has sat on the committee. She has Canadian Food Inspection Agency before her several times, and I know the minister has come to before the committee. Who does she think is ultimately accountable and responsible for this issue, the biggest food recall in Canada? Is it the same minister that was in charge when 23 people died a few years ago?
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Thank you very much. I really do enjoy working with you on the committee. You too, Pierre.
Could ask the member to address her. I'm not on the committee, but if the honourable member could address her comments to the chair.
Sorry. Sorry. So obviously it's the minister's responsibility. Why do we have ministers if they're not held accountable? Why do we have ministers? We don't leave, he's got to be held to account. This is the second time it's happened. Do we need somebody else to pass away? I think this is enough. Like I said, if one of our family members got sick, would the situation be different? Would we be having this debate? I think there would have been more movement. I think something would have happened faster. I don't want anybody else to get sick. We're elected members of Parliament. We have a job to do. And enough passing the blame. Let's move to action.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was sad to hear just a few moments ago the Minister of State for Finance, who I have a lot of respect for, say that this was a minor problem. And I think it's fair to say, Mr. Speaker, from the perspective of Canadian families, from the perspective of the family of 5-year-old Elijah, who experienced liver failure and severe sickness as a result of this contamination, I think it's fair to say, Mr. Speaker, for those families, the dozen families or the 15 families or the 20 families, we really don't know how many have been impacted yet. It's not a minor problem at all. It's a very, very serious issue and a very serious problem. And I simply do not accept, and I'd like to thank the member for Berthier-Masquinongé for her comments in the House. I simply do not accept the sense that I'm getting from the government that this is not their responsibility, that somehow it's somebody else's fault. It's CFIA's fault, or it's the opposition's fault, or it's some other dark force's fault. It's not their fault that because of the cuts that we've seen and the cuts that we have been speaking to tonight, that as a result of that a dozen or a couple of dozen families have someone with severe sickness now. It is not anyone's fault. It is the government's responsibility to ensure that our systems are safe and ensure that the food that we eat is safe. And what happened, Mr. Speaker, what's happened over the last few weeks is that those systems have failed. And I would like to just take a few moments, Mr. Speaker, to explain what I feel is the smoking gun of what has transpired over the last few weeks. The member from Welland was very detailed in his presentation. He went over every week of the outbreak as families fell sick, as the recalls seemed to cascade one on top of the other. But as the government seemed incapable of really acting effectively, the important date is September 13th, Mr. Speaker. And I know there are a lot of people across the country that are listening to this debate tonight I think it's important to explain what happened on September 13th and how that has had an impact on our food systems overall. On September 13th, as the member from Welland spoke about just a few minutes ago, CFIA removed XL. It's a plant that I have visited. I stood with the workers outside that plant just a few years ago with the member from Hamilton Centre. I visited that plant. I know the workers well. I know the plant well. And on that date, the U.S. permit was pulled. XL was banned from exporting meat to the United States because of contamination. Obviously, there were fears there that exporting that meat would make people in the United States sick. Now, Mr. Speaker, there was no recall in Canada. There was no protection for Canadian families. Other Canadian families have gotten sick since that date. But that very same date, Mr. Speaker, September 13th, 2012, as the export permit is pulled because of fears of U.S. families getting sick, but the meat has continued to be shipped into Canada, on that date, September 13th, 481 employees in CFIA received affected notices. That means potential layoff and transfer notices. The very same day, we have an outbreak of enormous proportions like we've never seen before in our meat supply in Canada, and that is the day that this government chooses to send out to nearly 500 employees of CFIA notices that indicate they'll either be laid off or transferred out of CFIA. Incredible, Mr. Speaker. Incredible that that very day, as we're seeing this tragedy unfold, we see the Conservative government saying, well, we're going to cut back even further. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have heard a lot of evidence tonight about what this government has done around cutbacks and how that may have contributed to the tragedy that we see before us. But let's look at what's actually happened over the past few years since the listeriosis outbreak. Well, when we talk about meat hygiene and slaughter program inspectors at that plant, Mr. Speaker, what we saw was no increase in the number of positions. No increase in the number of positions, Mr. Speaker. I know there's been what I think a lot of misinformation coming from the government side. There were 46 positions before. There are 46 positions now. That did not change. It did not change, Mr. Speaker. And please remember, Mr. Speaker, when you hear the government saying things that are inaccurate, Canadian public is very intelligent, and they can connect the dots. There were 46 positions before. There are 46 positions now. Now, Mr. Speaker, the important thing to remember in all of this is over that period, with the same number of inspectors, the volume of meat being processed at that plant increased by 20%, Mr. Speaker. A 20% increase in the volume being processed at that plant, and the number of inspectors, regardless of what the government says, was never increased. This, Mr. Speaker, I think is the real tragedy. On September 13th, they slashed 500 positions from CFIA, sent out effective notices, and at the same time, over the last few years, despite their pretense around dealing with what is a very serious issue, the issue of food safety, in that plant, as volumes increased, they didn't increase the number of inspectors, Mr. Speaker. They didn't increase it. A 20% increase in volume, a 20% increase in the workload. They did not increase the number of inspectors. And the proof there, Mr. Speaker, is that they then transferred over to the company themselves compliance. It's self-serve safety. It's self-serve safety. It's simply, well, let the company take care of itself. We're not going to increase the number of inspectors. The volumes are increasing. Let's just pretend that we have dealt with what should be a very important food inspection system by letting the company take care of it. Well, the company didn't take care of it, Mr. Speaker. And we've seen through the evidence that the member from Welland presented that over the course of the weeks, as the tragedy increased, and we still do not know how many additional Canadian families will have a severe sickness in their family. We still have not located, given the size and scope of the recall and the fact that it has to stretch right across the country, we still do not know if other families are going to be sick tonight. And yet, through all of that, Mr. Speaker, and this is, I think, what I find the most disconcerting being in this House of Commons, is that we have not had a single government spokesperson stand up and say, we were wrong to do this. We haven't had a single government spokesperson stand up and say, sorry to the Canadian public. We shouldn't have cut back. We should have increased the number of inspectors. We apologize for not taking care of you. That is what government should do, be responsible. And through this entire week, Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that we've had questions from the member from Welland and the member from Berthier-Masson-Congé, we've had repeated questions in the House. We have not heard the minister that is supposed to be responsible stand up a single time this week to respond to the questions about what he knew, when he knew, whether he understood the impacts of the cuts, whether he understood that not increasing the number of inspectors when the volume, massive volume, increases by over 20%, why he didn't make any of those key decisions that would have resulted in perhaps us avoiding what is now a second tragedy from this government. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is really what this emergency debate is all about. This is why the opposition asked for this emergency debate. We're asking for answers. We've been trying to ask in the House. The Agriculture Minister hasn't stood up a single time to explain to Canadians what happened. We had a news conference where the CFIA president was trying to explain to Canadians and was pulled by a political staffer, pulled away from the media. The journalists who were asking questions on behalf of Canadians were not able to respond. And now, tonight, we've not had a single representative from this government stand up and say to Canadians, look them in the eyes and say, we are sorry. We were wrong not to increase the number of inspectors. We are sorry. We are wrong to cut back by 500 positions the very day that XL was banned from exporting meat to the United States because they were afraid of United States consumers getting sick. Mr. Speaker, Canadian families deserve to have a food safety system they can trust, that when they buy that food, they can trust that it will be safe for themselves and for their families. Mr. Speaker, Canadian families deserve much better than what they've gotten from this government. We'd like to hear tonight some answers from this government. We'd like them to explain what went wrong and how they're going to fix it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to go back to Budget 2012, where very clearly spending for food safety did increase by $50 million. Now, this member points out that no, there were cuts to CFIA. Mr. Speaker, I do want to put a question to him that is very pertinent to the budget. In 3 provinces here in Canada, there are more than 50 federal food inspectors who are doing the job of provincial food inspection. This makes no sense at all. So that budget moves the financial resources and the inspectors over to the province where they rightly belong, where they will carry out provincial food inspectors as provincial food inspectors. Yeah. So I'm wondering, does this member call that a cut or does he call it a transfer? I call it a transfer, Mr. Speaker, but how does he see that?
Here.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, the families who've fallen sick as a result of what was clearly a government's irresponsible actions, I don't think the words matter too much for them. What matters to them is that their food hasn't been safe because of the actions of this government. What matters to them is 481 CFIA food inspectors being transferred out or laid off because of the cuts that come as a result of the budget of last spring. 308 positions that the government acknowledges they were cutting. Now we're up to 481. Mr. Speaker, what matters to Canadians is having safe food, and we are saying on the floor of the House of Commons, speaking for Canadians right now, they have to fix what they broke. They have to restore confidence in our food safety system. So get to work. Please, do your job.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Speaker, I want to thank the member from Burnaby New Westminster for his thoughtful remarks, passionate remarks. He expressed some alarm over what events occurred on the 13th. Events and alarm with which I frankly agree. I wonder if he has the same alarm, same concern over the length of time between the date on which Canada became aware of the E. coli on the 4th and the time on the 16th, 12 days later, when they finally issued a recall, 3 days after the event on the 13th when the Americans decertified the plant.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, I think the member from Guelph's absolutely right, and this is something that is of great concern to Canadians. Here we have a ministerial responsibility, and we know that the minister's not responding to questions on this at all. But what he needs to do is rise up in this House of Commons, and he needs to say why, when food wasn't safe for American families, it was safe, according to him, for Canadian families. He needs to explain that. He needs to come clean to Canadian families. He needs to come clean to the families that are sick as a result of this government's actions. But he needs to explain why, for 72 hours or 3 days, that it was okay for Canadians to eat meat that was contaminated and wasn't okay for American families to eat. They need to answer that question. I hope sometime tonight someone will answer that question for Canadian families.
Question and commentaire, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst.
Speaker, I don't think they will answer that question because they are around and they will not get to that. But my question to my colleague is this here. He keeps getting up and talking about S11 in the Senate. We are in 2012. Is the member really believe that we need a new law for the government to take the responsibility, and it should have taken before? Does that mean in our country we didn't have the law to make sure we had the safety of Canadian men and women of this country and the kids of this country? Is that what the government is saying right now?
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
I thank the member for Acadie-Bathurst for his question, and I think more and more Canadian families who are watching tonight are just absolutely perplexed and dramatically concerned by the reaction of this government. That somehow, and we've heard some of the government spokespeople stand up tonight and say, oh, there's a piece of paper in the Senate that is going to solve all the sickness that people are experiencing right now. The inspection system that is broken down because of conservative cutbacks is going to be fixed by that piece of paper in the Senate. Really, everybody, that piece of paper in the Senate is going to solve all our problems? Well, we know on this side of the House that it's not a piece of paper that is going to make a difference for Canadian families. It's having in place a food safety system that Canadian families deserve. That's what's going to make a difference.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first, I'd just like to extend my heartfelt concerns to the patients and families impacted. I know that all members of this House hope for their speedy recovery. As someone who spent their career in the healthcare field, I'm honoured to rise and speak to this critically important issue today. As the Honourable Minister of Agriculture and the President of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency said in Calgary earlier today, the Canadian consumers and their families have always been and will continue to be our government's first priority when it comes to food safety. Our government and all Canadians expect a strong food safety system, and that's why our government is doing its part. It's important, Mr. Speaker, that we refrain from hyperbole and rhetoric. We must stay focused, and we must keep our discussions firmly rooted in science and those things that focus on Canadian families. And that's why I want to provide some facts. So, Mr. Speaker, I will start with this. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency acted to contain contaminated products beginning on September the 4th and has been acting ever since. The XL plant will not be allowed to reopen until the Canadian Food Inspection Agency has certified that it's safe. Our government has hired over 700 food inspectors since 2006, including 170 meat inspectors. Our government has implemented all 57 recommendations from the Weatherall report. If the opposition believes that the powers of the agency are not sufficient, they should support the government's legislation, Bill S11, the Safe Food for Canadians Act, to make sure that the CFIA has greater authorities. And, Mr. Speaker, we increased CFIA's budget by $156 million, $744 million total budget, for a 20% increase. I'd also like to add as a healthcare professional that I'm happy to see that our Economic Action Plan 2012 facilitates Health Canada to respond faster to new scientific and safety information. Previously, a 36-month delay existed in the implementing of approved food additives to stop the growth of harmful bacteria. Now, it's 6 months, a huge improvement that benefits Canadian patients and the Canadian consumer. These are facts. What the opposition is doing is resorting to hearsay and fear-mongering, which does a grave disservice to Canadians who rely on us for the sound, factual information they need to protect themselves and their families. E. coli refers to a large group of bacteria that is commonly found in the intestines of humans and animals. Most strains of E. coli do not cause acute illness in humans. However, some strains, such as E. coli O157, H7, can make people sick. Serious complications of an E. coli O157H7 infection can cause kidney failure and other challenges for patients. E. coli infections are generally caused by eating contaminated foods, drinking contaminated water, or coming into direct contact with someone who is sick or with an animal that carries the bacteria. The Public Health Agency of Canada closely tracks E. coli cases across the country. Over the past decade, we've seen a marked decline in the incidence of E. coli, O157H7, as reported by the Public Health Agency of Canada's National Enteric Surveillance Program. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in 2001, the number of cases of E. coli O157 was half that reported in 2006. The data reported in 2012 is undergoing validation currently. It continues to show a downward trend. This is a positive trend, Mr. Speaker, a positive trend based in fact, not fiction. But of course, we have to remain vigilant. The Public Health Agency of Canada works closely with the provinces and territories to track the number of certain E. coli cases across the country. When people get sick or go to the doctor, when doctors in many cases take samples from the patients and send them to local, provincial, territorial, or federal labs for testing, that is the normal practice. These labs test the samples to identify the organism causing illness and may conduct further testing to identify the genetic footprint of the bacteria. It's important to note that the provinces are the lead when it comes to these health issues. Provincial and territorial labs report weekly to the National Enteric Surveillance Program the number of E. coli cases identified in their province or territory. The laboratories may also then post the results of the tests of the genetic fingerprint on the PulseNet Canada system, a national network that allows microbiologists to track and share genetic fingerprints for comparison across the country. All labs then compare their results, those posted on PulseNet, to find matches and identify outbreaks. PulseNet Canada is coordinated by the Public Health Agency of Canada's National Microbiology Lab in Winnipeg. The Canadian Notifiable Disease Surveillance System also tracks the total number of E. coli infections each year, as well as the age and sex of the cases. The system is best for understanding if there is an increase or decrease in illness over time. Outbreaks may occur in a community, a single province, or multiple provinces, and not all outbreaks are reported to the national level. Now, we're taking every means possible to ensure consumers have the information they need to protect themselves and their families. We know E. coli infections can be caused by many things, whether that's the improper cooking of beef, raw fruits and vegetables or uncooked vegetables, untreated drinking water, unpasteurized raw milk products, including raw milk cheese, unpasteurized apple cider or juice, or direct contact with animals at petting zoos or farms. We're acting to make sure that Canadians know of these causes and potential causes of E. coli infection. Food can also be contaminated when it's handled by a person infected with E. coli or from cross-contamination because of unsanitary food handling processes. Raw foods and vegetables can become contaminated with E. coli in the field by improperly composted manure, contaminated water, wildlife, or poor hygiene by farm workers. As well, E. coli infections can also be spread easily from person to person, as we see often in a hospital setting. Mr. Speaker, proper hygiene and safe food handling and preparation practices are key to preventing the spread of E. coli. Hand washing is one of the best ways to prevent the spread of foodborne illnesses. And I encourage all parliamentarians, I know I'm hearing a fair amount from my colleagues from the Liberal Party, I think it's extremely important that every Canadian understands that hand washing is the best way to prevent spread of foodborne illnesses. Contaminated foods may look and smell normal, and it's important to ensure that consumers thoroughly cook foods and destroy bacteria. Mr. Speaker, as the Right Honourable Prime Minister said in this House earlier today, Canada's food safety record is among the best in the world. In fact, the Organization for the Economic Cooperation and Development has said, quote, Canada is one of the best performing countries in the 2010 Food Safety Performance World Ranking Study. Its overall grade was superior, earning it a place among the top-tier countries, unquote. But we're not complacent, Mr. Speaker. Our government will continue to improve the food inspection system through the Safe Food for Canadians Act, which we introduced this spring. Bill S-11 will consolidate food safety authorities from several existing acts, allowing all foods to be inspected in a uniform way. More consistent inspections will provide Canadian consumers with even stronger food safety outcomes. Furthermore, the Safe Food for Canadians Act will enable the CFIA to better address certain food safety concerns, such as tampering. It will also enhance our capacity to trace food from farm to fork and introduce greater controls for imported foods. Canadians can be assured that we are confident in our ability to implement these improvements once the legislation is passed. The member from Welland, on the one hand, I must say, likes to talk about increased food safety, but then says that he opposes this important legislation. This is the same member who claimed that the CFIA would allow roadkill into the Canadian food chain. Mr. Speaker, this is actually quite outrageous. This member has zero credibility when it comes to food safety. This proposed legislation is only one part of our ongoing efforts to enhance the food safety system. We're building a stronger foundation for the delivery of CFIA's programs through an update of regulations. Our existing regulations continue to serve Canadians well, but we want to take advantage of opportunities to reduce overlap, address gaps, and provide regulated parties with clarity and flexibility. Although renewing our legislative and regulatory base is important, it is the work of inspectors that is central to a modern and effective food safety system. That's why the CFIA has hired more than 700 inspectors since 2006, including 170 meat inspectors. It is also the reason that Budget 2011 provided the CFIA with $100 million over 5 years to modernize food safety inspection in Canada. We're improving inspection delivery, training, and tools for inspection staff, scientific capacity in food laboratories, and information management and technology. This funding and additional investments in food safety clearly underscored the CFIA's pledge to deliver Canadians the protection they deserve and expect. Budget 2012 reaffirmed our government's strong commitment to food safety, with more than $51 million over 2 years to strengthen the food safety system. Our government immediately accepted all 57 recommendations of the Weatherall Report, and we've acted on all of them, and we have invested significantly in acting on them. We have improved our ability to prevent, detect, and respond to future foodborne illnesses outbreaks. We have increased our efforts to make information available to Canadians about the steps they can take to protect themselves. And as I mentioned, we introduced a new food safety bill to simplify and modernize legislation. All of this work is a part of our efforts to better protect Canadians from unsafe food. When food recalls happen, all levels of government and industry must be able to respond quickly and effectively. Our government has engaged industry leaders in an open and frank conversations about food safety policies, standards, and best practices. We're working with experts across the country to continue to strengthen our food safety system. All this to say, Mr. Speaker, that we're continually improving Canada's food safety system, ensuring that the provincial and territorial governments, industry, health and consumer groups, as well as international food experts, are all working together on behalf of Canadians. Over the last 2 years, the agencies have improved our abilities to share information so that all Canadians can react more quickly and effectively in responding to food safety problems. Mr. Speaker, our efforts will not stop here. Our government remains committed to taking the action necessary to ensure that our food safety system remains one of the best in the world. We take the trust of the Canadians have put in us to protect the safety of Canada's food supply extremely seriously. Canadian consumers are always our government's first priority when it comes to food safety. We will continue to make sure that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency has the resources it needs to do its job, its most important job of protecting Canadians and their families. Canadian consumers are and will continue to be our first priority. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak with respect to this issue. It's one that has been extremely important to those members and my constituents in Simcoe Grey, so I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I start, I just want to wish a happy birthday to my daughter, Mindy. You know, this is where we are at times during those special occasions. So, hearing the speeches tonight, and now this speech on the other side, and talking about zero credibility when it comes to food safety, I have to remind the member that it's under their government that we've seen the biggest recall in Canadian history with respect to beef. And that is a food safety problem under their watch. So, and I can tell you that at committee, when I was on one of our committees, you know, whatever we heard from the government was in a time of fiscal restraint. Well, let me tell you that in a time of fiscal restraint, they're talking about having created all of these jobs, but what they're not telling you is that 200 of the inspectors that they're talking about was for invasive alien species program, and that in all actuality, there are very few meat inspectors out there that were added. So maybe she could confirm or deny whether in the spring the CFIA will lose 308 positions, many of whom are food inspectors, at a time in a crisis that we find ourselves in right now. Can she confirm or deny that in the spring the CFIA will lose 308 positions?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, will wish Mindy a happy birthday. I'm pleased that, unfortunately, her mother is here to ask me questions at this late hour. I wish she was home with her daughter, but I wish her a happy birthday as well. But, Mr. Speaker, to the point, and I think it's been said several times throughout the evening here, the first priority of our government is the safety of Canadians. And that means that we have been focused and investing in making sure that food safety is a top priority for us. We've invested in having over 700 food inspectors, including 170 meat inspectors, over the last 5 to 6 years. We've also made sure that there's additional investments. In fact, in Budget 2011, $100 million over the course of 5 years. You know, the individuals in my riding, in Simcoe Grey, that are beef producers, they're actually quite concerned about this debate. They're concerned about this debate because the level of fear-mongering and the concerns that are being put forward by the opposition are really causing challenges for them with respect to how they need to deal with the beef industry. What I ask of the opposition is, let's stick to the facts. The facts are, we've increased the number of food inspectors that are available. I'd really like them to stop with the fear-mongering.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really, this particular member spoke about her expertise as a physician. And she also said that she was placing the facts on the table. So I wanted to ask her about those facts, and I wanted to ask her about her expertise as a physician. We heard a wonderful lecture about public health and epidemiology here. That's not helping the people who are now ill. And I think the honourable member should know that as a physician, you are judged by the outcomes, not by what you hope to do, not by what you know in your head, but on the outcomes of your patient's health. People are sick. That is a poor outcome for something that was said to be so wonderful. You don't get sick if you did the right job. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that the honourable member told us about washing one's hands was important for people to know. Is the honourable member telling me that if people had washed their hands, they would not get E. coli from the beef? What a ludicrous suggestion from anybody who knows anything about science. But the final thing I want to know is there is a protocol, there is clear legislative authority, and the minute a foodborne illness affects humans, and the minute it crosses one provincial boundary or an international border, Public Health Agency and the Minister of Health has to get involved. They have not. They have done no surveillance. They have done absolutely nothing until yesterday. Why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. Let's be very clear. This government has been focused on making sure that the safety of Canadians has been put first and foremost. And that's why we have provided opportunities for there to be additional inspectors. That's why we've provided additional funds. It's extremely important. You know, I guess the one thing that I will take issue with is one of the most important things in making sure that Canadians are healthy is actually hand washing. We do need to basically make sure that Canadians are well educated with regards to this file. So the concept that the member opposite would laugh at this opportunity to provide a really basic public health opportunity, I find rather outlandish. But to go back to the point, let's be very clear. This government has invested significantly in making sure individuals are trained and able to do the inspections they need to do, and has invested in making sure there's 700 new inspectors.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to make a comment and ask my honourable colleague from Simcoe Grave if, in fact, she is aware that the member from Burnaby New Westminster indicated that there were no new inspectors at the XL facility, and where, in fact, Mr. Speaker, there were 6 new inspectors and 2 additional veterinarians. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can confirm that for me as part of our investments to making sure the food safety and the CFIA has the resources and the funds that they need to carry out their inspections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to express my sympathies to those constituents from my colleagues' riding who are suffering at this time. I think the most important thing to outline is exactly what the member had said, is that there are certain facts. And the facts are that since 2006, there have been 2 veterinarians and 6 inspectors added to the plant complement at this site. But overall, there actually has been an increase of 711 from 2,823 to 3,534 inspectors in March 2012. That's almost 25% increase. These numbers are the facts. And so I would encourage the members opposite to understand that this government is focused on making sure the food safety of this country is being attended to. I wonder why the members opposite continue to fearmonger and to have concerns raised amongst the Canadian public. My goodness.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I know the Parliamentary Secretary understands things like reports of the Plans and Priority Committee because she's a Parliamentary Secretary, so I know she would understand it. So let me draw her to a fact. Signed and tabled on May 8th of 2012 by the Minister of Agriculture, the plan was to spend $46.6 million less and take out 314 full-time equivalencies out of CFIA. So I wonder if that fact means things are going down, or does the Parliamentary Secretary actually think that that was an increase? And to help her with her speaking points, the Parliamentary Secretary's speaking points, write out the line that we oppose S11. We've actually said it, I think, at least I've said it for the 3rd time. I think others have said it as well. We actually are going to support it. So, in principle, to second reading. But we have great suggestions, and we're hopeful, because the member opposite has said that we should all tone down the rhetoric and take a breath. We are all taking a breath, and we actually want to help you make good legislation to make sure the food safety system is safe for all Canadians. I hope they actually hear that. But could you speak to the decline of $46 million and 314 positions, which is a fact because your minister signed it? Does that mean it's declining, or does that mean something that I don't understand?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I'm not really sure how many times I need to say this because I've now said it, I think, 3 times this evening. We have increased the number of inspectors to over 700 individuals. That's all that I'm happy to say. I guess I just think that the very most important thing to say with respect to this issue is that we recognize that the issue with respect to Canadian food safety is the #1 priority for this government because it's so important to Canadians. I encourage the opposition to support S11, a very important piece of legislation with no caveats. Please help us move this piece of legislation forward so that we can make sure that Canadians are protected.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To begin with, I would like to indicate that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Newton North Delta. It is clear that the crisis that we are facing currently is quite significant. The facts are clear, Mr. Speaker. This is the biggest recall in beef in Canada's history, affecting over 1,500 products countrywide. This is a big deal, Mr. Speaker. There are several things that worry me concerning the safety of our food, in particular in this case. The first is that the Americans are the ones that discovered the E. coli bacteria in meat first, before our Canadian inspectors. I know the Conservatives, including the Minister of Agriculture in Calgary today, stated that there was only a few hours between the moment when the American inspectors sounded the alarm and the time when the CFIA inspectors did so. But the fact is that the Americans discovered it before. Unless I'm incorrect, this is the second time that a big crisis has been discovered by American experts. This was also true in the case of the closure of the Sandoz plant in January. I'm not calling into question the competency of our officials and public servants and their devotion, but the reliability of the system in which they work. Canadians must be able to trust their government inspection systems, and currently they do not. We need to give them their confidence back. Unfortunately, the current management of the crisis by the Conservatives is not doing anything at all to reassure them. The period between when E. coli bacteria was discovered and when products were recalled and the closure of the slaughterhouse was far too long, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Agriculture's statements stated originally that there were no contaminated products on our grocery shelves, and this did nothing to inspire confidence, especially when you look at the list of recalled products that is increasing on a daily basis. During this period, what is serious is that the health of Canadians was endangered by the government's inaction. E. coli bacteria is not harmless. The majority of people infected will have no symptoms and will suffer from minor stomach illnesses such as cramps, diarrhea. However, the symptoms may be quite unpleasant, such as vomiting, nausea, headaches and fever. The symptoms can be felt in 5 to 10 days following contamination, and these people also transmit bacteria to their loved ones. It is very likely that the number of people affected will be higher than the figures that we have of 5 confirmed cases and 23 cases under investigation, including the most serious cases, E. coli bacteria can be deadly. For example, kidney failure, epileptic crisis, or a stroke. In a few cases, the bacteria can cause permanent problems, such as kidney problems, especially in high-risk populations, such as pregnant women, people whose immune systems are weakened, young children, and seniors. I'm extremely upset to learn that a young boy has kidney problems, kidney failure. The second thing that worries me is the rhetoric from the government when it comes to inspecting foods. I know that my colleagues opposite received the same emails as I did. I know that I received hundreds of emails from people in my riding expressing their concerns regarding the cutbacks in the inspection of foods and changes to labelling. The crisis that we are facing today has proven that they are right, Mr. Speaker. And yet, how many times before have we heard the phrase, the safety of food is important to this government of Canadians? But is it true? They say that the food inspection system is one of the best in the world. If their system is that good, and if it is a top priority, why didn't they spare the CFIA the cutbacks? Why? Why cutbacks of over $46 million? And why abolish over 300 positions? Why was the food safety program have its budget go from $355 million in 2011-2012 to $337 million in 2014-2015? Are we wanting to have a food safety system that is average, Mr. Speaker? Our citizens, Canadians, deserve better. They deserve the best system that we can afford. These cutbacks are absolutely flabbergasting, and in fact, the inspection program was slated as not being able to meet requirements quite some time ago. And I understand why the Minister is wanting to increase the number of inspectors now. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to food safety, there should be no compromises, because the health of Canadians is at stake. The Conservatives have been telling us for months that cutbacks to the public service would not have an impact on Canadians. And yet we know that this is not the case, Mr. Speaker. Cutbacks over $46 million and over 300 positions, including 100 inspectors at the CFIA, must have consequences. And the same is true of the $5 billion and the 19,000 positions across the public service. Mr. Speaker, there is something that's not working in this system, and we are entitled to answers from the Minister of Agriculture. The fact that the American authorities discovered the contamination first is quite troubling, Mr. Speaker. Nothing is more worrisome than knowing that despite positive tests on the 4th and 5th September, the public was only warned on the 16th of September. This is quite simply unacceptable, because the health of Canadians was jeopardized, Mr. Speaker. We need to know what went wrong, and we need to ensure that this doesn't reoccur, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to correct some facts, and I want to ask the honourable member if she agrees with me. The member from Simcoe Grey said in her speech that the government has undertaken the execution of all the recommendations of the Weatherill report, when in fact we know the opposite to be true. One of the recommendations that, among the others that weren't fulfilled, was the requirement for a comprehensive audit of all CFIA resources, including human resources. And we know now, based on a comment from the former president of the CFIA, Carol Swan, that what in fact occurred was only a review. And in her own words, they did not conduct it as an audit. An audit is a very specific process. It was only a detailed review. Number one. My second question or comment is with respect to her proposition that this Bill S11 is the panacea for food safety, when in fact we know that right now under the Meat Inspection Act, the CFIA has the authority to demand shipping bills, bills of lading, and documents on record. And this was announced again in February of this year by a government announcement reminding inspectors that they had the authority to demand any record, sample, document whatsoever and reminded the industry that they were required to provide this information. So I'm wondering if she agrees with me that the member from Simcoe Grey, in fact, is in error, that the S11 is not a panacea for food safety, and that all of the recommendations of the Wetherell Report have not been completed.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Well, to begin with, I'd like to thank my colleague who is in the opposition for his relevant question. His question was to be expected. I am just as surprised by the government's behaviour. As far as inspections are concerned, I have a document in my hands that states that the resources for inspecting meat are spread far too thin. And as far as inspections are concerned, the government is allowing the companies themselves to do their own inspections. So where is the logic in that? Where is the logic in that, Mr. Speaker? How does that help Canadians? The inspection system needs to be reviewed. An independent organisation must be responsible for the inspections and not the companies themselves. There needs to be more resources to inspect meat, and there have been cutbacks, and that is unacceptable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I guess I just want to first start by correcting the member from Guelph that, we have implemented all 57 recommendations from the Wetherell Report. No matter how many times he says otherwise, we have. My question actually is for the member who just finished speaking. I thank her very much for her speech. One of the things that I mentioned in my comments tonight is that Canada is one of the best performing countries in 2010 for food safety performance. World ranking studies have stated from the OECD reports, and we have invested substantially, over 700 new food inspectors, including 170 meat inspectors, and the individuals in my riding, in Simcoe Grey, beef farmers in my riding, have asked to tone down the rhetoric so that we can actually focus on what the facts are, so that we can make sure that Canadian consumers and food safety is focused on, and that food is safe for Canadians. I asked the member opposite, do they plan on toning down the rhetoric and the fear-mongering that are concerning my residents in Simcoe Grey?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I'd like to remind her that the New Democrats are not talking just about figures, we're talking about facts. I know that our system is one of the best, but we can still do better. The government must do better. Otherwise, how would you explain the current crisis?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me say that as a mother and a grandmother, my heart goes out to the families who have been impacted by the tainting of the meat and the E. coli breakout. I just cannot imagine how those families must be feeling right now. And I know that that same kind of angst they're feeling and the pain of their family members being sick, that fear is out there amongst other Canadians who are wondering, did I eat that meat from that particular plant, and dare I go out to buy beef today? And, as Christina Lee said when she was interviewed on the CBC, she became very, very concerned. Only thing is, it took till September the 16th. September the 16th, the hospital confirmed that her son Elijah had E. coli. But it wasn't until September the 26th that a health warning was issued over steaks bought from a northeast Edmonton Costco supplied by the XL Foods facility in Brooks, Alberta. And this is information that's been pulled from the CBC article. And so, when I hear my colleague across the aisle talk about fear-mongering, I just find it unfathomable that any member of parliament sitting in this house today or at any time could talk about fear-mongering when we're actually talking about the biggest meat recall in our history. And we're talking about families, Canadian families, whose members are ill. And I think what we're trying to express here tonight with this debate is a great deal of concern and a call for immediate action. That's what we're looking for. Not long-term bills, what we're going to do 5 years down the road or 3 years down the road, but what went wrong, why, and what are the steps that are going to be taken to address this issue. And, you know, as a teacher for years and years, I've always talked about the importance of washing hands with kids from getting a cold or getting a flu. And whenever I fly as an MP, I always try to make sure that when I'm coughing, I do it the new way by lifting up my elbow and sneezing into that. But I must be honest that to hear a member of parliament in this context talking about the need to wash hands, it made me think, is she thinking that the people, the staff, workers in the plant fail to wash their hands? That's why we have E. coli? Or is she saying that when we all wash our hands, then this, the tainting of the beef that has occurred, the E. coli, won't affect us? And I was left sitting here shaking my head, absolutely shaking my head, that we had these kind of statements being made in the House at the same time as the same member of parliament talks about fear-mongering. I would say that the fact that we have the largest recall of beef in our history is causing enough fear out there. And we're hoping that tonight's debate, and we're hoping government will take actions immediately to give people an assurance that things are in hand. But instead, we have an agriculture minister who is missing in action. I would like to ask him some very direct questions, and I'm sure that I will get the opportunity to do that. But I would say that the comments made by the minister about washing hands also brings to mind that we have an agriculture minister who, when he was making a speech at a dinner, made a joke, a light-hearted joke. You know, you could say that he was just trying to lighten the situation because there must be some tension at that dinner where beef was being served. But, you know, once again, very inappropriate for any minister to make those kind of comments about saying, basically, I'm eating beef, hey, I'm okay, so everybody must be okay. You know, it's just not acceptable. I can say one thing. We as Canadians cannot accept E. coli in our food system and let one more person get sick. You know, I always used to think, and maybe I was living in a sort of a bit of a naive land, I always believed that our food inspection was much superior to the Americans. It was. I really believed that. But what's come to light is that the Americans were on top of this E. coli breakout long before we were. And now I'm beginning to worry about the safety of our other foods and the kind of inspections we have. This government is very, very fond of talking about cutting red tape. Well, if cutting red tape means we don't have enough inspectors to go and inspect food hygiene and food health, and we now have to rely on companies to do their own inspection, I can assure you Canadians do not want that kind of cutting of the red tape. That's not red tape. That's a matter of life and death, and we take that very, very seriously on this side of the House. We do not joke about it. We do not joke about it, We do not think this is fear-mongering. This is serious and grave concern, and it's one that every parliamentarian should be engaged in and should be looking to find solutions instead of trying to throw things on the opposition. And I keep hearing about this bill that, the NDP isn't going to support, and yet I've heard our critic over and over again saying, the bill has deficiencies, but you know what? We're going to help you make it better. Absolutely. And we will support taking it to the report stage. Like always. But let's take a look at some of the policies of this government that could actually have contributed to the disaster that we have upon us. And I would say a very unfortunate one. One of them is that the Brooks plant in Alberta, from an article I read, shows that the plant has a very high staff turnover. When you have a very high staff turnover, what it means is that things fall through the crack. Like, I also have learned that a very high number of workers at this particular plant are temporary foreign workers. And they're not on the road to citizenship. I mean, really, we need these workers. We need them in Alberta. It's not as if we don't need meat and we don't have a cattle industry that's ongoing, but we still, because of this government's policies, bring them in as temporary foreign workers. They do their short stint, work hard, probably work for less than other workers would be willing to work for. We're not sure if they get the training. And in this case, I would have some very serious questions, and I wish the minister was here to answer them. I want to know what kind of training those temporary foreign workers are given before they work in these plants. Because what we're talking about is the life, safety, and security of Canadians. And I hear over and over again from the government side how security of Canadians, security of Canada is their #1 priority. If that is our #1 priority, then I want to know what steps are taken to address, so that when new workers arrive, because remember, they come in and they leave, they come in and then we send them back. I want to know what kind of training they are given. I want to know what kind of health and safety inspections exist. And I also want to point out that there must be a certain level of fear when you're a temporary foreign worker as to what you can report, even if you have concerns, because you're worried about what that would mean when you're brought to work in a country on a very temporary basis, but you're not considered good enough to live here, but you're good enough to come and work here, and then we'll send you back and bring another few hundred workers to fill the positions that you have vacated. So when I look at all of this, and I really want to go back to this need for everyone to tone down the rhetoric and for us to look at what went wrong and implement solutions immediately so that Canadians can feel secure. And those solutions are not going to be through cutting tape. They are going to be to make sure that there are resources there to have appropriate food inspection, and I'm not prepared to accept food inspection that is at a lower level than our neighbours, the US. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I believe it's Davenport riding, is it? Or have I got it wrong? Yorkdale. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I did listen closely to the member's remarks, and she talked about a bit about the fear-mongering coming from the other side. And I would ask her this question. What kind of crisis will it take for the government spokesman, here we've had 2 parliamentary secretaries tonight, to move away from their talking points, accept responsibility, and lay out a plan that will, 1, give us some assurances to Canadians, 2, shore up cattle prices, and 3, restore our international reputation. I asked the member, this debate is not about fear-mongering or partisanship on our side. This government is holding this debate is about holding the government accountable and responsible. There's an emergency. People are afraid of food. The beef prices are falling. Our international reputation is in tatters. Isn't that what this debate is about? Not what the government claims trying to fearmonger. Isn't that what the debate is about?
Good question.
For Newton North Delta.
I want to thank my colleague for his comment and his question. I agree with my colleague. I agree with him that this is a debate about the role that the opposition plays in holding the government accountable and asking questions on behalf of Canadians, asking what went wrong, how is it going to be addressed. But all we hear from the other side is we've got more inspectors than ever, which is just platitudes, when you know that in 2012, the next 3 years, the food budget is projected to be cut by $56.1 million. And we haven't heard any real answers. Instead, we've heard a lot about washing hands, and we've heard a lot about not taking responsibility. I want to hear from the Agricultural Minister, because at the end of the day, he is accountable, he is responsible, and he has to stand in this House and answer questions from the opposition. He cannot run away from answering those questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. We really do need to come back to this point of, does the opposition support fortifying and reinforcing our food safety system? And Mr. Speaker, I come back to these 700 net new inspectors. I come back to budget elements that increase the financial resources for CFIA to do its job. Mr. Speaker, it is on record that the opposition, the NDP in particular, have voted against these measures. And so I have a hard time standing here listening to their support for food safety when at every opportunity they vote against providing more inspectors and they vote against providing more financial capacity to the CFIA. Mr. Speaker, they have to account to Canadians for this. I ask my colleague to stand up and give an account to Canadians for their refusal to support CFIA.
For Newton North Delta.
I really want to say, and I will say it, thank you for that question. And you know what? You know what? When you present a budget that is as thick as a phone book for more than half of Canadian cities and villages and towns, and then you expect one vote over that whole budget, I can tell you, and it will take me a whole day to list the kind of things I could not support in that budget. And let me tell you, no NDP member has ever stood in this House and said we're against you, the Conservative government, implementing food safety for our citizens. And I think it's disingenuous, truly disingenuous, to keep deflecting and to keep making these wild accusations instead of dealing with the biggest recall. This is going to impact families who are sick. This is impacting our cattle farmers. This is ranches. This is also affecting families. Let me tell you, I have grandchildren, and by the way, they love beef. They're just carnivores. And I can tell you this, they are scared. They're still at school, but they're scared when they hear this on the news. And so let's try to address those instead of talking about a budget bill that was the size of a phone book that had more holes in it than I can list off today.
We're out of time. Just a reminder to honourable members to direct their comments through the chair. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to participate in this debate. Let me be clear with my colleagues in the opposition and remind them of some of the facts that they choose to ignore. Fact, as government, we have hired over 700 food inspectors since 2006, including 170 meat inspectors. Fact, our government has implemented all 57 recommendations from the Weatherill report. Fact, if the opposition believes that the powers of the agency are not sufficient, they should support our government's legislation to make sure that the CFIA has greater authorities. They need to support our Safe Food for Canadians Act. Fact, we increased CFIA's budget by $156 million, $744 million in total budget, which is a 20% increase. Fact, the XL plant will not be allowed to reopen until the Food Inspection Agency has certified that it is safe.
Absolutely correct.
Mr. Speaker, it is too bad that the opposition doesn't want to listen to these facts. Again, Mr. Speaker, no safety system goes unchallenged. That's why it's there. It's how it responds to challenges that shows how well it works. We can see this in the chain of events that began September 4th. Now let's look at the timeline. On September 4th, during routine testing, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, CFIA, identified a positive E. coli 0157 H7 sample in raw beef trimmings produced at an Alberta facility supplied by XL Foods Incorporated. Plant management and the CFIA veterinarian in charge at XL Foods Incorporated were notified of this finding. The problem was picked up the same day by U.S. officials as the CFIA was dealing with it. The first step for the CFIA was to ensure that the contaminated product had not reached consumers in Canada. There was no delay. The agency determined it had not reached the Canadian marketplace, which is why there was no product recall at that time. The CFIA immediately began an investigation to determine the source of the contamination. This included enhanced on-site inspection activities, including additional oversight of daily testing to ensure that public health and food safety was not compromised. CFIA officials report their initial investigation found no obvious indication that other production or products at the plant posed any risk. But they didn't stop there. They dug deeper. On September 6th, they requested distribution information and testing results for all products produced on August 24th and August 28th, the days when the affected products were made. On September 7th, the agency issued a corrective action request to XL Foods, requiring it to strengthen controls around sampling and testing of meat products originating from the Brooks plant. The agency again also requested XL Foods to produce detailed information related to product details, distribution, sampling, results, and information on the effectiveness of the plant's preventative controls no later than September 10th. Their additional analysis, plus more information from the company, revealed shortcomings in the company's procedures that warranted further investigation. On September 12th, CFIA sent a technical review team into the plant to help on-site staff conduct an in-depth review of operations and assess how and where contamination had occurred. On September 13th, the CFIA removed XL Foods Incorporated from the list of establishments eligible to export to the U.S., but with no evidence that any contaminated product discovered in the initial test had reached Canadian consumers, there was again no product recall. The technical review team determined there was no single factor that would lead E. coli contamination of products leaving the XL Foods plant. Rather, the team concluded that a combination of deficiencies may have contributed to the contamination. Based on these findings, XL Foods began to advise customers that it was recalling beef trimmings for August 24th and 28th and September 5th. On September 16th, CFIA and XL Foods began issuing health hazard alerts. They warned the public, distributors, grocery chains, and food service establishments not to consume, sell, or serve specific ground beef products made from XL Foods beef trimmings from August 24th, 28th, and September 5th. The recall has since expanded to include a variety of XL Foods and meat products. From its ongoing data review, the CFIA identified two additional production dates, August 27th and 29th, with higher risks for E. coli contamination. As a result, XL Foods began notifying its customers in Canada and the U.S. that it was recalling beef trimmings produced on August 27th and 29th. On September 22nd, CFIA issued a new health hazard alert identifying products related to two additional days. By September 26th, it was clear to CFIA that the Brooks XL Foods plant had not completely corrected its deficiencies. The plant's license was temporarily suspended, and all products were held for testing. Mr. Speaker, one thing that must be made crystal clear, XL Foods will not resume operations until the company has demonstrated to the CFIA's satisfaction completely that they have fully implemented the required corrective actions. The resumption of operations when it occurs will include additional requirements in terms of test and hold procedures on an ongoing basis. The CFIA wants to be certain that once it has reviewed and approved the plant's control plans, that those plans will deliver safe products to Canadians. As we review this timeline, what we see is a rapid methodological scientific response to a complex problem. Attention has focused on the time between the initial detection of E. coli, the recalls, and the plant shutdown. In fact, the agency was fully committed to investigating the source of contamination and preventing contaminated products from reaching consumers. If we look at how these events unfolded, we see a food safety system responding to a serious challenge as it should, responsibly and effectively. There is no foundation to the suggestion that there were too few inspectors at the plant as a result of budget cutbacks. The CFIA has confirmed the plant has 46 full-time staff, 40 inspection staff, and 6 veterinarians who provide daily inspections in the plant for its 2 shifts. Certainly not a reduction. Far from reductions, the number of CFIA staff at this XL food plant has increased by 6 during the last several years. That's not to say there isn't nothing to learn from this event, and I'm sure CFIA, the meatpacking industry, and consumers, and all the food safety partners involved will adopt any lessons that they've learned. I remind my colleagues that our government has introduced the Safe Food for Canadians Act last June to protect Canadian families from potentially unsafe food. Those concerns about food safety should give this bill further support when it comes to the House. For example, the bill would allow CFIA to create a requirement for the food industry to have traceability systems. We can see how important it is to trace products from farm to fork, and in the event of an incident like this one, to do it quickly. The proposed regulation making authority would help the agency in their efforts to quickly remove recalled products from the marketplace. The regulation under the bill could also ensure company that it provides documentation in a form that can be easily and quickly assessed without the need for company to interpret. No one gets excited about streamlining bureaucratic procedures, but when lives are on the line, we see the point. And I look forward to seeing the proposed Safe Food for Canadians bill move swiftly through this House and into law, so Canadians will have the benefit of an even more effective food safety system. I support this proposed legislation because it's time that Canadians feel more protected when they shop for food and sit down at the dinner tables to eat it. It's time to modernize and for Canadians to have comprehensive protection from unsafe food under one single piece of legislation. We have one of the strongest food safety systems in the world. This legislation will further enhance this system. However, consumer expectations for stronger safety systems are higher than ever. These expectations have evolved following such food safety incidents as melamine contamination of imported dairy products from abroad and outbreaks of food poisoning from domestically produced food products. Enacting this food safety legislation will allow us to do a recommendation of the report by Sheila Wetherill, the report of the independent investigator into 2008 listeriosis outbreak. These are the recommendations. The recommendation to modernize and simplify food safety legislation, and our government has committed itself to addressing all 57 of the independent investigators' recommendations. The Parliamentary Subcommittee on Food Safety, with representation from both government and the opposition, voiced unanimous support to act on all the recommendations of that report. I urge this House to make good on that pledge by supporting this bill when it comes to us. The current roles and responsibilities of the Minister of Health and the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food will not change as a result of this legislation. Health Canada will still set policy and standards for food safety and nutritional quality. Health Canada remains responsible for natural health products, which is not subject to this proposed legislation. The CFIA will still be responsible for enforcing food safety standards. But here is why this legislation is so important. Currently, regulations managed by the CFIA are governed by 13 different pieces of legislation. All of these acts were made into law over the past 50 years or more, and the requirements under this act related to food may sometimes vary. Over the past decades, new safety risks have emerged due to the advancing science and technology, globalization, and innovation. The world is changing, and food safety environment is becoming more and more complex. Canada's legislative framework needs to be modernized to reflect these changes. Canada's legislation must also keep pace with its trading partners. We need to evolve our legislative base for food safety so that we can continue to protect Canadians from unsafe food and prevent Canadian food exports from being shut out of international markets. Trade in food is on the rise. Demographics are changing. Consumer demand and expectations of governments are changing, and technology too. Canada's current approach with 5 different food safety acts leads to a cumbersome application of food safety regulations, and we agree it needs to be changed. We have one set of rules for meat and quite another for fish, and that just doesn't make sense. The principles of how to produce safe food are not commodity specific. Regulated parties should not have to work from different rule books. For that matter, neither should federal inspectors. If the opposition believes that the powers of the agency are not sufficient, they should support our government's legislation to make sure that the CFIA has greater authorities. While we do have strong food safety system, in fact, like I said, Canada's system is one of the best in the world. We can and should improve on current authorities that are available to this government. This will be better position us to face current and future risks and challenges. In terms of exactly what the proposed legislation will do, there are 2 key outcomes: safer food and better protection for Canadians, a more competitive environment for Canadian businesses involved in the food industry. In terms of safer food, the legislation will provide stronger border measures, better protection from tampering and hoaxes, and higher fines for bad actors and unsafe practitioners in the food business. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what Nancy Quettereau, President and CEO of Food and Consumer Products of Canada, said of our legislation, and I quote, "We strongly support and applaud the federal government's strong action to modernize Canada's food safety laws." End quote. Mr. Speaker, that says it all. I want my colleagues in the opposition to heed these words and finally tell Canadians that they do indeed support safe food for Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, I would like to express my sincere regrets for the people who have been affected by this outbreak. It's as if I'm dreaming. I want someone to wake me up. We're in an emergency situation. We're having an emergency to date, and we're receiving a lesson from the Secretary of State on prevention, whereas we're in the midst of a disaster. And then we hear from this member everything that they've done, everything that they might do under a future bill. This is an emergency. The House is on fire, and we can't just wait for the firemen to show up. We have to act now. This is bad for the economy. It's bad for people's health. And so what is the government going to do as of tomorrow and even as of tonight in order to cope with this crisis?
Member for Prince George, Peace River. Yeah, and I guess, I talked about it in the speech about what our system actually does. And I think it's easy to criticize the system, but the system is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. It spotted the outbreak, it caught it, and it did what it's supposed to do. And that's all I can say. The fact of the matter is we've actually increased inspectors, as you know. We've increased the funding to CFIA as well. With the plant that's in question here, there's 46 full-time staff, 40 inspection staff, and 6 veterinarians. And it's a net increase of what it was a few years ago. So that's the fact of the matter. Obviously, we're concerned, and we want to see things fixed as soon as possible for Canadians and for our international purchasers, and we'll continue to do that. We just look forward to you supporting our legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Speaker, I'm sorry to say that the member from Prince George, Peace River, is asking us to accept as fact what is actually fallacy and fiction. Fact, Mr. Speaker, and I'm making comments, that the former president of the CFIA, Carol Swan, said following the report, Weatherall report, that PricewaterhouseCoopers was brought in to review CFIA's functioning. They speak of all of her recommendations being followed. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that PricewaterhouseCoopers was hired by Ag Canada not to do a full audit, which was requested, a full comprehensive resource audit. They were only asked to deliver a review. So the full comprehensive resource audit of CFIA, including human resources, has not been done. Fact, Mr. Speaker, the Meat Inspection Act already gives the CFIA the authority to demand all they need in order to protect Canadians and promote food safety. And that was repeated in government guidelines issued in February of this year, letting the inspectors know they had that authority, and the processors know that they had to assist and honour any requests. Finally, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be brief, fact, 170 new meat inspectors, not 700, all directed to the ready-to-eat meat plants like those at Maple Leaf Food, none to XL Foods. Those are three facts. Those are three things that this member would have us think otherwise.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
I guess all I'll say to that question is the fact that you're challenging us on facts coming from that member is a stretch. And I think this House would agree to that. We know who's guilty, so that's all I'll say. Anyway, I'll just reiterate what our government has done. CFI has had a net increase of inspectors, bottom line. I'm on Ag Committee, I see this. Fact, as government, we have hired over 700 food inspectors since 2006, including 170 meat inspectors. There's been a net increase of inspectors at XL Foods. Facts speak for themselves.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable friend from Prince George, Peace River. There's been a tremendous amount of confusion tonight between various parties claiming for themselves different facts. I've gone through Budget 2012 and tried to figure it out. There's been an allegation by a suggestion by the Parliamentary Secretary that there was $100 million new to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency when she was speaking, but she referred to the 2011 budget. I have the 2012 budget, which clearly shows that the funding to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency is to go down year on year to a $56 million decline, holding steady by 2014. And again, Mr. Speaker, the money that went up was to 3 different agencies for a 2-year period, $52 million over 2 years, split 3 ways, potentially as much as $8 million to CFIA, while they're going down steadily. The weather report, Mr. Speaker, and I want to put this to my friend, made a couple of observations that seem not to have been acted on. And one of them is this. This is found at page Roman numeral 4 of the weather report. And this is referring to listeriosis. She said, there was a lack of a sense of urgency at the outset of the outbreak. I think we're seeing that again. We're seeing misinformation, delays, and the reality of the current crisis is we don't seem to have learned from the last one.
Yep. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Yeah, again, I think, to speak about the concerns for Canadian public and just the concerns at large about inspection, we just want to be on this side of the House. I want to reassure Canadians that the inspection agency has caught the outbreak. We're dealing with it as we speak, responding to it as it needs to be responded to. Absolutely, this is why this agency exists, is to do this very thing and catch these potential outbreaks as they enter the market. It's done what it's supposed to do. Unfortunately, it happened. Of course, we wish it wouldn't have happened. To speak to the member's question, I think you've just added further confusion. I think for all people that are watching tonight, I don't think it made it any clearer about what you're trying to say. Again, I will speak to, the fact that we have added 700 food inspectors since 2006. Again, it's pretty simple, including 170 meat inspectors. And again, at XL Foods, there's been an increase of inspection staff there. So, in essence, they did catch it. It still is there, but unfortunately, again, we wish this wouldn't have happened, but they have done their job and have caught it. And again, CFI, I think, is doing what they're supposed to do.
Just remind honourable members to direct their comments through the chair. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd just like to start by thanking all honourable members who were present for tonight's debate in the chamber for participating. This is obviously a very serious issue, and my line of questioning, I'm not going to downplay the seriousness of this issue. I have the privilege of representing the great people that live in the constituency of Wetaskiwin, a rural area between Red Deer and Edmonton. I myself, Mr. Speaker, grew up on a beef farm, cow-calf operation. Understand full well the consequences of the BSE crisis that happened in 2003, various droughts that have happened throughout my lifetime growing up on a farm, and some of the impacts that that's had. And not trying to minimize in any way the very serious question of food safety in our country, I would like to ask my colleague across the way, who also represents a great part of our country and represents a lot of producers, that if this is overplayed too much in the public theater, that the actual the rhetoric that's coming out of this actually has a detrimental effect to the long-term safety, not only the safety of our food system, but also the viability of our beef industry. And I wonder if he's got any comments or concerns about how this is being played out.
Well, member for Prince George, Peace River.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I'd just like to thank the honourable member for the question. Absolutely. I think the biggest thing that's sort of disingenuous to me is that we have members that I serve on the Ag Committee with that stand up in the House purporting to support the cattle industry and the beef industry and the rest. And I have good friends on that side, and they're good, hard-working people that go out and raise cattle and just have good incomes and work hard for what they have. And to see it get this hot potato issue get politicized in the House, when really it's not serving anybody really well by doing that. CFIA is doing its job. It caught the outbreak. Let CFIA do its job and leave the farmers alone.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Basque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To begin with, I'd like to indicate that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Burnaby Douglas. Mr. Speaker, we're here to debate an important issue. My thoughts are with the families that have been affected by tainted meat, and that's why we're here this evening. We've heard a lot of background, a lot of facts. What I'd like to do this evening is to get to the bottom of things. I'd like to get to the heart of the problem, and the heart of the problem can be summed up in two ways. First, the lack of accountability and transparency from the Conservative government, and the refusal on the part of the Minister of Agriculture to take responsibility, the impact of the cutbacks by the Conservatives on the CFIA. Let's go back to April 2012. You remember the Bill C-38 at the time and the Conservative budget that had a number of impacts. There was the cutback of and the elimination of many public service positions. There were also 805 employees who in April 2012 got a letter saying that their positions were in danger. 55 inspectors received such a letter. These inspectors are on the ground. They're the ones who check the meat. They received a letter saying that their jobs were cut. We expected that 40 other inspectors would follow suit due to the Conservatives' savage cutbacks. A journalist, Serge Smith from Post Media, asked the Minister of Agriculture and the department on several occasions what positions were being targeted by the cutbacks. Were they veterinarians? Were they people responsible for inspecting seeds? He continued to ask questions of the Minister of Agriculture and never got answers. And, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer repeatedly requested details regarding the Conservatives' cutbacks. The Conservatives refused to give answers, despite the Accountability Act that should force them to do so. This government, in fact, boasted about accountability for so long, and yet they're not being accountable. We're still waiting for this 700 inspectors. Each and every Conservative member rose today and gave basically the same speech. These 700 new inspectors, well, we have no details about them. The Canadian press contacted the Minister of Agriculture to get details, to understand what the composition of these 700 positions is. They're not 700 inspectors. The Conservatives are deliberately trying to cause confusion. The Public Service Farmers Union looked for answers too, but they got no answer. Out of the 700, they estimate that 200 look at exotic species that may be invasive upon import, and also a certain number inspect seeds, and a certain number inspect processing plants, not the slaughterhouses. And the contaminated meat occurred in a slaughterhouse, not in a processing plant. And each and every Conservative member who rose this evening refused to address this issue and tried to cause confusion on the issue. In the 2012 budget, the government reduced the budget of the CFIA to the tune of $56 million. It's written in black and white in the 2012 budget. The government boasts that it invested $51 million in the CFIA, and they said that there wouldn't be cutbacks and everything would be fine and dandy. But these $51 million, as my colleague from Sandy's Gulf Island pointed out, was distributed among 3 agencies: the CFIA, the Public Health Agency, and Health Canada. This $51 million was invested to extend programs that already existed on food safety. It wasn't for new investments. It was simply to extend existing programs that were set up following the listeriosis crisis. So it isn't new money. It was to continue an existing program. The millions of dollars that were cut directly from the agency itself. Listen, we're currently facing a crisis that may end up being a crisis of confidence. The Conservatives are saying we're fear-mongering here. But we're not fear-mongering. We are asking, and it's our role as the official opposition, we're asking the government to be accountable for the decisions that it has taken. The cutbacks to the CFIA have, and will have in the future, have ramifications. And this is what occurred with XL Foods, or rather what has happened with XL Foods is the tip of the iceberg on what could happen if the government refuses to take responsibility, if the minister refuses to take his responsibility as a minister. This is essential in a parliamentary system. If the Conservatives continue to deny their responsibility with respect to the cutbacks, if they continue with the disinformation campaign regarding inspecting foods, repeating ad nauseum that there are 700 new inspectors doesn't do anything. This one of the most problematic situations with XL Foods is that for a long time on the floor of the slaughterhouse there has been a shortage of inspectors for quite some time, and the union sounded the alarm regarding this on a number of occasions. And perhaps there were a couple of inspector positions that were created, perhaps between 2 and 6, depending on who's quoting this. There is no new investment, however, at XL Foods. My colleague from Welland, the agriculture spokesman or critic, said that the plant actually sped up its line. Between 4,000 and 5,000 heads of cattle are being slaughtered. There are a number of inspectors, but there are 2 shifts, 24 inspectors that work during one shift and 24 that work during another shift. This is for a plant that covers a couple of blocks. It's not a small plant. It is a huge plant, and these 25 people aren't enough are not sufficient to do the job. the employees of XL Foods have to complete the inspections because the inspectors aren't new. There aren't enough inspectors. The Conservatives are denying this fact and they're trying to cover it up with a number of misleading figures. There are Canadians who are still listening to us this evening. It's 11:10 p.m. It's 8:10 in BC. People listening to us in the West, Western Canada, in the prairies, in Ontario, in Quebec. This is the government that you have at the moment. What you've heard this evening from this government demonstrates that this government is more than happy to speak half-truths. This government, when it faces a crisis, tries to protect its backside first and foremost. This government refuses to take responsibility, and the minister refuses to take his responsibility. As a minister, he should be responsible, take responsibility for this tragedy that is occurring under his watch. This government, as its first action in this crisis, has offloaded the blame onto others, whether it be the CFIA or opposition members. Quebec and Canada is entitled to better than this. This is our duty as an official opposition to demand that they are accountable, to demand transparency. That's what we have done in the opposition. The Parliamentary Budgetary Officer is demanding data regarding the cutbacks made by the Conservatives, and the Conservatives are refusing to hand this information over. It's their responsibility to provide this information and to act for the welfare of the public, and they're still refusing to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his remarks. He spoke of the half-truths that are coming from this government. And I'm wondering if he could address two of these half-truths that are coming from this government. One, that they've completely implemented the recommendations of the Weatherall report, when in fact we know, based on statements from Carol Swan, the former president of the CFIA, that the CFIA has not had conducted a full audit, a comprehensive audit of all of its resources, including human resources. In fact, she tells us that in what did occur was only a detailed review conducted by PricewaterhouseCoopers, which is not a full audit. The second is that apparently this 211, Bill S211, is going to be the panacea for food safety, when in fact we know already that the current Meat Inspection Act provides all the authority that's needed for inspectors to demand the production of documents so that they can look at them in inspections, and that it compels the processor to provide the information and assist the provision of that information, as is noted to them in a government-announced guideline in February 2012. Can you talk about these fallacies that they keep saying, that S11 is the panacea for food safety and they've implemented all the Weatherall recommendations?
I'm certain the question was directed to the honourable member. The honourable member for Rimouski, Nijet, Témiscouata-Basque.
Merci.
Thank you. My colleague from Guelph is entirely correct. The Weatherall report's findings weren't implemented, and we have not been entitled to proper audit as recommended in the report. He's entirely correct about this, and the Conservative government is denying this. Regarding his second question, we regret that S11 211 was not supported. There have been no firm recommendations. It doesn't deal with the current situation. Bill S11 will not be a panacea or a silver bullet. This is a situation that is a result of the cutbacks made to the CFIA and to inspection out on the ground, which cannot keep pace with the growth of the slaughterhouses. There is no panacea. the Conservatives need to review the cutbacks and their commitment to the CFIA. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask two questions, very simple questions of my colleague.
Does my colleague consider Canadian food to be safe? I'd like to know, does he consider Canadian beef to be safe? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Témiscouata, Les Basques. I talked about causing confusion. Well, what we have here, and I said this in my speech, is perhaps the tip of the iceberg. The cutbacks made by the Conservatives to the CFIA among inspectors. These cutbacks were made in the 2012 budget. And we can't be sure what will happen exactly when it comes to the processing of meat in plants. There's an increase in the number of inspectors. Yes, there are 70 inspectors, but the work hasn't been done in the slaughterhouses. We need a full audit of what is happening in terms of inspecting food inspection. I haven't had a specific answer to specific questions. I'd like the Parliamentary Secretary to come here this evening, with specific explanations instead of rhetoric and talking points, which is all the Conservatives have bandied about since the start of the crisis. Resuming debate.
Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to rise and speak on this emergency debate. And thanks to all members on this side of the House, especially thank you to my colleague from Rimouski who's splitting his time with me. Also, thank you very much for staying tonight, for all the staff and pages that have been present during this emergency debate. So I also want to commend my colleague from Welland for leading the charge to protect Canadians on this matter, leading the charge to keep Canadian food safe, and to get to the bottom of what's happening here. So I've been following his work both here on other issues and very much value his expertise on these matters. So I want to take a bit of a step back and think about this from a less detailed perspective at the moment, and think about the kinds of things that governments have to deal with. They face all kinds of issues. Some of these issues are reactive in nature, natural disasters, things like that. Some of the issues governments face are proactive in nature, of course, and those are plans and programs the government wants to introduce. Sometimes the governments get these things right, sometimes they get them wrong, and sometimes they get them terribly wrong. And the types of policies that governments get terribly wrong are called often policy disasters. The worst kind of policy disasters you can have, Mr. Speaker, is one where the government gets something terribly wrong, and the reason they get it wrong, or the issue that they've blown essentially, is something they've initiated themselves. Whether it's driven by ideology or an incompetence, the government initiates something, it results in a huge mistake, a huge problem, and this is again the worst kind of policy disaster. It's the worst kind of government action, and this is what we're facing here, Mr. Speaker. The government here is facing a policy disaster of its own making. So let's really, thinking in that context, let's go and see where we are right now. Canada is currently experiencing the largest meat recall in our history. And I don't think anybody in this House would dispute that point, is that we are a meat-producing nation, we export meat, we consume a lot of it here, but we're facing the worst recall in our history. 5 cases of E. coli have been traced to the XL Foods meat processing plant in Brooks, Alberta, another fact. This Alberta plant processed about 40% of the beef in Canada. So a problem with this plant is a problem for not only the entire country, but for our export market as well. And incredibly, this factory processes about 4,000 to 5,000 head of cattle per day. So a massive undertaking. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency has now recalled more than 1,500 beef products due to possible E. coli contamination. And this recall, this isn't a secret that we're holding here within Canada, Mr. Speaker. This not only recall extends to not only every province and territory, but 40 states in the U.S. and Puerto Rico, and the plant has been temporarily closed. This closure is impacting beef producers who through no fault of their own have been caught up in this, and the 2,900 employees who work at the XL Foods plant. It just paints a picture of the size of this plant for Canadians who've not visited there, like the honourable member from Burnaby Douglas, who's been there, or sorry, Burnaby New West, who's been there a number of occasions. 2,900 employees processing 4,000 to 5,000 head of cattle a day. That's a massive undertaking. And worse now, these employees are receiving, some of them are only receiving partial paychecks. XL has had its license to export to the U.S. revoked. This is going to have long-term impacts on not only the plant itself, but on the whole industry. And there are now real concerns that Canadian standards do not match American food safety expectations. So that's where we are. We're at a stage where we have a real problem here, a real policy disaster. We have something that we have to address. Unfortunately, on the other side of the House, we've had advice like wash your hands, maybe this will fix it. That's not really adequate, Mr. Speaker, for this type of problem that we're facing. So how did we get here? And we've had a lot of details tonight. We've had a blow-by-blow account, almost a minute-by-minute account by the honourable member from Welland. But again, to look at it from a larger perspective, a little less detail, it appears what's happened here is really a change in culture. It used to be that companies would slaughter and process meats. This is what they're good at. They would of course buy and process. They'd package it. They'd ship it out. But the government inspectors would go into these plants to ensure cleanliness and sterility. They would make sure that they would actually go into the plants, they would look at the machines, they would inspect, and then, of course, they would give the AOK sign and production would start up again. Now you have these factories working on 24-hour cycles often, and so this is an ongoing process and a very important relationship between the government inspectors and the producers. However, there's been a change in how the Conservatives see this cycle working. So it's a belief that voluntary inspections by the companies are adequate. And this isn't really driven by hard facts. It's driven by an ideology that less government is necessarily better. And in this case, it doesn't seem to be better. When relying on voluntary actions of companies to make sure that they're inspecting their own equipment, that's very susceptible to problems. What's happened is something's been missed. And without having government inspectors doing that work, the proper inspection, or having enough inspectors to do that proper inspection, we've run into a large problem here. So we've also been told that those where the inspectors are working in these plants, that they're spending more time looking at paperwork that's been given to them by the companies rather than being on the slaughterhouse floor looking at the cleanliness of the machinery. So this is something that Conservatives have done. By cutting funding, by having fewer inspectors in these large plants, what we're having then again is relying more on the companies to make sure that their own processes are adequate, and then turning over paperwork to what inspectors are left. And it isn't adequate. We've had this, what we say, is the largest meat recall in Canadian history. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, what we've had is not only a change in regulatory culture, we've also had a change in the process itself. I've described the XL Foods plant that has 4,000 to 5,000 head of cattle going through there a day. What we've seen is a consolidation of the industry to an unprecedented level, where we have meat factories that are so big that they're almost hard to imagine. So the days, I mean, and you get this in some cases. You have small boutique butcheries that still exist. And that's really the way food inspection used to work. The food production used to work. You would have butchers that would, buy from local cattle producers in small quantities. They would be able to inspect all the meat themselves, run them through, cut them up, butcher them, slaughter them, cut them up themselves, sell them to clients in small batches. If there was a problem, meat inspectors could sort that out. But now we're at not only huge factories, but they're also processing at a massive speed. So I've learned a lot about this industry, Mr. Speaker, from my father-in-law, Thomas Ashe, and his very good friend Peter Markin, who have been butchers their entire lives. They've started in the slaughterhouses in Belfast in Northern Ireland, moved to Canada, and brought their trade here. They've been doing this job for decades, and I can tell you, I've sat down with both of them and talked to them about the process by which they, as butchers, see how things have changed in Canada. They've seen the industry grow from these very small butcheries to the massive plants we have today, and I can tell you there'd be no bigger advocates for adequate food inspection than these two men who have seen this industry almost spin out of control. They've told me themselves, Tommy and Peter have told me their concerns about how the reduction of meat inspectors is going to lead to disease, and how just how a little tiny piece of meat left in a machine overnight can spin into a very big outbreak of certain kinds of diseases like E. coli that can be very, very harmful and deadly to consumers. So they also talk about how these are the worst kind of diseases for people to get because they strike people when they're unaware. They think their food is safe, but it isn't. And this is the problem we're facing here, Mr. Speaker. So I think this, the lessons we can learn from the slaughterhouse floor, from men like Tommy and Peter, but also the thought of how the Conservatives are systematically altering our approach to food inspection is a big problem. And in fact, I don't like to say it, Mr. Speaker, but I think if they continue down this path, we're going to see more of these kinds of outbreaks. If we continue to reduce the number of inspectors that are actually on the slaughterhouse floors and in the processing plants, making sure that things are clean, we'll see more of these outbreaks, Mr. Speaker. And that's what I'm very scared of, that they haven't just created, the Conservatives haven't just created this one policy disaster. They've, in fact, inviting many, many more to happen. In fact, it'll be a systematic series of policy disasters that we'll face. So thank you for Mr. Time, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to take some questions.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his comments. And you know, as a person that's a cattle producer and a person that actually has taken a meat cutting class and spent time slaughtering my own beef at home, I can tell you there's a world of difference between the health controls in the smaller, local, community-type abattoirs versus what we see under the stringent controls of the federal government. There is different standards in this country from provincial to federal, and the federal standards that we have for food inspection far exceed both from the standpoint of the technology used, the equipment and cleanliness that's required, and the inspection that is provided by CFIA in federally inspected plants like XL Beef. Now, unfortunately, what we had in XL Beef, and let's talk about the facts, is we have a plant that used to have 38 meat inspectors, including 6 veterinarians. They went up to 8 veterinarians and a total of 48 inspectors in that facility, or 46 inspectors in that facility, an increase of a net of 8 more in that plant, doing critical analysis of all of the product going through that plant on the lines to ensure that the meat going through was being inspected. Unfortunately, XL Beef did have some slippage. But we have to remember here, Mr. Speaker, and I want the honourable colleague to remember this, is that we want to ensure the consumer that, one, sometimes mistakes happen. We have to recognize that. But the food system in Canada, for the most part, 99% of the time, is safe. That the produce that's being produced by our agriculture producers and the cattle producers that I represent and across this country are producing a great product.
Other members wish to put questions. The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
I think that was a question, Mr. Speaker, but I think that I'll take the word of Tommy and Peter. They've not only worked in small butcheries themselves, but they've also worked in the very, very large slaughterhouses, and they know exactly how inspections work. And of course, I've sat through many evenings where they've told me this distinctively. And Canada brought in meat inspection, a very tightly regulated meat inspection regime in the 1960s, and it was based on having food inspection agents on the floor, making sure that these machines are clean 24 hours a day. When you remove that, when you have voluntary compliance by companies, especially in these mega factories, you're going to have mistakes. That's what we've had, the largest recall of beef in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for the Interlake there, there's no question we have a quality product. but we now have a minister that is clearly incompetent. And we have a Minister of Health that is every bit as incompetent. And I'd like to ask the member this question. I think Bob Kingston, when he was before the Senate yesterday, who's president of the Agricultural Union, he had an explanation. He first talked about the compliance verification system, and he had this to say, and I quote, "How could this be, you might wonder? After all, Minister of Agriculture has assured everyone that there are more inspectors working at the plant than ever. You'll be interested to know that at the XL plant, only a small portion of inspectors are fully trained in CVS. That's right. More than 4 years after CVS was introduced, most inspectors have not been trained in how to use it. Why? There's a simple answer. CFAA cannot afford to deliver the training any faster and does not have enough inspectors to relieve those away being trained."
We need time for the honourable member to respond. The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it really is a general approach that Conservatives are bringing to this country that we should question. We see them on the plains reading Hayek and Milton Friedman. I mean, the whole idea is that government's the enemy and it's got to be reduced. And this is what's happening in the food inspection world, Mr. Speaker, is that fewer inspectors are better for the Conservatives because it's less government. And frankly, that's not working, Mr. Speaker. We've got the largest food recall, meat recall in Canadian history, and they've blown it. So has the minister.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is my pleasure to stand and take part in this debate. But, Mr. Speaker, I do want to clarify a comment that was perhaps made by me earlier on, and my friend from Burnaby, New Westminster, pointed it out. When I was being heckled by the loudest heckler in this House, the member from Malpeque, I perhaps misspoke. He's renowned for his heckling. He can heckle from PEI even when he isn't in the House. But, Mr. Speaker, I do want to clarify, this is a serious and a major event in the Canadian food industry, and there's no getting around that fact that it has impacted lives, Mr. Speaker, and it's very important that we recognize that. And our thoughts this evening go out to the families of those that are impacted by this, who have become sick from this, Mr. Speaker, and that's the worst outcome for any Canadian, that they can become ill from eating food that is grown in this country. And my friend from the Interlake in Manitoba has just talked about his experience with the cattle industry. I, too, grew up in the cattle industry. And, Mr. Speaker, it concerns any producer of livestock. It concerns any vegetable producer in this country when E. coli is traced back to vegetables. And, Mr. Speaker, as you know, that can happen in this country. There is no such thing as zero risk when people are producing food. Farmers do their best to make sure that the products that they provide to the slaughter facilities are in the best shape that they can, and they trust that to the slaughter facilities. We have an awful lot of information that's going across this floor tonight. Certainly there is some problems. There's some serious problems. But we do need to recognize that, and I'll refer to the plant in my riding, the Cargill plant, that has a very good track record, Mr. Speaker. So we don't want to condemn the whole industry. It is a very important industry, and it's an important source of protein for Canadians. I cannot help but repeat the fact that I'm very disturbed that the opposition is playing pretty loose with the facts, Mr. Speaker. We have a food safety system in this country that is revered around the world. We have a Canadian Food Inspection Agency whose role it is to do their best to protect Canadians with the food that they're going to consume. They're only human beings, Mr. Speaker, and people make mistakes. But we need to learn from those mistakes. We learned from that. We shut the plant, Mr. Speaker. There's no more meat coming out of that plant until it is proven safe. So a lot of the rhetoric that has happened here this evening is simply political posturing. The plant is not producing any more meat. The meat has been recalled. There perhaps maybe needs to be more recalled, Mr. Speaker, and that will happen because the Canadian Food Inspection Agency is on top of that, and they're making sure that that meat comes back and that consumers are reimbursed for that, Mr. Speaker. So as I repeat, there is no such thing as zero risk. CFIA brings the risk down as low as they can because they're there in numbers. I've visited plants in my riding, Mr. Speaker, and I watch the number of CFIA inspectors. I've met and talked with CFIA inspectors as they do their job. They do an incredible job. They're dedicated people. And their role is to protect me as a consumer and all Canadians as consumers. They're dedicated people. They do their best. And we respect those individuals for what they do. And it is unfortunate that we're seeing a lot of misinformation spread. So I do want to, there's been many references to the number of meat inspectors, CFIA inspectors that we have. And the number 700 has been mentioned many times. That's 700 more than we had before. Absolutely. So that's important, Mr. Speaker. As I said, the plants that I've visited, there's a lot of inspectors there. We now have 700 more. The Weatherill report told us that she was concerned. In her report, she was concerned. So we added to the number of inspectors there. And that's what's important, Mr. Speaker. Since 2006, that's 700 more inspectors. And if I do recall back in the former Liberal government, there was actually a slashing of meat inspectors. I forget how many it was. It was actually quite a few, Mr. Speaker, and that was part of why the Weatherill report recommended that we actually ramp that up and get it back up into where it should be. In fact, we're higher than we ever were. Speaking of the Weatherill report, those 57 recommendations, we did in fact 57. Did I misquote that? Sorry, 57. As long as I'm the Parliamentary Secretary for Agriculture is making sure. Now, he's not heckling me, he's just clarifying my statements. 57. It is late, Mr. Speaker, and my apologies if I do happen to mix my numbers up. We've increased the budget for CFIA. $156 million. And I do hear my heckling friend from Malpeque back over there. You'd think by this time of night, Mr. Speaker, he'd be starting to lose his voice, but apparently not. That's a total budget for CFIA of $744 million, a 20% increase. A 20% increase to make sure that we have the right number of people on these lines to make sure that we catch the incidents such as what happened at XL, which is very unfortunate. If the opposition believes that the powers of the agency are not sufficient, they should support this legislation that's been referred to here this evening many times, the Safe Food for Canadians, to make sure that CFIA has greater authorities to be able to demand reporting, Mr. Speaker, and that's very, very important. And let me be clear that, once again, that the plant will not reopen. That's a critical fact. What we're hearing tonight is suggestions that this meat is being spread around. It's not. It's being recalled. What is out there is being recalled, and there is no more leaving that plant. That's not without impact, Mr. Speaker. It's important that we protect people, and that's why that was done. While we are putting facts on the table, let me also refer to CFIA's response. And that response started on the 4th of September when it first detected the E. coli 017H7 in products that were produced from this XL meat plant at Brooks. That very same day, the CFIA was notified by the United States Department of Agriculture of the detection of a positive sample of E. coli 0157H7. found in trimmings that came from XL beef. The CFIA quickly verified that no affected product from that September 4th batch was in the marketplace and immediately launched an investigation into XL. They launched this to determine what the source of the contamination was. This led to some products produced on August 24th, 27th, 28th, and 29th, as well as September 5th, being recalled to further protect Canadian consumers. The CFIA continues that investigation. I've just given a vastly short version of a very complex series of events. A more detailed account is available on CFIA's website for anyone that is interested in seeing it. As the situation changes, CFIA updates this on their website to help provide information to consumers as well as to protect them. And of course, my point, Mr. Speaker, these situations and what we know about them are constantly changing. As a result, the severity of the risk to the public must be constantly assessed and then reassessed. On any given day, the CFIA can only communicate the evidence that has actually become available to them, with the understanding that events are changing and changing minute by minute. It would be useful to recap what we know so far. As I had said, the events began on the 4th of September with a routine inspection that revealed that E. coli in raw beef trimmings were actually present. The CFIA quickly determined that no potentially harmful product had ever reached the Canadian marketplace, and as a result, there was no immediate recall of food at that time. Instead, the CFIA notified XL Foods about that contamination and began investigating the possible sources of it. On the same day, CFIA's American counterpart notified the agency that it too had found E. coli in beef trimmings from that same plant. Over the next few days, the CFIA moved forward on several fronts. On the one hand, inspectors augmented their level of oversight at the plant. On the other hand, the agency continued to investigate the source of the contamination and whether there was a connection between the Canadian and the American test results, because at that time, Mr. Speaker, it was not confirmed. During the early days of the investigation, the CFIA and the company worked around the clock to determine the cause of the contamination. Under normal circumstances, the CFIA has 40 inspectors and 6 veterinarians assigned full-time to the XL Foods plant in Brooks. As a result of detecting E. coli, the CFIA added even more oversight at that same plant. The company took initial steps to protect the safety of food being produced. It also committed to take additional steps to deal with all of the issues and make sure, once again, that this wouldn't happen. The CFIA then sent in a team of technical experts to turn the Alberta plant upside down, as you will. They looked at preventative control measures, food safety policies, laboratory methods, and quality control systems. The technical experts did not identify any one single factor that would lead to E. coli contamination. Instead, a number of isolated deficiencies were actually uncovered. Together, they played a role in the overall contamination. On the 16th of September, the CFIA had sufficient evidence to issue health hazard alerts. The company began recalling beef trimmings for 3 specific days of the production. In the meantime, the agency continued its investigation and on the 18th of September issued 5 additional requests to the company for corrective action. The CFIA is working hard, Mr. Speaker, to identify potential products that could be contaminated. Once the beef leaves the plant, it can be turned into anything from sausage to frozen meat patties, or be further processed by other companies into pizzas or lasagnas or whatever. And it could end up in a number of different retail stores. So it is a very complex tracing process that they've undertaken. This information is not available at the click of a mouse, of course. It requires sifting through production and distribution records from industry, as well as conducting tests on samples. As a result, the CFIA issued several health hazard alerts for this same food recall, each one with more updated information than the last. Events continued to unfold very rapidly. On the 21st of September, new evidence compelled XL Foods to recall beef trimmings produced on 2 additional days. On the 24th of September, there was a report of positive E. coli on a sample from XL Foods in California. A day later, Alberta Health Services had linked 4 illnesses to steaks originating from XL Foods. And on the 26th of September, based on the company's information and CFIA's investigation, it was clear the company had not corrected all of its deficiencies. The very next day, excuse me, the CFIA temporarily suspended the company's license to operate. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, the company expanded its voluntary recall of products produced on those same dates in August and September. CFIA continues to take comprehensive action in response to the E. coli issue. To that end, CFIA will introduce its commitment to protect consumers. As a result, if additional products are uncovered in the days ahead, CFIA will continue to alert consumers immediately. The agency is running a transparent investigation, publishing information on their website as soon as it is available. Canadians can also sign up for email updates or tweets to get information on recalls and food safety concerns even faster. And let me add to this that the plant is closed. I repeat, the plant is closed and will remain closed until the president of CFIA satisfies the minister that the license should be reinstated. In an investigation of this kind, evidence is not handed to specialists on a silver platter. The facts emerge slowly but surely. And when the facts become known, they are shared with Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a few minutes to express my support for the government in how it is addressing the need for updated food safety legislation in Canada. I want to take a moment to inform the House about some aspects of this new piece of legislation, the new food safety bill, the Safe Food for Canada's Act. And as you know, the NDP agricultural critic has said that his party will oppose this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I fail to understand how that would have any benefit in protecting Canadians. This proposed legislation fulfills the recommendation of the report of the independent investigator into the 2008 listeriosis outbreak. The independent investigator's report made it clear that legislative renewal was necessary for the government to fully meet its mandate and the expectations of Canadians. Our government committed to addressing all 57 of the independent investigator's recommendations. This is the last piece needed in order for us to follow up on that commitment. New legislative provisions are needed to position Canada to deal with new technologies and the realities of food production in the 21st century. The food safety environment is more complex today than it was just 10 years ago. The right tools are needed to properly manage today's risks and to better protect Canadians from unsafe food. Canadian industry has long been requesting a provision prohibiting a person from tampering with, threatening to tamper with, or falsely claiming to tamper with food products. The government also needs the authority to directly address those who perpetrate hoaxes on the public. Hoaxes generate very unnecessary public fear around certain products and can also be very economically devastating for the producer of the product that is targeted by that hoax. With this bill, we will have the ammunition to deal in a very much more immediate way with hoaxes and actually report them to the public. Of course, the NDP is committed to opposing this important legislation. Mr. Speaker, lifestyles are changing and the world is changing due to advancing science and technology. technology that is changing food manufacturing processes, international best practices, new scientific tools, and advances in developing food safety systems have guided Canada's move to strengthen its risk-based inspection system. This bill continues this and supports this direction. This proposed legislation will also provide for more flexible and effective tools, thoroughly and efficiently assess new innovative food products and claims so that Canadians can have timely access to safe products that they want. Indeed, consumers want this. They are seeking updated food safety legislation, and we have long recognized the need for modernization. Consumer groups, producers, and industry have gone down this path with the government before. Several attempts have been made over the past decade to get this actually done. This proposed legislation, one could argue, is the culmination of 10 years of consultations, as there were these previous attempts to modernize it. Mr. Speaker, I see that my time is up. I'm pleased to be able to contribute to this debate, but I do want to once again offer our sincere thoughts to those people that have been fallen ill from this, Mr. Speaker. It's good that we're talking about this, Mr. Speaker, but I would implore the opposition to keep the rhetoric down. Don't frighten people unnecessarily. People understand that there's a serious issue here, and I would beg the opposition not to politicize it further.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me use the computer jargon of revision 6.0. I have been saying repeatedly in the House about S11 that as the agriculture critic for the New Democratic Party, we're saying yes. So, amazingly enough, it seems as if the other side can't take yes for an answer, because they keep getting up and saying, no, we're not, when we keep telling them, yes, we are. But we have suggestions for you, very good ones. So I'm glad you finally understood. It only took 4 hours to say yes, and you finally understood yes. Maybe you shouldn't keep passing the same notes around.
Just remind honourable members to direct their comments through the chair.
I don't think they should pass those notes around together, Mr. Chair. But let me, in a more serious note, let me just say this. S11 has a piece in it that talks about giving the inspectors more power than they're supposed to not have now. Section 13 actually gives them the very powers that this new bill supposedly gives them. So they actually have that. That's one fact. The two questions I have for my honourable colleague, the Minister of State for Finance, is this. One is, on September 13th, CFIA, not the Americans, but CFIA lifted the license for the plant to export to the U.S. Why didn't they stop then for Canadians? And two, and I know as the Minister of State for Finance, he would know how the system works, that in fact the report of plans and priorities signed and tabled by the Ministry of Agriculture on May 8th of this year says that approximately $46.6 million and 314 full-time equivalencies will be removed or will decline in this present budget year. As the Minister for State for Finance, does she agree with me that that's actually going down, not up, when that's signed by the Minister of Agriculture? In other words, the money's coming out and the equivalencies are being lost.
There are a number of members that wish to put questions. We have only 9 minutes, really, 7 now. I'd ask the members to keep their questions to 1 minute and 1 minute for the response at the most. The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for finally seeing the light and finally telling us that he's actually going to support a piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage you to go back in the records and see the last time that the NDP actually supported something that's good for Canadians, because I think this is going to break a record, Mr. Speaker. I really do. Anything we've done for seniors, anything we've done for the unemployed, anything we've done to help Canadians get back to work, they voted against that. And, you know, we do need to put that on the record. If the NDP are actually going to vote to help us fulfill our promise to complete the suggestions in the Weatherall report. That's great that they're finally coming on board.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a lot's been said here about S11 tonight, Mr. Speaker, and I want to give you a little history in S11. S11 encompasses some of what was called C27 in 2005. It was opposed by members that are sitting over there now in the government, and I'll tell you who led the fight to oppose the government in implementing those new safety measures for CFIA. The current Minister of Agriculture. That's who led the fight as agriculture critic for the official opposition of the day. So let's get that on the record. But the Minister of State for Finance talks about rhetoric on this side. You want to assure people? You want to do away with the rhetoric? Then have the two ministers responsible show up and answer questions, the Minister of Health and the Minister of Agriculture. Have them call a press conference and assure Canadians. Have them.
The honourable member for Malpeque will know that members are not to refer to the absence or presence of members in the chamber. The honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Malpeque is rising on a point of order.
Time I've been accused of saying people are not in the House. I didn't say that. I said have the Minister of Health and the Minister of Agriculture answer questions, which is their responsibility.
Show up and answer questions.
Nonetheless, the time has expired for the member to put the question. The honourable Minister of State, rather.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And isn't that just like a true Liberal to suggest that the government needs to shore up the price of beef? It never ceases to amaze me how a Liberal thinks that government should intervene in everything. Government has a role. The government's role is to put in place the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. That's been done years ago, Mr. Speaker. Their role is to inspect food, whether it's beef, whether it's pork, whether it's actually vegetables or fruit crops, Mr. Speaker. They do that. We've increased the number of inspectors out there. As I said before, this is not a zero-risk situation. They've done their best, Mr. Speaker. They're working on it as we speak. The plant is closed. There is no more beef being produced from that plant, Mr. Speaker. The CFIA is doing their best.
Questions and comments. We'll take a short question for the member for Medicine Hat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague for his good speech. And I know that he did talk about the beef plant in his riding, the Cargill. And, Mr. Speaker, I have XL in my riding. And I know that the minister has actually visited the plant, gone through the plant, and he knows, as a farmer cattleman, that to have these meat inspectors are there on the job, and in order for them to actually find out what the issues are, it takes a lot of digging. And I'm sure the minister can actually enlighten us, rather than having the opposition think that a flip of the switch and they'll have the whole issue solved. This takes a lot of dedicated work and investigation. And I asked my honourable colleague if he could comment on that. Thank you.
The honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Medicine Hat, and we offer our sympathies to the community of Brooks, to the employees of that facility, as well as those that have fallen ill from this. Indeed, that is correct, Mr. Speaker. Cargill has a large meat processing facility in my riding of McLeod, and they encouraged me to come and tour that facility. And it's not a simple process, Mr. Speaker. They don't just let anybody in. We had to jump through the hoops because it is such a protected place to the security, to protect the safety of the products in there. You go in there completely covered in plastic to make sure there's no cross-contamination whatsoever. I met with CFIA inspectors. I lost track of how many CFIA inspectors I met with. They talked about their role. They're proud of their job, Mr. Speaker. They're out there trying to protect consumers, Mr. Speaker. That's what the Canadian Food Inspection Agency.
Last question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this debate to a different level and ask the Honourable Minister of State, and I want to quote from the Weather Report. I think in addition to the fact that we've lost food inspectors and we're concerned about food safety, we may not be addressing the big picture. And I just want to cite this from the Weather Report. Quote, "The risks of foodborne illness are also greater than ever before. Large-scale farming and food processing, the impacts of globalization with food from around the world all contribute to increased opportunities for contamination. These same trends make it harder to trace the source." I look at this one plant processing between 2,000 and 5,000 cattle a day, up to 40% of all the beef in Canada, and ask if perhaps the industrialized, concentrated corporate food model is not about food but about corporate profits, and would be better to support local farmers, local abattoirs, and local processing.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of infactual comments in that. We have a system in place to deal with the processes we have in place. It's all wonderful to think that we can go back to only providing food or 10-mile radius around our homes. That would be a bit of a challenge in downtown Toronto, Mr. Speaker. We have a safe system that deals with our modern way of producing food, whether it's apples or whether it's strawberries or whether it's beef, Mr. Speaker. The world moves on, and CFIA has moved on to meet that. We've recognized that, and I would like to correct the honourable member. We actually have more meat inspectors than we had in 2006, 700 more. So I'm not just sure why that sort of rhetoric, Mr. Speaker, is what frightens people. That is not helpful. We need to reassure people that the plant is closed. There is no more meat coming out of that plant until CFIA says it is safe to do so.
I thank all honourable members for their participation this evening and that of our staff, clerks and pages. It being 12 midnight, I declare the motion to adjourn carried. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.